A golden tornado of blazing energy rips across the battlefield above the open sea. A figure clad in crimson armor tumbles through the air and gets caught in the whirlwind of Lu Sheng's overwhelming force. Crackling golden arcs tear through everything in their path and distort the sky itself. Our boy warns his opponent to clench his teeth because what comes next will not be gentle. Golden lightning erupts along his arms and arcs wildly between his fists as he stands firm in the aftermath of his strike. Zhao Ji stands motionless with his blue hair drifting across his cold expression. He says nothing and his eyes stay locked on Lu Sheng with a silence heavier than any threat. Lu Sheng thinks to himself that he needs to gather 10 eternal cells in his legs. Golden energy surges downward and wraps around his lower body in a blazing cocoon of concentrated power. The technique activates and it is the ultimate cloud step. Brilliant white gold light explodes outward from his position as feathered energy wings flare behind him and launch him forward at impossible speed. Zhao Ji's eyes snap wide and he blurts out in disbelief that Lu Sheng is so fast. The guy vanishes from the spot in an instant and leaves nothing behind, and the blue-haired martial saint cannot track him at all. Zhao Ji whips around and demands to know where Lu Sheng has gone. His gaze darts across the battlefield, but there is no trace of his opponent anywhere. The word shatter reverberates through the air. A burst of golden energy detonates against Zhao Ji's defenses and sends cracks rippling outward in every direction through his divine form. The full force of the blow lands. Golden light erupts in a huge explosion and swallows the area in a blinding flash of raw destructive power that scorches the ocean below. Lu Sheng drives a devastating kick straight into Zhao Ji's manifestation. Golden energy trails behind the strike, and the impact launches shockwaves that rip across the water's surface. Blue and golden forces collide in a thunderous eruption. Zhao Ji's energy clashes against Lu Sheng's assault, and the resulting detonation sends arcs of crackling light spiraling outward in every direction. Zhao Ji's face twists with shock and fury as he cries out and demands to know what Lu Sheng has done. His hair whips violently in the aftermath of the impact, and disbelief is carved into every line of his expression. The martial saint gasps in horror and screams about his divine body manifestation. Cracks spread across his form as purple-tinged energy bleeds from the fractures, and his eyes go wide with a terror he has never known before. Zhao Ji mutters in stunned realization that Lu Sheng has actually shattered it. His voice carries the weight of someone who never imagined such a thing was even possible. A voice rises from the military ranks and exclaims that Lu Sheng is truly the greatest hope of their military. The words echo with pride across the coastal battlefield as soldiers watch the impossible unfold over the churning sea. Lu Sheng notes calmly that the altar has been broken and that the next step is to reach the actual body. Golden flames still lick across his shoulders as he surveys the crumbling remains of Zhao Ji's manifestation. Our boy stands amid the destruction, and his body radiates golden energy that pulses outward in rhythmic waves. Cracks split the ground beneath his feet, and the ocean behind him churns with residual force from the shattered altar. The young man locks his gaze downward and speaks Zhao Ji's name. The two words carry a weight of finality and a promise that this battle is far from over. Lu Sheng shifts his stance and golden energy coils tighter around his frame. The air itself trembles under the mounting pressure of his aura as he prepares for the next phase of the fight. Then he announces that it is time for him to slaughter a saint. The declaration rings across the battlefield with absolute certainty, as though he is stating a simple fact rather than making a threat. Two soldiers exchange bewildered glances. One stammers and can barely process what he just heard. The other replies in a shaken voice and confirms that Lu Sheng just declared his intent to slaughter a saint. The shock spreads through the ranks. One soldier repeats in disbelief that General Lu wants to slaughter a saint. Another one exclaims that he even dares to say such a thing. Then a third points out that General Lu must have known all along that the 9th-level martial saint would come. He already prepared to battle it out, and now he is actually doing it for real. Shi Hongfei, the supreme commander, observes the battlefield with narrowed eyes. He reflects that this is a spectacular and unprecedented feat. 300 years after the edge of martial arts was established, a level 8 warrior now stands against a level 9. The gap between those two realms stretches as wide as the distance between heaven and earth. And yet right now he wonders aloud whether it does not truly seem possible to cross that gap. A soldier asks whether they should do something. Another one snaps back that they can still fire the artillery, and even if it proves useless, they should at least do it to assert their dominance. An officer shouts that the supreme commanders have issued the orders and commands everyone to fire. The urgency in his voice cuts through the chaos engulfing the battlefield. A military commander declares that the Starun Country Alliance's spine has been bent for far too long, and it is finally time to stand up straight. His words carry the fire of a man who has waited years for this exact moment. A commander roars at the top of his lungs and orders them to bombard with everything they have. He curses the martial saint directly and taunts that his precious altar has already been shattered. Behind the shouting soldiers, Lu Sheng stands engulfed in golden flames with his bare torso radiating heat and light. Zhao Ji stands in silence. The golden aura around him flickers gently, and he is the calm center in the storm of artillery and roaring voices erupting behind him. A barrage of shells and missiles streaks across the sky and detonates near the sea. Explosions bloom on the water and spray columns of steam and shrapnel toward Zhao Ji's position. A huge golden hand rises from the flames. Zhao Ji's manifestation catches the incoming barrage without any effort, and its massive fingers close around the explosive ordnance as though swatting away insects. The golden hand sweeps outward and hurls the captured shells back toward their origin. The projectiles scream through the air in reverse and trail golden fire as they barrel toward the Alliance forces. An explosion rocks one of the Alliance positions. Someone cries out in pain, and another voice shouts in alarm that the shells have been redirected. The bitter realization spreads fast. The artillery cannot even scratch the enemy. Lu Sheng speaks to Zhao Ji and reminds him that all those soldiers died because of him and because of his ignorant rebellion. His voice carries not rage, but a cold and measured accusation that cuts deep. The guy continues and explains that they are soldiers and troops whose spirits never shatter. Even when facing an undefeatable enemy, they remain dauntless. The golden flames around him burn steadier now and reflect the conviction behind his words. Lu Sheng adds that someone like Zhao Ji does not even dare to appear in person with his real body to take revenge. Such a man will never understand what true courage means. Our boy delivers his verdict and says that Zhao Ji is nothing but a coward. He stands tall with blazing golden energy surging behind him, and rain falls around his shoulders, and the ocean churns violently at his back. Zhao Ji erupts in fury and screams that Lu Sheng is a bastard. White gold energy detonates outward from his form, and the sheer rage in his aura tears visible cracks through the air. Zhao Ji snarls at Lu Sheng not to act so full of himself. He launches forward with a blazing golden fist, and the impact sends a shockwave that splits the ground beneath them. Lu Sheng twists his body to slip past the strike. Golden and amber sparks fly as the attack grazes by, and the force of the near miss alone sends debris spiraling outward. The exchange continues at blinding speed. Energy arcs crackle between the two fighters as each strike and dodge generates another wave of destructive force across the battlefield. Zhao Ji's expression shifts from rage to sharp recognition. He exclaims in disbelief that what he senses is killing intent perception combined with four-realm adversity. This is a combination he clearly did not expect at all. Zhao Ji's eyes widen with raw shock, and the realization hits him hard. Lu Sheng carries abilities that even a martial saint cannot dismiss lightly. The young man presses the advantage and drives a golden-laced strike directly into Zhao Ji's guard. The blow connects with enough force to ripple the air in concentric waves around the point of impact. Zhao Ji steadies himself by the shore and admits that Lu Sheng is quite impressive. He concedes that he cannot kill the guy unless he brings out his actual strength. The admission carries the first note of genuine respect from the martial saint. Zhao Ji raises his arms skyward and commands everyone on Earth who believes in him and all divine power to assemble now. A huge surge of golden energy erupts from his body and rises upward and pierces through the clouds. A massive formation of deep crimson crystalline energy materializes above the battlefield. The structure pulses with raw concentrated power, and its sheer scale dwarfs everything below it. An enormous golden figure wreathed in roaring flames towers over the ocean. Lu Sheng stands below it, and he is barely a speck against its immeasurable size. The heat alone turns the surrounding seawater into rising columns of steam. Zhao Ji's voice booms from within the towering golden figure and taunts Lu Sheng and dares him to find another way to escape. The words crash down and shake the very air with their weight. Alliance commanders watch in grim silence. One remarks that this is the result of a Lord-level martial saint merging his form with a martial force that transcends the physical body and creates an impervious colossus. He states that this is the true essence of what a ninth-level martial saint really is. Another commander points out that no matter how impressive a level 8 warrior may be, the gap remains too wide to cross. A ninth-level martial saint wielding this kind of power sits in an entirely different realm. Then a third voice adds that Zhaoji has gathered divine power from all of his believers, and once it fully assembles, domination is inevitable. Lu Sheng simply has not matured enough in his power to counter such overwhelming force. An ally insists that this is already the martial saint's final card, and urges the others to find a way to protect Lu Sheng. Desperation threads through every word as the golden colossus looms above. Zhaoji's voice descends from the towering form and commands Lu Sheng to go to hell. The words drip with contempt and murderous intent that presses down on the battlefield. Zhaoji sneers down and calls Lu Sheng an insect. The golden altar crashes downward with devastating force and aims squarely at crushing our boy beneath its immeasurable mass. The golden altar slams into the battlefield with a thunderous impact. Blazing energy erupts in every direction and scorches the ground and sends pillars of flame skyward. Lu Sheng stands amid the destruction, and he is completely unscathed. He taunts Zhaoji and points out that the martial saint is so gaudy, he is even imitating a certain famous hero's transformation. A smirk tugs at the corner of his mouth, despite the devastation swirling around him. The young man reflects that in the past he would still worry about the future and keep searching for a solution. He admits that kind of thinking was too foolish. Lu Sheng grins and asks whether it is not more fun to simply crush everything in his path. Crimson and golden energy erupts around his body as he enters the martial god state in perfect fusion. His aura detonates outward and splits the ground beneath him in a web of deep fractures. Zhaoji screams for Lu Sheng to disappear. A torrent of deep violet energy crashes down from the golden colossus and swallows the space where our boy stands in a flood of purple destruction. Lu Sheng tears through the violet energy with a technique of his own, and it is the space-severing fold strike. Golden white energy folds the space around his body and creates a corridor of collapsed dimensions that shreds through the incoming onslaught. Then he launches immediate severance. A huge blade of golden lightning extends from his strike and carves a luminous arc across the entire battlefield with enough force to split the heavens apart. The golden colossus recoils as the slash tears clean through its form. Zhaoji screams in agony and cries out about his martial god Dharma. Cracks spread across the towering figure and blue light bleeds from every fracture. Zhaoji's voice cracks with desperation as he screams Lu Sheng's name and demands to know what this power is. A single glowing teal eye stares out from the crumbling remains of his form, and it is wide with unmistakable terror. Lu Sheng gazes up at the broken colossus with cold blue eyes. He replies that his power is difficult to explain to a country bumpkin martial saint. The reason is simple. Zhaoji is just too weak. A blinding column of blue and white energy tears through the sky, and the shockwave rips across the battlefield. The sheer force of the explosion sends debris flying in every direction and swallows everything in its radius. Lu Sheng's hand shoots forward and seizes Zhaoji by the collar. His grip is iron-tight against the fabric, and the martial saint cannot pull free. Zhaoji hangs there all battered and wide-eyed, and stammers that he lost. Lu Sheng locks eyes with him and asks if Zhaoji is truly surprised by this outcome. He mocks that a level 9 is losing to a level 8 and hoists Zhaoji upward with a single arm. The motion is completely effortless. Our boy sneers and asks whether Zhaoji is supposed to be the god of the human realm, and if that is really the case. Then his free hand cracks across Zhaoji's face with a vicious backhand that echoes through the air. Golden Flag want to remember this day because the future of the army is incredibly bright. The generals slam their palms together in a thunderous high five, and grins split their faces wide open. Zhaoji snarls through bloodied teeth that Lu Sheng deserves nothing but death. The young man tilts his head and fires back that he finds it amusing because he thinks Zhaoji is the one who actually deserves nothing but death. Zhaoji's lips curl into a grotesque smirk, and his eyes flicker with an unsettling glow. He lets out a low and venomous laugh and asks if Lu Sheng has finally had his fill from hitting him. Lu Sheng raises an eyebrow and remarks that Zhao Ji has recovered rather quickly. Zhao Ji rises to his feet with purple aura coiling around his muscular form and barks that it does not matter how strong Lu Sheng's abilities are. He insists that Lu Sheng has no idea how formidable a level 9 martial saint truly is, and that the gap between level 8 and level 9 is one that Lu Sheng can never cross. Our boy just smirks and invites him to elaborate further. Violet lightning erupts from Zhao Ji's body as he spreads his arms wide. He proclaims that he is connected to all of heaven and earth, and that there are people who worship him across the mortal realm, and that makes his strength endless. He adds that his body has absorbed over 100 years of nature's nourishment and reached a plane of existence that someone with mere level 8 power could never hope to comprehend or destroy. Lu Sheng peers at Zhao Ji with a single glowing blue eye and notes that his earlier insult rings truer than ever. Calling Zhao Ji a country bumpkin pretending to be a martial saint proves far too generous. Then he scoffs at the idea that he would not understand the strength of a level 9 and reveals that he has already faced a level 11 expert. The words land hard, and for a breath, Zhao Ji has nothing to say. Golden flames surge around Lu Sheng's fist as he drives it forward. He declares that the strength Zhao Ji possesses does not even qualify him for the title of a level 9 martial saint. Blue lightning and golden fire intertwine along the guy's outstretched arm, and the air crackles with raw energy. He vows to kill Zhao Ji with this very next move, and promises they will see if the martial saint can still find something to laugh about afterward. Zhao Ji's eyes fly open, and a single word rips from his throat as he screams at Lu Sheng. Deep inside his mind, cold terror takes root for the first time. He cannot understand why, but within that fist strike he is able to sense the genuine possibility of his own death. Lu Sheng's face sinks into shadow, and only the curve of his grin is visible in the darkness. He whispers the incantation and says, "Shatter, O endless void." A huge blade of blue energy splits the horizon, and its edge hums with devastating force. The slash carves through everything in its path and scatters figures in every direction. Bursts of golden energy detonate against Zhao Ji's body in rapid succession, and each impact sends shockwaves rippling through the scorched air. The barrage continues in the suffocating darkness, and golden explosions illuminate Zhao Ji's silhouette with each crushing blow. A monstrous shape erupts from the chaos. It is a massive beast with jaws spread wide, and it lets loose a primal roar that shakes the very ground. The creature's howl carries the weight of something ancient and furious. Zhao Ji's mouth stretches into a wild and unhinged grin, and his laughter cuts through the dust and rubble. Violet energy blazes around Zhao Ji's towering form as he declares that everything Lu Sheng has been decimating is merely his mortal flesh. He insists that his martial soul cannot be killed and demands to know how Lu Sheng could possibly hope to end him. Lu Sheng glances at the regenerating wounds and mutters that it is still not enough. Zhao Ji stands with arms thrown wide, and purple flames roar around him as his torn flesh knits itself back together. Lu Sheng watches and never expected this bastard to have awakened a dharma technique that resembles regeneration during his centuries as a martial saint. The realm of a level 9 is far more fascinating than he originally thought, and especially once a practitioner understands the essence behind the nature of the world itself. His expression hardens, and he tells Zhao Ji that if that is what he wants, then he will simply raise his own level and strength to match. A golden fist descends from above. Zhao Ji's jaw drops, and he sputters in disbelief and demands to know how Lu Sheng can still increase the strength of his abilities. He insists that this has to be some kind of joke. Lu Sheng's face fills the sky with veins of golden light pulsing beneath his skin as raw energy surges into his right arm. The glow intensifies with every heartbeat. A huge golden avatar materializes behind Lu Sheng and towers above the landscape. Our boy commands Zhao Ji to die and calls him a useless worm as the giant arm swings downward. The golden fist connects with Zhao Ji's face at full force, and a deafening crack splits the air as light explodes from the point of impact. Lu Sheng channels every last eternal cell in his body into his right arm, and the limb blazes white-hot with concentrated power. The eternal strike lands, and the name itself sears across the battlefield. Golden radiance swallows everything in its wake. The golden colossus drives its fist downward with incredible force, and the ground beneath shatters into a web of cracks as the shockwave ripples outward in every direction. Lu Sheng stands wreathed in blazing golden flames, with his aura scorching the air around him, and roars that he is the true god here. Zhaoji's face goes pale as terror floods his features. He stammers that this is death and that he is about to die, and that this feeling is unmistakable. He realizes he is truly going to perish and cannot possibly take this strike head-on. A violent cough tears through Zhaoji's chest and blood mists from his lips. Zhaoji's hand reaches outward trembling, and he calls Lu Sheng by name. The martial saint screams that they should die together, and desperation cracks through every syllable. Lu Sheng's eye widens, and the blue iris shrinks to a pinpoint. Every instinct in his body is screaming a warning, and he realizes that whatever Lu Sheng just unleashed poses a grave and undeniable threat to his existence. Lu Sheng's mouth twists into a fearless grin with golden sparks dancing along his jaw. He announces that it does not matter anymore and that either way Zhaoji will have to die right here. Dark motion blurs streak across the sky as the young man launches himself forward. He declares that even if the Jade Emperor himself were to descend, not even he would be able to save Zhaoji now. Lu Sheng drives his blazing fist forward and swears upon his life that he will see this through. The impact rips through Zhaoji's guard with devastating force. Golden energy detonates in a rapid chain of explosions, and each hit hammers into Zhaoji before the previous shockwave has even faded. Zhaoji steadies himself in the sky and tilts his head and notes with mock surprise that Lu Sheng can still move in that battered state. He adds that Lu Sheng truly is stubborn and vows to crush him before this day ends. A huge golden hand descends from above with its fingers spread wide enough to blot out the sky. It reaches for the tiny figure of Lu Sheng far below. A blinding sphere of magenta and pink energy erupts at the point of contact, and the detonation sends concentric rings of light expanding outward in every direction. Lu Sheng's eyes gleam with a cold violet light, and the faintest smirk crosses his lips as purple energy spirals around his body. Something has shifted, and he knows exactly what comes next. Our boy rockets upward through the sky with a trail of golden and white energy blazing behind him as he closes the distance in a single heartbeat. A torrent of deep violet energy swirls into a vortex and engulfs both fighters in its suffocating grip. The purple storm intensifies and warps the air itself as two silhouettes clash within its churning depths. A serpentine mass of violet energy erupts from the vortex and coils upward. Its body pulses with raw destructive force that distorts the horizon. The violet energy detonates skyward in a pillar so vast it pierces the clouds, and its light is visible for miles. Lu Sheng stands far below, and he is just a speck against the magnitude of the blast he has unleashed. Cracks spread across Zhaoji's face. His voice breaks as he stammers that this strength defies everything he knows and that his body is disintegrating. Lu Sheng stands motionless with every muscle locked in place. He needs to replenish his energy, but he cannot move at all. A calm resignation washes over him, and he wonders if he is really about to die. Then he decides it does not matter because either way he has had his fun beating up Zhaoji. Purple energy leaks from the fractures spreading across Zhaoji's body. He curses and demands to know why a strength beyond level 9 even exists in this world, because it should be impossible. His voice fades to a bitter whisper as he admits that he was too careless. A pillar of light punches through the surface of the water from below and shoots into the sky and scatters the waves in a ring of white foam. A voice pierces through the chaos and calls Lu Sheng's name across the open water. The Supreme Commander's face twists with urgency as he bellows at his generals and every officer present to get down into the water immediately and find Lu Sheng's location. His voice cracks on a single word, and that word is quickly. The generals stand shoulder to shoulder with faces grim. One of them asks whether, given the energy they all just witnessed, anyone truly believes Lu Sheng is still alive. The Supreme Commander lowers his gaze with his long beard swaying in the wind. He states that he has practiced the martial Tao for roughly 300 years. In all that time, the most gifted genius he has ever witnessed on this planet used a level 8 mortal body to fight and defeat a martial saint. He lifts his head and declares that Lu Sheng was the brightest sun in the skies, shining down upon all of them. His fist clenches at his side, and he demands to know whether anyone honestly believes that man would die just like this, because he refuses to accept it. The Supreme Commander strides forward onto the surface of the water, and his boots send ripples outward. He insists that Lu Sheng will not die here, and every word carries the weight of absolute conviction. The Supreme Commander's face fills the sky with veins bulging along his neck as he roars the order to spread the word of what happened here to the rest of the world. His voice carries across the open ocean. He declares that the entire Dragon Country must know that here in Ninghai, a supreme Dao martial saint falls to the god of their future military, and that god is Lu Sheng. After many days, the news spreads across the country. Newspapers plaster Lu Sheng's face on every front page and declare the gifted genius of the army is only 20 years old and responsible for killing 32 members of the Supreme Dao Academy in Ninghai. The headlines grow bolder with each edition and confirm that the Supreme Dao Martial Saint Zhaoji flees the battlefield. A man sitting at his desk spits out his drink in shock and blurts out Lu Sheng's name. He cannot believe what he is reading. The final line of every article carries the same grim note and states that Lu Sheng's current status and whereabouts remain unknown. His mother collapses to the floor and clutches the newspaper to her chest and wails for her son. His father and his sister kneel beside her and hold her steady as the paper scatters beneath them. Inside a dimly lit military command center, Qin Shaojin and Dong Qingxue stand over a briefing table. Qin Shaojin breaks the silence and notes that the Supreme Dao's martial saint even survives the war between the Dragon and Lion kingdoms. Not once during that conflict does Zhaoji come anywhere close to the brink of death. Qin Shaojun leans forward against the desk with tension carved into his jaw. Dong Qingxue stands beside him with her arms crossed and her expression hidden behind dark lenses. Qin Shaojun recounts that Zhao Ji brings an entire squad with him to kill Lu Sheng, and yet somehow ended up being the one defeated instead. A vision of Lu Sheng wreathed in golden flames fills his mind, and he trails off. He cannot finish the sentence about what this kid has become. Dong Qingxue holds the military dossier in both hands, and Lu Sheng's photograph is stamped with a crimson AWOL banner. The file notes that Lu Sheng sinks into the depths of the sea following a vigorous battle. Qin Shaojun murmurs that the report lists his status as unknown and wonders aloud what that could mean. Dong Qingxiu lifts her gaze and her blue eyes glisten with restrained tears. She states quietly that she believes in Lu Sheng and that he is still alive. Qin Shaojun throws his hands up and insists that the entire army already goes down to search the ocean. They comb every inch and nearly drain the sea itself trying to find him. He admits that even he is hoping Lu Sheng is still breathing. Qin Shaojun's expression shifts to concern and he asks what has become of Lu Sheng's family. Dong Qingxiu lowers her eyes and explains that Lu Sheng's mother fainted several times from the sheer grief of crying. She adds that both his father and his younger sister refuse to waver and staunchly believe that he will eventually return. Qin Shaojun tries to lighten the weight pressing down on them. He tells Dong Qingxiu not to worry too much and reasons that if no one finds Lu Sheng, it simply means there is no trace of him. He suggests that maybe after being severely injured, Lu Sheng will stumble upon some kind of miraculous treasure and hide in a corner to recover. He even predicts that the next time they see the guy, he will be stronger than before. Dong Qingxiu stares at him in silence and offers nothing in return. Despite the brave front, Qin Shaojun's composure cracks the moment Dong Qingxiu looks away. His lip trembles and sweat beads along his temple as he pretends to be calm. Deep inside, he pleads silently for Lu Sheng to return home. He has no idea whether his friend is dead or alive. Wind howls across a jagged range of snow-capped mountains, and their peaks slice through banks of cloud under a pale winter sky. A grand palace crowned with golden domes rises from the frozen mountainside, and its spires gleam against the gray horizon. From deep within the ornate hallways, a guttural scream tears through the silence and echoes off the marble columns. Zhao Ji drops to his knees on the cold stone floor and retches violently as his new body rejects the forced integration. Blood and bile streak down Zhao Ji's face as he gasps for air. He mutters that thank God he acquired a God-integrating elixir beforehand, or his martial soul would never have been able to merge with this clone body after escaping destruction. A memory of Lu Sheng surging forward with golden flames flashes through Zhao Ji's mind. He curses Lu Sheng's name and seethes that the martial saint body he nourished for hundreds of years is now completely ruined because of one man. Zhaoji forces himself upright on shaking legs with blood still dripping from the corner of his mouth. He admits through gritted teeth that recovering to his peak will take more than 10 years. The martial saint stumbles toward a wall of shelves lined with crimson elixirs and begins gulping them down one after another. He howls that Lu Sheng is a bastard and demands to know whether that creature is even human anymore. He confesses that a level 9 martial saint should never be cornered this badly. Had he not hidden a level 10 expert as a final ace, he would have had no way to kill Lu Sheng. He confesses that a level 9 martial saint should never be cornered this badly. Had he not hidden a level 10 expert as a final ace, he would have had no way to kill Lu Sheng. Red elixir cascades over Zhaoji's face and bare shoulders as he pours bottle after bottle over himself. The liquid mixes with blood in a grotesque display of desperation, and a strangled groan escapes his throat. Glass and debris crunch beneath Zhaoji's boots as he rises from the mess on the floor. Zhaoji settles into a chair, and the worst of the pain finally fades. He notes to himself that he has recovered at last, and then wonders aloud why a genius like Lu Sheng would even exist on a level 1 resource planet. He muses that if Lu Sheng ever manages to reach level 9, nothing would stop him from leaving the planet entirely. Then he thanks the heavens that Lu Sheng is dead. Zhaoji pulls a hooded cloak over his shoulders, with flames crackling behind him. He admits it has been years since he feels this helpless, and that he cannot remain here any longer. He knows people will come searching for him soon, and resolves to seek protection from Tan Zhongyu and Lin Zhengyu. His gaze falls on a chest tucked in the corner, and he recalls that he still has one more asset. A cluster of gleaming energy crystals catches the light, and their pale blue facets radiate a soft glow. Zhaoji reasons that with these crystals in hand, anyone he approaches will have to show him at least some respect and lend their aid. Zhaoji gathers his belongings and mutters that he needs to escape quickly. Too many martial saint territories surround his mountain palace, and the scavengers outside will try to steal whatever he leaves behind. He resolves to take everything he can carry. Zhaoji packs his things without hesitation and descends the mountain. There is not a single trace of reluctance in his step. Sunlight washes over a tropical coastline lined with modern skyscrapers and swaying palms. This is our kingdom seaside. A muscular stranger with golden hair strolls along the sand beside a woman in a red swimsuit, and the ocean breeze tugs at her auburn ponytail. The woman asks the stranger how his trip to the northern Lion Kingdom continent goes, and mentions that she hears the scenery is worth seeing and that she has always longed to visit. The stranger replies flatly that nothing there catches his attention and that he is simply doing his job. The woman presses him and notes that he has been running from place to place for years and asks what kind of treasure he is hunting for their lord. The stranger pauses before answering with 2 words and says energy crystals. The woman blinks in confusion and asks what energy crystals are and insists she has never come across them. The stranger tells her that of course she has not. He explains that energy crystals are naturally occurring stones on Earth that contain concentrated and stable deposits of energy. He adds that these crystals are extraordinarily rare and precious and that only a handful have ever been retrieved. Every recovered piece is hoarded jealously by the kingdoms. The woman wonders aloud whether they are truly that scarce and asks what exactly they do to benefit the martial Dao. The stranger elaborates that, for anyone at the martial saint rank, an energy crystal serves not just as a cultivation tool, but also as a form of currency. He reveals that he has spent years crossing over 100 planets and searching for a suitable location where their lord can cultivate these crystals. The woman's eyes narrow and she asks whether it is really safe for him to share such sensitive information so openly and warns him not to silence her afterward. The stranger laughs and tells her she has been watching too many movies. He points out that only 1 year remains until the worldwide Grand Master competition and that every kingdom will disclose this knowledge by then. The woman tilts her head and asks whether the Grand Master competition is connected to the energy crystals. Her golden eyes sharpen behind her glasses as the weight of that question settles between them. The stranger confirms that the entire Grand Master competition exists for a single purpose, and that is to provide a fair system for distributing energy crystals among the world's factions. All crystals are gathered in one location, and each country sends its finest grandmasters to compete, and the spoils are divided according to final placement. The woman asks whether internal competitions within each country exist as well. The stranger nods and explains that this is exactly why events like the Ninghai War are established, and that they pit domestic factions against one another. A shadow crosses the stranger's face as he admits that their lord's martial saint is the weakest among his peers in the kingdom, and the one most battered by past conflicts. His foundation has suffered greatly. He continues that, compared to organizations like the Excellence Academy and the Supreme Tao, their own strength falls embarrassingly short. Year after year at the Grandmaster competition, the Supreme Tao dominates and leaves them with scraps. The woman nods and finally understands why their lord is so desperate to secure a new source of energy crystals. A sharp electronic chime cuts through the ocean breeze, and a device on the stranger's wrist flashes with an urgent alert. The stranger glances at the screen and mutters that he just received an email out of nowhere. His eyes blow wide and a single word rips from his mouth in disbelief. The woman flinches and demands to know what just happened. The stranger declares that their lord's share of energy crystals will no longer be the smallest at the upcoming Grandmaster competition. The woman asks why, and he explains that the 4 guardians of the Supreme Tao, along with all 28 of their veterans, have been executed by a single person. Their martial saint himself now teeters on the edge of death, and that means the Supreme Tao is finished. The woman's jaw drops and she demands to know who could possibly be that powerful. She asks whether a 4th martial saint has somehow emerged within the Dragon Kingdom. She presses the question further and is bewildered that one individual could dismantle an entire faction alone. The stranger turns to her and remarks that she is actually familiar with the person responsible. The woman stares back and asks what he means by that. The stranger explains that it is the boy who stands against the Supreme Tao Martial Academy. The same one whose lord ordered her to assist but who ended up tearing through every last opponent on his own. A dark silhouette of Lu Sheng wreathed in crimson energy looms behind the stranger's words. The woman's eyes fly wide behind her glasses and the name erupts from her lips. Lu Sheng. The stranger turns on his heel and announces he needs to report this news to their lord immediately and tells her he will see her later. The woman stands alone on the shoreline, with waves lapping at her feet. She murmurs Lu Sheng's name again and struggles to reconcile the boy she remembers with the monster described in that report. The last time they cross paths, he is only. The ocean roars against the rocks and salt spray fills the air as whitecaps crash and churn beneath an endless sky. Far below the surface and past the reach of sunlight, a dark underwater landscape stretches across the ocean floor. Jagged rock formations and the ribbed skeleton of something ancient rest in the murky depths. Bubbles drift upward through the black water and a lone figure stands on the seabed. Lu Sheng is alive with his clothes torn and his body caked in grime. He mutters to himself that this is just dirt. A single glowing blue eye cuts through the darkness and it is fierce and unyielding. Our boy repeats it one more time as though daring the ocean itself to argue. This is just dirt. Deep within the Supreme Tao Martial Arts Academy territory, towering ancient trees stretch toward the sky. A violent slash of energy rips across one of the massive trunks and carves a clean gash through the bark and sends splinters flying in every direction. The impact echoes through the forest and scatters birds from the canopy above. Nearby, a group of academy students watches the commotion. One of them demands to know what the hell he is doing drinking so much and asks whether he is seriously trying to walk the path of achieving Tao with money. He adds that he once read about it in a novel but never expected anyone to actually attempt something so absurd in real life. He remarks that their Supreme Tao Martial Arts Academy is really flooded with Taiwan lately. Another student snaps back and tells him to stop spouting bullshit because that man over there is Senior Dong. The first student's jaw drops and his eyes go wide. He blurts out in shock and asks if that is really Senior Dong. A fellow student with reddish-brown hair explains that Senior Dong is a peak great martial master who never even reaches 40 years old, and yet he is actually defeated. He wonders aloud who could have possibly had the guts to do that. The student goes on to mention that word has it, the deed is done by an even younger super martial, though he admits he is not sure about the details either. Then he offers a piece of advice and reminds everyone that too many people in this world are stronger than them. Those who attach themselves to power are bound to encounter such individuals, so they should always remember to be respectful toward others. Lin Wanwan calls out quietly and murmurs Dong Qingxue's brother's name with a mix of pity and concern. Dong Qingxue's brother glances over with his expression hollow and bitter. He addresses Lin Wanwan directly and notes that she has come to see him the joke of the academy once again. Lin Wanwan waves her hands frantically and insists that is not the reason at all. She urges him to listen to what she has to say first. Dong Qingxue's brother freezes, his eyes widen as the words register, and he stammers in disbelief and asks if what she is telling him is truly real. Lin Wanwan nods firmly and explains that she hears the news herself from her mother and even sees it on a television broadcast. Dong Qingxue's brother clenches his jaw and swings his weapon through the air with raw frustration. He declares that even the supreme Tao martial saint is beaten to half-death by that man, so who is he compared to someone like that? He insists he is nothing. His blade tears through another tree with savage force, and the wood groans and splits under the blow. Every swing carries the weight of wounded pride and restless energy. Dong Qingxue's brother roars that he will never be a match for that insane guy, and his voice cracks with a volatile mix of admiration and frustration. Blow after blow slams into the forest around him, and each strike is more ferocious than the last. Trees shudder and snap under the relentless assault. Then he stops cold and breathes hard, and his eyes sharpen with resolve. He declares that he must find that person no matter what, and even if all that remains is a corpse, he swears he will go out and search for him personally. Lin Wanwan watches him with quiet relief washing over her face. She murmurs that he has finally pulled himself together. In the coastal city of Ninghai, a holographic display hums with data inside a military command center. An officer reports that the search area already spans 100 kilometers around the surrounding sea. The depth searched so far reaches up to 8,000 meters, and yet they have found no traces of General Liu whatsoever. Shi Hongfei, the supreme commander, slams his fist down and orders them to expand the search area even further and go deeper. He commands them to continue the search without stopping. A subordinate officer pushes back and explains that they have already entered the deep-sea rift. He warns that there may be no possibility of returning if they push any deeper. Shi Hongfei locks eyes with the officer and asks him a pointed question. He demands to know which is harder for the military and whether it is nurturing another expert capable of killing a martial saint or sending people deeper into a rift to search. The officer falls silent and then lowers his head and responds with a single word of compliance. He acknowledges the order. The sun bleeds orange and gold across the ocean horizon. Shi Hongfei stands at the edge of the vessel with the sea wind pulling at his long coat. He speaks quietly and almost to himself, and says that Liu Sheng is the hope the military has been looking forward to for more than the past 200 years. He insists that Liu Sheng will not die just like that. His voice rises with ironclad conviction as he declares that Liu Sheng will definitely survive. The words carry the weight of a man who has staked everything on a single soldier's return. 30,000 meters beneath the surface, the deep-sea rift yawns open. Pale light filters through cracks in the ocean floor as water rushes downward into an abyss so vast it swallows all sound. A massive deep-sea creature with a crimson exoskeleton and jagged spines descends through the dark water. Its body pulses with predatory hunger, and bubbles scatter in its wake as it dives toward the glow below. A blinding orb of white gold energy erupts from the depths and illuminates the surrounding ocean in a flash. The red creature charges straight toward the light, with jaws splitting open to reveal rows of translucent fangs. The monster's crimson body radiates a furious scarlet glow as it lunges at the sphere of energy. Its massive maw stretches wide enough to swallow a building, and the deep water trembles from the sheer pressure of its attack. In a heartbeat, the deep-sea monsters are caught and hurled into the abyss. A cataclysmic torrent of golden energy tears through them and shreds flesh and bone as though they are nothing. The ocean floor cracks under the force of the blast, and the water itself seems to recoil from the violence. What remains of the creatures is nothing but scattered bone and ash. A colossal skeleton drifts apart in the current, with its ribcage shattered and spine snapped clean. Golden light still crackles along the fragments, and proof of the overwhelming force that tore the beast apart lingers in every spark. Standing amid the destruction on the ocean floor is Liu Sheng, though his body barely resembles anything human. His form is encased in a grotesque fusion of organic armor and mutated tissue, with tendrils of teal energy coursing along his limbs. A faint crimson glow pulses from within his chest, and his silhouette against the deep-sea darkness looks more creature than man. Lu Sheng lets out a weary breath and bubbles rise past his face. Looking at his current soul, it seems like he is slowly developing into a Cthulhu. When he stands at death's door, he forcibly consumes that bottle of Martial Saint Killer. The immense energy it contains saves his life, but it also transforms his body into something half monster entirely. Although he faces both internal and external problems, he manages to survive in the end, and that is all that matters for now. A grin spreads across his face despite the monstrous state of his body. He actually survives a direct hit from a level 10 expert, and he really is something. Then his expression hardens in an instant and he curses under his breath. A vestige of a level 10 expert actually exists in this world, and that is stunning. Our boy's mind races. There is no record of this in any intelligence report, and the question is whether that entity is not from this world at all, or perhaps not from this era. Before the martial arts era, civilization operates on pure technology, and there is never any documentation relating to ancient martial arts civilizations. The only plausible explanations are that the vestige comes from another planet or from a higher martial arts civilization entirely. But something else bothers him too. It has only been 300 years since monsters first appear and martial arts rise alongside them, and yet the speed of progress feels deeply suspicious. Xiao Ji managed to become a martial saint over 100 years ago. The time gap between the appearance of the very first level 1 martial artist and a level 9 martial saint is less than 100 years. That span is so short it defies all reason. Lu Sheng admits he never gives it much thought when he reads about it in his textbook. But now that he considers it carefully, the process of martial artists appearing and reaching the highest levels feels far too fast to have happened naturally. He runs the numbers in his head. Even with their predecessors laying out the entire progression path from level 1 to 9, the military still fails. Despite pouring every resource into producing a single level 9 martial saint, they have not achieved that goal after 100 years. During the earliest years of the martial arts era, the mortality rates among pioneers are astronomically high. All progress comes through brutal trial and error with no clear direction, and countless lives end in failure. There is no logical way Zhao Ji could have reached level 9 within roughly 100 years of the era starting. The pieces fall into place. If Zhao Ji received guidance from a higher martial arts civilization to unlock his path, then everything would finally make sense. But that raises an even more unsettling question, and that is why a higher civilization would bother helping a weaker one unlock its martial arts potential in the first place. The answer hits him hard. Monsters. The invasion of monsters is the true beginning of everything. He imagines the scenario clearly, and a weak technological civilization faces the sudden onslaught of powerful creatures from another world, and teeters on the brink of extinction. Then beings from a higher martial arts civilization appear and bestow upon humankind the power to fight back. They give the dying civilization a way to protect itself and to resist the invaders from another world through its own strength, rather than relying on saviors who may never come again. Lu Sheng's eyes narrow as the full picture crystallizes. The flow of events is perfect, and everything seems to follow a carefully designed plan and progress according to schedule. He finally understands what is truly going on. The realization settles over him, and for a long moment he simply floats in the dark ocean and processes the sheer scale of what he has uncovered. The young man pushes further down the rabbit hole. The battlefield where monsters have invaded is far larger than anything he ever imagined. The higher civilization that unlocked the martial arts path for his planet has long been engaged in a war against invaders from another dimension entirely. His planet is only a small fragment of the entire battlefield. He clicks his tongue in frustration and admits that everything he sees and every disaster he encounters up until this point are nothing more than a fraction of the whole picture. Despite the grim revelation, Lu Sheng finds a silver lining. He notes that he actually has to thank these mutated parts of his body because they have been continuously hunting the deep-sea monsters around him and providing a steady supply of energy in the process. His plan is straightforward. By using that harvested energy to slowly consume the residual power lodged in his chest, he can burn it off little by little. The energy is immense, but it can be worn down eventually if he takes it slow and steady. The guy suspects that the reason his mutated cells have not yet undergone apoptosis is because he is deep within a rift where the natural rules governing biology are extremely weak. Down here, the mutations persist unchecked. The biological instinct driving his mutated cells is overwhelmingly strong and far beyond his ability to control. Their innate destructive hunger compels them to split and multiply and relentlessly hunt every living creature in the surrounding waters. He shrugs it off with a wry grin and decides to treat his current situation as if he is healing while away from the keyboard. For now, he will let his body do its thing down here in the deep and focus all of his conscious effort on cultivating within the dream world. Deep beneath the ocean, in the suffocating darkness of the rift, predatory growls and venomous hisses echo through the water. Twisted deep-sea creatures circle the depths, and their bioluminescent bodies pulse faintly against the endless black. Lu Sheng sits motionless at the center of the abyss, and his mutated body is a grotesque fusion of human and monster. Violet tendrils coil from his back and shoulders and sway gently in the current. His eyes remain shut, and his consciousness is elsewhere entirely. Far above, the surface world continues on without him. Dark clouds hang low over a jagged underwater landscape of crumbled stone pillars and fractured ruins. These are the remnants of some ancient structure long swallowed by the sea. Within the dream world, Lu Sheng tears through the remnants of fallen great martial masters with devastating efficiency. He continuously reaps their memories and absorbs technique after technique from the shattered consciousness left behind in this realm. He pauses and takes stock. He has cleared 3 streets so far. Along the way, he discovers 5 types of level 7 martial masters' martial arts kills and 3 types of level 8 kills. Our boy tallies his arsenal, and his complete martial arts collection now holds 80 different types of martial arts kills. Reaching 100 types and fusing all of them into his willpower might trigger some kind of transformation, and that possibility excites him. He straightens up and resolves that once he recovers more from his injuries, he will get rid of the toxins from the mutation and depart from the depths for good. A thought strikes him. He should take a look at the information stored in the Fireseed Resource Library while he has the chance. He calls out to the AI and orders it to retrieve his personal information. A golden holographic figure materializes before him with its form shimmering with warm light and responds with immediate compliance. Lu Sheng studies the data flowing before his eyes. All information about his world's records in the Fireseed Resource Library is fabricated. However, the rest of the data stored within is factual. He digs deeper into the classified sections, and the inheritance of martial arts techniques and pill formulas and resource points are all highly restricted. The keys to unlocking those treasures seem to be tied directly to the limit of his authority level. His eyes widen as a new entry catches his attention. He mutters that he recognizes something. A dense wall of holographic text fills the air and details the historical rankings of Supreme Tao martial saints and the hierarchy of martial saint levels across the ages. The young man scoffs and notes that the Supreme Tao martial saint never tells him everything, and that is exactly as expected. The old man always intentionally omits key details. He scrolls through records documenting the strongest community in martial history and the titles bestowed upon its most distinguished members. One particular entry stops him cold. He reads about a figure once recognized under a legendary designation, and the historical records confirm that the achievements accumulated over generations refuse to let that legacy rest quietly. Lu Sheng's pulse quickens as he reads further. The records state that if all the accomplishments of the ancestors are combined, one title in martial arts history remains reserved. It waits for a future generation to rise up and compete and claim it as their own. The title blazes across the holographic display in bold and unmistakable characters. Martial Ancestor. Lu Sheng stares at it, and the weight of those 2 words presses down on his shoulders with immense force. According to the records, the one who carries this title is destined to transcend the boundaries of a single world and march toward the galaxy. His eyes light up with disbelief and raw excitement. He actually gains the title of Martial Ancestor, and he calls it the most audacious and magnificent honor imaginable, and far superior to any title of God among men or similar nonsense. Then his expression freezes. Something is not right. A violent cough tears through his chest, and he clutches his ribs as pain shoots through his battered body. His mind races back to Zhao Ji and the ability to use a protection talisman, and that is proof that fire seeds already exist in this world. The collection of information in the library might be incomplete, and that incompleteness could lead to a critical error in its predicted future. Lu Sheng's brow furrows deeply. The peak of this world's pyramid might still conceal secrets he does not yet understand, and those secrets may already cross into the territory of a higher civilization. He addresses the AI directly and states that his inquiry level is far too low. He demands that the system raise the limit of his authority so he can access the restricted information. The AI's response arrives cold and immediate. It informs him that he possesses insufficient authority and is unable to retrieve the requested data. Lu Sheng clicks his tongue, but then notices something surprising. His authority level, which is only 7 stars before now, rises by 3 full levels at once. He mulls over the implications. Based on his previous experience, level 7 authority unlocks the 5th floor of the resource library. Level 10 is supposed to open additional floors beyond that. The guy runs the math, and all the floors up to level 11 are now accessible to him. His previous authority caps everything before this point, but the sudden jump changes the landscape entirely. Without hesitation, he barks an order at the AI and commands it to retrieve all of the level 11 techniques immediately. The golden holographic figure pulses brightly and begins streaming an enormous volume of data directly into his field of vision. Torrents of text and diagrams and arcane formulas cascade through the air around him. Lu Sheng stands at the center of it all, with his eyes scanning each entry as it materializes and absorbing the knowledge at a staggering pace. The sheer volume of information pours down with a rush of wind and light and fills the entire space of the Dreamworld library with a blinding glow. Lu Sheng sifts through the layers. The first 5 floors contain history he already learns before, and the next 4 floors hold the creation records of entirely new techniques. He pauses on one entry and asks himself what the first technique ever to be ranked truly is. The answer materializes before him. In ancient times, apart from the 4 known seasons of spring and summer and autumn and winter, there exists a 5th season between heaven and earth. When this 5th season arrives, 10 suns appear in the sky simultaneously. The sunlight and heat scorch mountains and rivers and land and dry everything to dust as every living soul risks death in a blazing inferno that turns the world into an oven. Our boy connects the pieces. The so-called 5 seasons fist technique is a fist technique dating back to ancient times and designed to reproduce the terrifying landscape witnessed on the day the 10 suns appear. Such a majestic fist technique ranked at master level carries the name Day of the 10 Suns, precisely because it derives from mankind's very first technique. He tells himself to examine the rest of the catalog. The next entry catches his eye immediately, and it describes the upper and middle and lower sections of something called the inner universe. Lu Sheng bursts into bewildered laughter and exclaims over the sheer absurdity of what he reads. This technique is created by someone named Ying Fomi 200 years ago, and he asks himself what the energy of the body even means. It feels like reading a dictionary, and his head throbs from the effort. He shakes his head and simply does not understand. The inner universe technique describes a method to construct an entirely separate universe within the body, and maps the relationship between the inner and outer universe while mixing in the theory of probabilities. Whether something so purely theoretical can even be considered a real technique is beyond him. His confusion deepens as he scrolls further. The grade of the inner universe technique is frighteningly high, and he wonders in disbelief whether this is truly the process required for development from level 11 to level 12. Lu Sheng sighs and concedes that he is only level 8 right now and cannot possibly comprehend any of this. He resolves to save the difficult material for the future. He refocuses his attention and declares that he will study the 5 seasons fist technique for the time being, since it at least falls within his current range of understanding. The young man considers the implications of the technique with brutal honesty. If he is ever able to attack the inner universe, it will produce the most devastating massacre of all time. No matter what fist technique he uses, the first priority is mastery, because a martial artist born to merge energy needs to channel it effectively rather than simply flinging raw force at opponents. He closes his eyes and enters deep concentration. From the very start, he already grasps the 5 realms of the technique's core lessons. Combined with fist level 11 and his accumulated martial arts skills, he begins calculating just how much power he can now unleash in a single burst. A golden glow ignites around his clenched fist. He estimates that he can now one-shot one of the martial saint-class fighters with every punch. Perhaps if fortune favors him, he can even skip an entire level and challenge a level 10 combatant head-on. his eyes narrow with cold resolve. The level 10 expert who injures him will not survive their next encounter. The next time they cross paths, he will kill that monster without hesitation. Lu Sheng turns back to the AI and orders it to retrieve all of the contents within the Fire Seed plan. The golden hologram flickers and a massive red warning sign floods the display. The system informs him that he possesses insufficient authority and is unable to access the restricted information. He clicks his tongue but accepts the limitation with a shrug. His authority probably needs to exceed level 11 before he can unlock all of the secrets hidden within the dream world. Lu Sheng shifts priorities, and the most important goal now is advancing from level 8 to level 9. He orders the system to show him everything about the level 9 breakthrough path. The data streams in. When the three treasures of essence and chi and spirit are fully combined using technology bestowed by a higher civilization, and one's martial arts mastery allows true fusion of body and technique, the Dharma materializes. The wider the gap between the practitioner's inner potential and the technique's ceiling, the more formidable the resulting Dharma becomes. Our boy studies the classification carefully. The difference in Dharma size at the level 9 breakthrough falls into distinct tiers. Anything between a cluster and 5 kilometers ranks as average, and anything above 5 kilometers qualifies as high sense. He processes that metric and immediately thinks of Zhao Ji. He scoffs and remarks that Zhao Ji's Dharma does not even reach 500 meters, and that lands firmly in the lowest tier of low sense. Even calling him a remnant martial saint is generous. Lu Sheng shakes his head. Zhao Ji merely relies on burning incense on earth to sustain and surpass his strength over the years. Meanwhile, the martial arts Dharma of the 5 seasons absorption technique already fuses successfully into his own top-tier foundation. His mind ignites with possibility. He wonders aloud what level of Dharma will be born if he combines the vast number of techniques and martial arts in his arsenal and integrates every top-tier Dharma fragment into his complete martial arts system. A wild grin stretches across his face. The result might be something beyond every known classification and a tier so far above the scale that no name yet exists for it. The guy's eyes blaze with an almost manic blue glow, and the reflection of the fire seed data shimmers in his irises. He stammers and barely contains his excitement and wonders if the Dharma could possibly reach the absolute pinnacle of every tier stacked together. Deep within the rift, his mutated body stirs. A pair of crimson eyes flares open in the darkness and belongs to one of the creatures lurking nearby. Lu Sheng reins himself in and reminds himself to stop fantasizing. The task at hand is to continue absorbing power in the dream world while the monsters outside keep feeding his body their energy. He needs to focus on refining his essence in chi and spirit before plotting any grand next move. He settles back into calm determination. After all, with the 5 seasons fist technique at his disposal and the ability to continuously strengthen his mutated cells, being stuck at peak level 8 for a while is hardly a disadvantage. At this stage, he can already slaughter martial saints without breaking a sweat. The deep sea darkness closes around him once more. Lu Sheng lets his consciousness sink fully back into the dream world, and he is ready to absorb and evolve and prepare for the war that awaits on the surface. Time passes in the depths of the rift, and Lu Sheng's body mends itself piece by piece. Basically, all of his wounds have healed and his organs have regenerated. He finally gets rid of every trace left behind by that level 10 expert, and the only thing remaining is the damage to his psychic power, which is yet to fully recover. Lu Sheng opens his eyes in the cold dark of the ocean floor. He declares that he is almost there and can get ready to leave this place at last. The mutation issue crosses his mind. The problem with his body's mutation will solve itself rather quickly once he leaves the rift, since the monstrous flesh and blood clinging to him only persists thanks to the shaky rules governing this depth. Without warning, a violent force slams through the water nearby. The ocean around him erupts with pressure waves as something massive charges through the darkness. Lu Sheng whips around with irritation flashing across his face. He snaps and asks if that damn creature is back once again. He narrows his eyes and recalls that this deep-sea rift is identical to that previous S-rank rift he encounters before. Sentient beings lurk in these depths, and they are ancient and hungry, and this one has taken an unusual interest in him. Our boy clicks his tongue. The creature probably thinks he is easy prey since he stays in the rift for so long and repeatedly lets it escape. Now the thing tries to brainwash him into remaining here permanently. A twisted appendage lashes out from the darkness, and the impact shakes the water with a sharp crack. Lu Sheng does not hesitate. He drives his fist forward with devastating force and snarls that the creature is in his way and sends a shockwave ripping through the deep. The blow connects, and the parasitic growths on his body shriek in protest. High-pitched squeals of pain ring out as the mutated tissue tears apart under the force of his strike. The young man glares at the flailing tendrils still clinging to his limbs. He growls that the thing is still reluctant to part from him, and now it has the nerve to blame him for ripping it apart. He reminds it that this is his body. He adds that he can no longer afford to stay here because the Eternal Cell's ego already begins developing, and only the heavens know what kind of wicked trick it will pull in the future. Determination hardens in his eyes. He vows to escape the deep-sea rift and solve the mutation problem once and for all and rebuild his stellar universe body. Soon enough, he declares he will be a hero again. A deep and guttural rumble reverberates through the ocean behind him. Something enormous accelerates through the water and closes the gap fast. Lu Sheng glances back and his jaw tightens. He mutters that the sentient being catches up to him already, and questions whether it truly refuses to let him go. A colossal mass of dark and writhing tentacles materializes from the abyss, with dozens of crimson eyes glowing across its surface. Lu Sheng scoffs and remarks that the creature resorts to brute force now that poisoning and brainwashing both fail. He turns to face the entity head-on with golden energy flickering along his arms. He tells the creature plainly that they belong to different worlds, and if something is not meant to be, then forcing it will never work. The sentient being lunges with a mass of barbed tendrils, and Lu Sheng meets the charge with a devastating counter. A torrent of blazing golden energy erupts from his fists and sears through the dark water in a blinding arc. The golden wave slams into the creature with catastrophic force and shreds tentacles and scatters chunks of dark biomass in every direction. The deep ocean trembles under the violence of the exchange, and cracks spread across the rock below. The creature recoils with an ear-splitting screech, and its massive form buckles and retreats into the gloom. Fragments of its body drift apart in the current. Lu Sheng floats amid the settling debris and looks relaxed and unbothered. He calls out casually and tells the creature he will not bother sending it off. Then he adds a cheerful farewell and says he will see it next time. But the sentient being does not flee. Deep in the darkness behind Lu Sheng, the writhing mass reforms and its countless crimson eyes reignite one by one. A low rumbling sound rolls through the water. The guy freezes and glances over his shoulder. He demands to know what the hell the creature is laughing at, and suspicion sharpens every word. The answer comes in the form of a violent eruption of violet energy tearing open the space behind him. A swirling rift of deep purple and black rips through the water. Lu Sheng's eyes go wide, and he stammers in disbelief that it is an abyssal crack. The realization strikes him hard. The creature's attacks are nothing but a cover, and its true intent all along is to force him into the abyssal crack. He curses and admits he cannot dodge it in time. The violet energy engulfs him, and the deep ocean vanishes in an instant. Lu Sheng finds himself drifting through an endless gray void, and he is surrounded by strange translucent spheres floating in silence. He asks himself where he is, and whether this is the space inside the abyssal crack. He calls it troublesome. He understands now why people who enter these cracks never return, because once inside, the path back vanishes entirely. Even without any dangers lurking here, a person could drift through this featureless gray forever. Then he catches himself and insists the path does not actually vanish. It simply relocates, and he has not found it yet. If the path truly disappears, it would be impossible for level 10 and 11 experts to travel in and out of the second battlefield. An exit must exist somewhere. The question is how exactly he is going to locate the rift within the abyssal crack that leads back to the outside world. A soft chirping sound interrupts his thoughts. Lu Sheng glances down at the small mutated cell still attached to his body. He asks it in surprise whether it is claiming to know where the exit is. He pauses and wonders why the creature knows the way, and whether the key to escaping the crack might actually be this mutated cell. He shrugs off the uncertainty. Whatever the reason, he decides to follow its lead and take a look first. Our boy locks his gaze forward and commands the mutated cell to guide him there. He launches himself through the void with a powerful burst of speed, and gray space blurs around him. The deeper he travels, the stranger the surroundings become. Lu Sheng remarks that this place is truly bizarre and indescribable, as though he is swimming through pure nothingness. With the mutated cell chirping directions, Lu Sheng presses onward through the void. He notices the little creature seems extremely excited and asks whether they are getting close to the target location. Without warning, the gray void erupts with violent dark energy. Massive shockwaves rip through the space and a familiar crushing pressure descends upon him. Lu Sheng's blood runs cold. He cries out that the sentient being is here inside the abyssal crack and waiting for him. Rage floods through him. He roars at the mutated cell and curses it as a traitor. While the path it leads him to is indeed an exit, it is the exit where the sentient being lies in ambush. The cell delivers him straight into a trap. A colossal eye swirling with malevolent crimson and violet light opens directly in front of Lu Sheng. The being's voice reverberates through the void and declares that it finally finds him. Massive tendrils of dark energy lash out and coil around Lu Sheng's body and drag him toward the gaping maw of the entity. The pressure is suffocating, and each tendril tightens with bone-crushing force. The young man's arm strains against the grip, with his muscles bulging as golden energy crackles along his skin. He fights to wrench himself free from the creature's hold. Another tendril slams down and seizes his torso with bone-crushing force, and the impact sends shockwaves rippling through the void. Lu Sheng roars a single word of defiance into the void, and his fury echoes across the gray expanse. The massive dark entity towers above him, and its form blots out the faint light entirely. He snaps his head toward the mutated cell still chirping nearby, and screams at it and calls it a traitor, and orders it to get lost. Golden and orange energy ignites across his body in a violent blaze. He tears through the tendrils binding him, and each strike leaves trails of searing light and crimson gashes across the creature's dark flesh. Lu Sheng rips free of the last tendril and plants his feet in the void. He confirms his resolve with fierce satisfaction and declares that this is exactly what he needs to do. He whirls on the mutated cell with eyes burning with barely contained violence. He snarls directly at it. Lu Sheng demands that the cell bring him to the real exit immediately. He threatens to crush it into paste if it tries anything else, and warns it not to even dream of escaping his grasp. The mutated cell shivers and then pulses with faint light and points toward a different direction through the void. Lu Sheng locks onto the signal. The word escapes the cell in a desperate tone, and it says there. A low and eerie murmur fills the space around them. The sentient being's voice resonates through the void and repeats the words return over and over, and urges Lu Sheng to come back to their shared origins. The guy ignores the siren call entirely. Energy gathers around his body in a swirling vortex and builds toward critical mass. He commands every last drop of power from his eternal cells to converge. He roars for them to charge with everything they have. A cataclysmic torrent of dark violet and midnight blue energy erupts from his body and tears a path through the void. Lu Sheng screams at the sentient being and tells it not to even dream of catching him as he rockets toward the exit at impossible speed. His body punches through the boundary of the abyssal crack, and the fabric of the void shatters around him in a burst of violet light. The shockwave of his escape ripples backward through the crack and leaves a trail of fractured energy in his wake. 3 bolts of brilliant blue energy pierce upward through the ocean, and Lu Sheng explodes through the surface into blinding daylight. He gasps and declares with breathless relief that he is finally out. Behind him, a titanic roar shakes the ocean. The sentient being's enormous maw surfaces just enough to bellow its fury across the waves, and it vows that it will definitely catch him one day. Lu Sheng treads water calmly, with the sun warming his face for the first time in what feels like an eternity. The creature cannot leave the abyssal crack and therefore cannot escape the deep-sea rift either. He files that knowledge away for later. His bare foot presses down onto solid ground for the first time, and the crunch of ice and snow beneath his sole sends a jolt of relief through his entire body. Our boy stands on the frozen shore shirtless and covered in fading mutation marks, and a broad grin splits his face. He announces with pure joy that he has finally returned. Seabirds circle overhead, and their sharp cries cut through the Arctic air. Lu Sheng blinks and lets out a confused sound and looks around at the unfamiliar landscape. A cluster of penguins waddles across the ice a few meters away and stares at the half-naked man who just emerged from the ocean with the same blank bewilderment he directs at them. Of all the places to surface, fate drops him in the frozen middle of nowhere. Lu Shang stands barefoot on frozen ground with towering walls of ice stretching endlessly in every direction. He squints at the glaciers and asks himself just where exactly he ends up. A cluster of black and white birds waddles across the snow nearby. Lu Shang blinks and identifies them as penguins and then asks in disbelief whether he somehow surfaces in Antarctica. The penguins crowd around him without a shred of fear and perch on his shoulders and peck at the purple mutation marks still covering his skin. Their caws echo across the frozen expanse. A low and guttural growl rumbles from deep within Lu Shang's chest. His mutated cells stir beneath his skin and the tendrils twitch with a will of their own. The mutation is not content to stay quiet. Without warning, a burst of violent golden energy erupts from our boy's body. He slams his fist into the mutation mass clinging to his torso, and the impact sends a shockwave rippling across the ice. Lu Shang snarls at the parasitic growth and declares that since it lives in his body it must obey him, otherwise it can simply die. He grits his teeth and growls that it is fine if the mutated body develops small ideas of its own. But for it to actively sell him out to that creature in the rift is completely unacceptable. Frustration boils over. He demands to know what the point of practicing martial arts even is if he cannot control his own body. The mutation writhes and lets out a low and defiant snarl. The young man meets it with cold authority and issues his ultimatum. If it does not want to die, then it will retract and condense and metamorphose and evolve on his terms. He steadies himself and resolves to set the rules for these mutated cells right here and now before they cause any more damage. A spark of genuine curiosity cuts through his anger. Forcing mutated cells through a controlled evolution is something that has never been attempted before, and he truly wants to see what kind of being the process will produce. Under the crushing pressure of Lu Shang's psychic power, the mutated cells begin embarking on a forced path of refinement. Each cell rushes to strengthen itself and voluntarily undergoes apoptosis before evolving into something new and sheds weakness layer by layer to avoid obliteration. All of the surviving energy consolidates at a single concentrated point. Lu Shang's psychic power locks onto that point and pours every ounce of force into it. The compressed mass begins to metamorphose at a staggering rate and cycles through 10,000 transformations, and then 100,000, and then 1,000,000. The guy watches the process unfold, and a flicker of fascination crosses his features as the tiny mass in his palm shifts and warps at blinding speed. He clicks his tongue in mild frustration. After metamorphosing 100,000,000 times, he only just manages to produce a single viable result. The energy reserves in the mutated cells run dry and temporarily lose coordination with his body. It is a shame but a promising start. He lifts his hand and studies it carefully in the pale Arctic light and flexes his fingers one by one. The mutation marks across his skin pulse faintly but remain dormant. Lu Shang nods to himself. This path should be viable, and he resolves to conduct more tests the next time an opportunity presents itself. A massive pulse of azure energy erupts around him and blasts outward across the frozen ocean surface. The water beneath the ice trembles from the sheer pressure rolling off his body. A large research vessel plows through the icy waters ahead, with its reinforced hull cracking through sheets of surface ice as it approaches the glacier line. Satellite dishes and observation equipment crown its upper deck. Lu Shang narrows his eyes at the approaching ship. He mutters and asks why people are coming all the way out here. Then a thought strikes him. He can use this opportunity to confirm his current location. He launches himself toward the vessel with a burst of speed and skims across the frozen sea. His perception sweeps through the ship in an instant. He counts 30 martial artists below level 7 and 2 level 7 martial masters and 1 level 8 great martial master aboard. He activates his full perception range and probes deeper. It is suspicious that a level 8 great martial master rides aboard a mere research vessel. Judging by their appearances, everyone on the ship seems to hail from the Lion Country. They are definitely up to something. Our boy zeroes in on the strongest presence and decides to investigate what exactly this level 8 great martial master is doing here. His perception locks onto the target. He announces that he finds the man and a jolt of surprise follows immediately. Lu Sheng lets out an incredulous laugh. The so-called elite fighter lounges in a cabin with a woman draped over his arm and flirts shamelessly. Lu Sheng shakes his head and remarks that being a playboy is clearly a bad habit of Lion Country's people. Something else catches Lu Sheng's attention as his perception sweeps through the ship. He freezes and mutters that the pattern he spots is unmistakable. It is the King Seal. He confirms his suspicion without hesitation. This is undoubtedly a research ship belonging to the King Seal organization. He decides to examine the other rooms for any useful information and tells himself he should learn as much as possible while he has the chance. His awareness drifts into another cabin where a young woman with blue hair and glasses sits alone at a small desk with pen in hand. Her diary entry reads that it is February 14th of the year 31 and a sunny day. For the 25th Valentine's Day of her life, there is no red wine and no steak from a high-end restaurant and no special music and no charming date. She writes that she is alone in the cabin of the Explorer and spending the holiday in the freezing cold surrounded by penguins and monster specimens instead of anything remotely romantic. Her entry continues. This marks her 28th day following Professor Nepson's research team. She describes him as one of the greatest masters in the study of genetics on the planet, and a man who possesses extraordinary depth of knowledge and genius ideas and a fanatical dedication to science. She adds that working alongside Professor Nepson is perhaps the greatest stroke of fortune in her entire life. She owes it all to her university professor Celine, who recommends her for the position. She notes that spending Valentine's Day in a monster activity zone is far from ideal, but it also explains why martial arts experts are stationed on the ship. Their job is to protect the research team whenever they venture into dangerous territory. The diary mentions that the expedition leader is the very same Professor Nepson referenced in certain classified plans, and that makes him an extremely valuable person. Lu Sheng's interest sharpens as he reads further. Something in the notes catches his eye. The woman writes that Professor Nepson's theory on the origin of mythical forces differs radically from common academic consensus. He theorizes that the two primal forces do not originate from the demons and gods of mythical legend as most scholars believe, but from an entirely different source. Lu Sheng raises an eyebrow at the claim that science and myth converge on the same path. The diary entry ends abruptly. The woman sighs and writes that she will stop here for today. The young man pulls his perception back for a moment and asks himself who exactly this Professor Nepson is. The name keeps appearing in every corner of the ship's records. He pushes his psychic power directly into the young woman's consciousness. Her eyes go wide and she stammers and asks who is there. A pulse of blue energy washes over her mind and her resistance crumbles in an instant. She stares blankly forward and is fully under his control. In the adjacent room, an elderly man in a lab coat sits hunched over a cluttered desk. Lu Sheng extends his psychic reach and extracts the information he needs from both of them with effortless precision. Satisfied, Lu Sheng withdraws his presence from the ship. He offers a casual farewell and releases the woman from his hold. The young woman blinks and looks around the room in confusion. She wonders aloud whether she just falls asleep at her desk. Her confusion deepens as she realizes she is sitting in a daze while staring at a photograph of Professor Nepson. Her face flushes crimson and she panics and shouts that Valentine's Day is coming and she is absolutely not developing romantic fantasies about her mentor. Down the corridor, the research room door stands slightly ajar and a brass nameplate gleams in the low light. Inside, an older researcher dozes at his desk and he is surrounded by stacks of books on mythical legends from different nations. Titles referencing Dragon Country's ancient myths and Lion Country's legend collections and the origins of various cultural folklore cover every surface. Lu Sheng processes the information he extracts and wonders whether these people are genuinely making such a fuss over legends that may not even be true. The sheer volume of research devoted to mythology strikes him as both amusing and suspicious. A calculating grin spreads across his face. The King Seal organization is probably swimming in resources, and he wonders whether he can use this ship to run a little test. He decides to try it out, and notes that the results should prove interesting. A column of brilliant blue energy erupts skyward from the glacier, and the force of it splits the ice and sends frozen debris scattering across the Arctic waters. Our boy stands atop a massive pillar of ice he just creates and surveys the frozen landscape below with a calm and almost lazy expression. He hums thoughtfully with his eyes fixed on the research vessel, still cutting through the water in the distance. He drops down toward a smaller platform near the ship and calls out with a playful lilt and announces that he will be borrowing the vessel for a while. Two crew members lean against the deck railing and chat casually. One mentions they should be able to return home after just one more week. The other grumbles that the timeline might shift because strange energy signatures keep appearing out of nowhere in the Arctic, and it is driving everyone on edge. Another crew member complains that their job is supposed to be simple scientific support, but in practice the entire ship operates according to Professor Nepson's whims. He admits they receive excellent pay, but the restrictions from the peak-level King Seal officer aboard are suffocating. Even the regular King Seal members do not dare cross her. A shrill alarm cuts through the air. Beeping fills the bridge, and the captain demands to know what is happening. An officer on the bridge screams that an unbelievably strong life form just leaves the area near their ship and heads straight out along their course. Before anyone can process that warning, another voice shrieks that a massive iceberg appears directly ahead and orders the helmsman to turn the ship immediately. The captain stares through the bridge windows in disbelief and demands to know how the iceberg materializes out of thin air when it clearly is not there just moments ago. High above and perched atop the towering wall of ice, now blocking the ship's path, Lu Sheng gazes down at the tiny vessel with quiet amusement, and the Arctic wind whips through his hair. In the vast emptiness of space, two titanic forces collide above a dying world. A radiant figure cloaked in blinding golden light clashes against a writhing mass of violet and black energy. Planets tremble in the background as the shockwave of their battle tears across the cosmos and paints the void in streaks of gold and purple. The golden figure drives forward with devastating force, and each strike sends ripples of divine energy cascading outward. The dark entity twists and contorts and lashes back with tendrils of corrupted violet power that crackle against the golden aura. The golden figure raises both arms and unleashes a torrent of searing light directly at the dark mass. He roars a command for the evil energy to die, and his voice resonates across the heavens. The two forces meet head-on in a cataclysmic explosion. Golden and violet energies spiral together in a vortex so massive it dwarfs the planets orbiting nearby. A colossal pillar of golden radiance erupts upward and pierces straight through the heart of the dark entity. The beam tears the creature apart from the inside, and its shadowy form disintegrates layer by layer under the overwhelming brilliance. The dark entity refuses to fall. Its shattered form convulses and screams that it is immortal and that no one will ever be able to wipe it out. It swears to contaminate this land for all of eternity until the world itself crumbles and howls that it will always return, no matter how many times it is struck down. The dark mass writhes in agony with dozens of crimson eyes bulging across its surface as it shrieks and thrashes. Its cries of pain echo through the void and carry the weight of something ancient and terrible. The golden figure stands tall amid the fading chaos and breathes heavily but is victorious. He declares that he finally manages to seal the creature. Then his body tenses, something catches his attention, and a sharp jolt of surprise flashes through his glowing eyes. The golden figure plummets through the atmosphere and his radiant body streaks downward. The light around him flickers and dims as gravity drags him toward the surface below. A beam of concentrated energy lances down from the sky and strikes the frozen earth with tremendous force. The impact sends cracks spreading across the ice for kilometers in every direction. Where the beam lands, ice surges upward and encases the falling figure in a crystalline prison. The golden glow fades to nothing, and the body within the ice grows still and silent. Professor Nepson jolts awake at his desk with a gasp, and papers scatter in every direction. His eyes are wide, and his heart hammers against his ribs. Cold sweat drips down the side of his face. He clutches his chest and pants for air. He mutters that it must have been a dream, but what an impossibly vivid one. It feels less like a dream and more like witnessing an actual myth unfold before his eyes. His brow furrows as the image lingers in his mind. He asks himself who that young man is and why he shines so intensely. A surge of excitement replaces the shock. He wonders if that vision is a revelation from God himself. He snatches his pen and begins scribbling notes furiously and tells himself he must write everything down before the details fade. A violent shudder rocks the entire ship and sends his pen skidding across the page. He grips the edge of his desk and asks whether the ship just stops. He demands to know what is going on. A crew member bursts through the door in a panic and reports that their ship collides with an iceberg. Professor Nepson's jaw drops. He repeats the words in stunned disbelief and asks how they could have possibly collided with an iceberg. He presses the crew for answers and demands to know what they are supposed to do for the remainder of the expedition now. The crew member explains that some undercurrents caused the ship to veer off course just moments earlier. Another officer adds that the iceberg only grazes the hull in the end, thanks to the quick response of the martial artists aboard. The damage is not serious, and they can still continue the voyage without issue. Professor Nepson frowns and asks why they stop then if the damage is minor enough to proceed. The crew member hesitates and mentions that the iceberg is a bit unusual. When they pass it just now, he thinks he spots something strange embedded inside it. The crew member suggests that the professor should come see it for himself. Through the observation window, a towering wall of pale blue ice looms against the gray Arctic sky. Professor Nepson presses his face against the glass, and his entire body goes rigid. He stammers that there is a person inside the iceberg. He rushes to the deck for a closer look, with the wind whipping at his lab coat. A crew member beside him confirms the sighting. Frozen within the translucent ice, the unmistakable silhouette of a human figure stands perfectly preserved as though trapped mid-stride. The blood drains from Professor Nepson's face and then rushes back in a flood of manic excitement. He screams that it is him and the same person from his dream. The appearance matches exactly. He declares in breathless awe that gods truly exist in this world. He whirls on the crew and barks orders with frantic urgency and commands them to cut that section of ice out immediately and transport it to his lab. He shouts for them to hurry without wasting a single second. Inside a luxurious cabin, a crystal wine glass catches the low amber light, and its contents swirl lazily. The Lion Country martial artist reclines in his chair with glass in hand and mentions casually that a tiny accident occurs while the ship sails past an iceberg, nothing significant. He adds that the crew extracts a frozen body from the ice, and that it is someone from the east, and that it looks like the person might still be alive. His companion in a dark evening dress arches an eyebrow and dismisses it as the corpse of some Eastern barbarian. She asks whether there is anything special about it. The man shrugs and explains he hears it is just a martial artist and likely someone who comes to the Arctic to practice extreme meditation in hopes of breaking through. He finishes the thought by noting that the martial artist perishes in the iceberg instead of achieving any breakthrough. The woman sighs and calls it boring. Then the man's tone shifts. He mentions that Professor Nepson seems extremely interested in the corpse and even claims it is the body of some ancient god who sends him a revelation. The professor decides to end the entire expedition at once and return to port tonight. The man waves his hand dismissively. He remarks that Nepson always runs cold and constantly claims that monsters and martial artists are products of gods. He tells his companion to just let the old man be as long as he is happy. The man chuckles and adds that genius researchers always have their quirks. Heading back earlier works out nicely anyway, since there is nothing more tedious than being stuck on this ship. His companion laughs alongside him, and their wine glasses clink softly. Down in the lab on the lowest deck of the ship, the young woman with blue hair and glasses stands before the frozen figure, and her eyes are wide and trembling. She gasps that it is actually the same. It really is exactly the same. She circles the ice block and examines every detail under the harsh laboratory lights. She confirms with growing excitement that every single feature matches perfectly. This is without a doubt the god she sees in her dream. Her hands shake as she grabs a notebook. She insists she must record every detail of the dream she has, and then corrects herself mid-sentence. Drawing the vision will be far more effective than writing it. Professor Nepson stands beside the ice block with his reflection shimmering on its surface. A dark grin creeps across his face. He declares that this is the true origin of monsters and martial artists, and once he announces his findings, he will become the greatest researcher of the century. A low and delighted cackle escapes his lips. A faint crack echoes from within the ice, and it is barely audible beneath the hum of the laboratory equipment. Inside the frozen prison, Lu Sheng activates his psychic power. Tendrils of violet energy radiate outward from his body, and they are invisible to everyone in the room, but pierce through the ice and the walls of the ship with ease. His perception fans out across the vessel. His eye glows with a sharp blue light as he takes inventory. He counts over 100 bottles of level 3 through level 8 marrow-changing liquid stored aboard, and a grin tugs at the corner of his frozen lips. He is going to be very rich. Researchers always carry an ample supply of money and resources, and that confirms what he already suspects. Nepson is obsessed with mythical legends and the connection between monsters and martial arts, and chases that theory to the point of blind stubbornness. A perfect target. His plan takes shape with cold precision. All he needs to do is hypnotize Nepson slowly and lead him deeper into the fabricated narrative, and then return later to ensure the professor falls completely for the lie he constructs. Lu Sheng considers Nepson's position within the King Seal organization. Despite holding a high rank, Nepson is ultimately just an ordinary person with no martial arts capability. Manipulating him is trivially easy. The psychic shell technique he uses on a previous target proves even more effective here than expected. All he needs now is to continuously alternate between planting false visions in the dream world and reinforcing them with events in reality through repeated hypnosis. Once that cycle is complete, Nepson will become his most devoted fanatic and a true believer in an ancient god that does not exist. Back in his study, Professor Nepson clutches his head in frustration. He admits that his only evidence for the existence of a god comes from a dream, and he has no idea how to prove such a thing to anyone else. He paces the room and pulls at his hair. He receives a revelation and finds a matching corpse, and yet neither is sufficient proof. He wonders in despair whether he needs to crack his own skull open to show the world what he sees. A groan of anguish tears from his throat as he slams his fists on the desk. A whisper threads through his consciousness, and it is calm and absolute. The voice tells him that he only needs the god to reveal itself on its own. Nepson freezes mid-pace with his eyes wide. He asks how the god is supposed to reveal itself. The whisper continues, and it is smooth and effortless. It tells him the answer is simple, and that he just needs to revive the god. The words sink into Nepson's mind. He repeats them under his breath, and says that when the god returns to this land, all questions and suspicions will be destroyed. His eyes ignite with sudden clarity. He slams his palm on the desk and shouts that reviving the god is the answer. Nothing in the world is more convincing than a living and breathing deity standing before the doubters. Manic laughter erupts from his chest. He declares himself a genius and repeats the phrase over and over and insists that he must revive the god at all costs. Professor Nepson raises his fist to the sky with fire in his eyes and announces at the top of his lungs that he, Nepson, will make this world great again. Deep within the ice block in the laboratory below our boy's lips curl into a quiet and satisfied smirk. He murmurs to himself that the professor truly is a genius. The trap is set, and the puppet dances exactly as intended. In the eastern military district, towering buildings of steel and glass rise against a hazy sky. The air hums with the restless energy of soldiers and martial artists moving through the compound below. Dong Qing-shu strides through a high-tech training facility with her silver-white hair swaying behind her. Massive metal spheres the size of boulders hang suspended around the arena, and each one glints under the harsh overhead lights. Her blue eyes narrow with razor focus. Every muscle in her body tenses as she gathers her power, and the air around her ripples with invisible pressure. She commands the energy to rise. A blazing aura of crimson and gold erupts from her body and engulfs the training ground in a wave of searing heat that sends the temperature soaring in an instant. The massive metal spheres lift off the ground simultaneously and get dragged upward by the sheer force of her energy. They orbit around her and hum with residual vibrations. Dong Qingxiu drives her open palm forward with a sharp cry and channels every ounce of force through a single devastating strike. The concussive blast tears through the air and slams into the spheres. The impact detonates in a chain of fiery explosions that rip across the training arena. Metal fragments scatter in every direction as shockwaves crack the reinforced floor beneath her feet. Her phone buzzes insistently in the pocket of her training pants, and the vibration cuts through the lingering echoes of the blast. She pulls the device free, with her breathing still heavy from the exertion. A notification glows on the screen. Dong Qingshu's composure shatters the moment she reads the message. Her lips part, and Lu Sheng's name escapes in a whisper, and her eyes glisten with a storm of relief and longing. Qin Xiaojun's voice rings out from behind her, and it is sharp and excited. He calls her name and asks whether she already hears the news. He takes one look at her expression and lets out a warm laugh. He remarks that judging by her reaction, she clearly knows already. He adds that the lad is going to be just fine. Dong Xingshu clutches the phone against her chest. She admits that she would be lying if she claims she is not worried because they searched for Lu Sheng for so long without a single lead. But now that a message finally arrives from him, the weight on her shoulders lifts at last. She murmurs for him to just hurry back. Another notification buzzes on her screen. A message from someone saved as Little Sister Qingsu pops up, and it is accompanied by a cute animal avatar and a flurry of excited text. In the coastal military port of Ninghai warships sit anchored beneath heavy gray skies. The naval base buzzes with activity. An officer rushes up to Shi Hongfei on the bridge and reports that headquarters confirms General Lu Sheng voluntarily sends a message stating he is fine. However, it will likely be some time before he can return. Shi Hongfei's weathered face breaks into a grin so wide it threatens to split his beard in two. He roars approval 3 times over and orders everyone to pack up and return to the military district immediately. The officer snaps a salute and confirms the order. Shi Hongfei turns toward the open sea and his expression softens. He reflects quietly that the military waits over 200 years for this moment. No matter if the wait stretches 1 more day or 200, the future that the military pins its hopes on will finally come home. Half a month of arduous ocean travel later, the explorer at last returns safely to its base, and the voyage ends without further incident. The ship docks at a small island that escapes all satellite surveillance, and it is tucked away on the overlapping boundary between the Lion Country and the Hawk Country. This is God Ring Island. God Ring Island rises from the turquoise water, and its lush green mountain is crowned by tropical vegetation and framed by pristine white sand. A helipad marks the shore, and the explorer glides into the harbor alongside it. 2 men step onto the upper deck and stretch in the sea breeze. One sighs with relief that the long months of travel are finally over. The other grumbles that it is far too boring on these expeditions. He suggests it would be more efficient to deal directly with the dark side of Dragon Country society rather than wasting time on reflection trips. The man turns to his companion and asks whether their lord agrees with his assessment. A well-dressed man with dark blue hair descends the stairs calmly and responds that discretion is also a form of self-cultivation. The subordinate nods and remarks that their lord exists in an entirely different realm, and one that ordinary people cannot begin to approach. They continue down the gangway toward the island. The 10th King Seal stands near the dock with a lit cigar clamped between his teeth. His broad shoulders fill out his dark coat, and his sharp eyes track the workers unloading cargo from the ship. Workers carefully maneuver the ice container holding Lu Sheng's frozen body down the ramp. The 10th King Seal watches and scoffs that the fool Nepson is really treating that corpse as a priceless treasure. He adds with a smirk that he hears Nepson even plans to revive the body. He finds the idea laughable and asks how anyone who already dies can possibly be brought back to life. Then he pauses and his cigar shifts to the corner of his mouth. He admits he is actually a little curious about the whole affair. He steps forward and cuts off the workers. He calls out for them to stop. The workers freeze in place, and one of them immediately offers a nervous greeting to the 10th King Seal. Professor Nepson scrambles between the 10th King Seal and the ice container with his arms spread wide. He shrieks at the man and calls him by name and demands to know what he thinks he is doing. He insists this is his precious test subject. The 10th King Seal does not bother with pleasantries. He tells Nepson to move and shoves the old professor aside with one hand. Nepson yelps and stumbles backward and nearly loses his footing. The young woman with blue hair rushes to catch the professor and asks whether he is hurt. Nepson grumbles and waves her off because he is more concerned about the ice container than his own bruises. The 10th King Seal ignores the commotion and steps closer to the container. He announces flatly that he is just going to take a look. Nepson sputters in outrage behind him and calls the behavior barbaric and unscientific. The 10th King Seal raises his hand, and a faint green glow of martial energy radiates from his palm. He mutters that he wants to examine the body more closely. Inside the ice, Lu Sheng's mind races. He curses silently and realizes that if this man's martial energy touches him, his cover is blown, and the entire plan collapses. Our boy grits his teeth. There is almost no time left to react. He asks himself whether he has to break cover and act directly. Energy begins to gather around Lu Sheng's frozen body, and invisible tendrils of psychic power coil beneath the surface of the ice as he prepares for the worst. The 10th King Seal pauses mid-reach. A sharp beeping sound from his communicator interrupts his inspection. He glances down at the device with mild irritation. He lowers his hand and shrugs. He tells Nepson and the others that he will not bother fighting over a corpse since he has other matters that demand his attention. He turns and walks away without looking back. Lu Sheng exhales internally with immense relief. That encounter is dangerously close because if a level 8 Great Martial Master makes direct contact, then maintaining the dead body act becomes impossible. He counts himself fortunate that the man's perception fails to pick up on his suppressed psychic fluctuations. If forced to act, his only option is to eliminate the level 8 martial artist and escape the building and pass through the island's checkpoints and flee entirely. The fact that the others address the man as Lord raises additional concerns about the power structure on this island. Professor Nepson recovers his composure and erupts in fury. He curses the 10th King Seal's name under his breath and orders the workers to stop wasting time. He screams for them to bring the container to his laboratory at once. Inside the laboratory, the young woman with blue hair stands before the ice container as technicians hook it up to monitoring equipment. The chamber hums with cold and sterile light. Professor Nepson peers through the translucent ice and his jaw drops. Something inside the frozen body shifts almost imperceptibly. He presses his face against the container and stammers in disbelief. The Aurora marrow-changing liquid is working. It is actually working. As long as he provides enough of the substance, the body inside will wake up and be fully revived. His mind races with calculations. He resolves to extract all 89 shares of the island's premium Aurora resources and convert them into marrow-changing liquid and pour every last drop onto the frozen body. He fires off orders to his staff with manic intensity and demands priority access to every research budget and cross-development fund on the island. Everything must be redirected to this single project. An assistant sprints down the corridor and shouts to anyone within earshot that Professor Nepson places an emergency order for massive quantities of Aurora marrow-changing liquid. Nepson hovers over the container and urges the body to absorb more and more of the liquid. He insists the faster the absorption, the sooner his god will awaken. His excitement reaches a fever pitch as he observes the results. He confirms that the body's muscles and tendons and bones and even internal organs are visibly repairing themselves with each dose of marrow-changing liquid. The cultivation process mirrors modern techniques perfectly. Lu Sheng tracks his own recovery from within. His 23rd eternal cell already begins to emerge. Over the past half-month, he absorbs at least 80 bottles of marrow-changing liquid, and every time his healing progresses even slightly, Nepson immediately replenishes the supply. The arrangement is flawless. This professor commands a truly absurd quantity of resources. He runs calculations on how long it will take to fully unlock the remaining eternal cells and route all foundation points to his body's core. The young man considers the bigger picture. With this abundance of cultivation resources and the ability to replicate them artificially, there is no better training ground on the entire planet for someone in his position. He refines his threat assessment. The strongest individual in the entire King Seal organization appears to be at best a level 9 half-baked martial saint and someone who never achieves full mastery. He already crushes Zhao Ji with only 23 eternal cells, so nothing on this island poses a real danger. He resolves to simply focus on normal cultivation and drain every last resource they offer him. 1 year passes. Inside the meeting room of the King Seal's base, a woman with long, dark hair stands at the head of a polished conference table. She addresses the assembled members and explains that this meeting concerns the upcoming World Martial Master Grand Tournament and the organization's strategy for securing a dominant position. She reports that if their top-ranked attendant reaches the projected psychic threshold, they will secure a larger share of the spoils than in any previous year. She adds that the Black Demon Society loses half its fighting force the previous year and may withdraw from the competition entirely, and that leaves the King Seal as the dominant faction in the tournament. One of the attendees raises an eyebrow and asks whether the intelligence is reliable. He presses for details on who exactly provokes the Black Demon Society badly enough to cripple them. The woman checks the report and answers that the attacker is a new martial saint from the Dragon Country. The room erupts. One of the members slams his hands on the table and demands to know how the Dragon Country suddenly produces a new martial saint. Shock ripples through the assembled King Seal members as the chapter draws to a close. A lone figure hovers in the air and is wreathed in crackling azure light. The silhouette burns against the darkness, and it is a beacon no one expects but everyone will remember. Inside a dimly lit conference room, one of the attendees leans forward and asks in disbelief whether the Dragon Country actually possesses a fourth Martial Saint level expert. Another member confirms that the Supreme Second Martial Saint was personally pressured into retreating by this new Martial Saint. The news sends a ripple of unease through the room. One attendee points out that if this newcomer is even stronger than an old Martial Saint, then the competition over Tojo Shadow Crystal will be filled with unexpected variables. King Seal remains unfazed and states that he already received word of this a long time ago, and notes that Xiaoji lost in the encounter. King Seal adds that Xiaoji also used that window to deploy the mystery card against the new Martial Saint. Whether the target survives or perishes makes no difference to their plans. He concludes that the operation will not be affected and orders everyone to continue as planned. One of the subordinates straightens up and reports that, regarding the newly discovered energy crystal quarry, it is located in the northern area of the Great Dark Ocean. He gestures toward a glowing holographic map projected over the table and points directly at the location and declares that it is right here. King Seal studies the projection and asks whether the man is certain. The subordinate replies with confidence that the chances are greater than 70%. A single word leaves King Seal's lips. Great. King Seal rises and announces that the 1st through 4th King Seal and the 4th through 10th Master Seal will accompany him personally. One of the attendees looks up in surprise and asks whether King Seal truly intends to head over there himself. King Seal responds without hesitation. If the quarry is real, then Martial Saints from the Dark Star and the Black Society will descend upon it, and sending these men alone would be nothing more than a death sentence. A bearded subordinate near the window nods and affirms the order with a quiet acknowledgement. King Seal sweeps his gaze across the room and declares that if there are no further issues, the meeting is adjourned. His sentence barely reaches its end before a voice cuts through the air. Someone bursts through the door and shouts for everyone to wait. The man rushes forward with his expression frantic and announces that he has something extremely important to report to King Seal. King Seal's expression remains unmoved. He tells the man to go ahead. The newcomer wastes no time. He reports that the head of the research lab, Professor Nepson, has been using King Seal's name to extract a massive amount of resources from him for the past half year. He warns that their entire capital chain is on the verge of collapsing completely. The room erupts. One attendee slams the table and reveals that Nepson lied to him as well, and claims that capital troubles had postponed the consumption of resources by 3 months. Another man beside him curses and reveals that Nepson promises him tenfold returns within half a year as part of a supposed investment. The shock ripples outward. Another member's jaw drops as he stares at his colleagues and the color drains from his face. The realization hits hard. One of the men turns to the others and stammers out a question and asks whether they were all deceived too. Another mutters under his breath that the situation is far worse than anyone imagined. More damning evidence pours in. A subordinate reports that just a few days ago they discovered Nepson had already claimed research funds all the way through July of next year. On top of that, over the last 6 months, he filed 4 separate applications for energy crystal research and even purchased 40 grams of energy crystals in a single transaction. The room boils over with fury. One man spits that Nepson's greed and cunning surpass anything they have ever encountered and calls him the greatest con artist of every season. Another clutches his head and roars about his savings and curses Nepson's name through clenched teeth. A calmer voice cuts through the chaos and observes that Nepson is merely an ordinary person with 0 martial training. Yet somehow he managed to deceive level 7 and level 8 martial masters without breaking a sweat. He calls the feat more absurd than the president of the Lion Country making a fool of himself in public. The same man furrows his brows and admits that something does not add up. Nepson is not even a martial artist, so where did he find the audacity to swindle all of them at once? It should be impossible for him to ignore the consequences of exposure, and the whole affair defies any rational explanation. King Seal's eyes narrow as he processes the information. He instructs Warner to personally pay Nepson a visit and uncover the truth behind this entire mess, and makes it clear that every detail must be brought to light. Then he turns to the rest and issues further orders. Warner snaps to attention and confirms the command. Another subordinate volunteers to tag along and mutters that sitting around any longer will drive him insane. The energy in the room shifts from anger to action. One man throws his fist in the air and rallies everyone to move together, and the group rises in unison and gets ready to march on Nepson's laboratory. At that very same moment, deep within a sealed laboratory, a different kind of frenzy unfolds. A voice rings out across the sterile chamber and calls for 30 tubes of level 8 blister marrow changing liquid. The demands keep coming: 3 tubes of level 9 blister marrow changing liquid, 8 containers of gene optimization agent concentrate number 5, and more beyond that, with instructions to keep adding without pause. Inside the lab, figures in white coats scramble around towering equipment, and their movements are sharp and urgent as machinery hums with escalating intensity. A deep rhythmic pulse reverberates through the room, and it is steady and unmistakable. Something ancient is stirring back to life. Professor Nepson freezes mid-step with his wild silver hair trembling as he whips around toward Lucia. His eyes blaze behind cracked spectacles, and he cries out for her to listen. That sound is heartbeats. The god's heart has finally started beating. A scream of pure elation tears from his throat. Lucia stands rooted in place with her composure shattered. She admits that she is in utter shock and confesses that she once ridiculed Nepson's obsession with ancient gods during her years working alongside him, and yet she never imagined she would live to witness this moment. She recalls the entire journey from the earliest days when every colleague dismissed the project as madness to the countless mockeries Nepson endured in silence. Her voice trembles as she declares that they are about to revive a deceased god. Nepson presses both hands against the glass of the massive tank and whispers that it is marvelous. The being inside is coming back to life and waking up before their very eyes. His voice rises with fervor as he reveals that the god visited him in his dreams and delivered revelations. They stand only a single step away from the descent of a living deity. A piercing alarm shrieks through the laboratory. Red warning lights flood every corridor and cast the once sterile white walls in a pulsing crimson glow. A lab assistant bursts through the inner door, and she is breathless and pale. She reports that they have been exposed, and a large group of people is currently forcing their way into the laboratory through the front entrance. Fists pound against the reinforced door from the outside. Furious voices demand that Nepson open up and roar that if he had the nerve to steal their assets, he should at least have the courage to face them. Nepson does not even flinch. He sneers and calls them a bunch of short-sighted fools, and declares that being chosen to participate in the revival of a great god is an enormous privilege they are too blind to appreciate. His expression hardens with desperate resolve. He insists that they cannot allow anyone to disrupt the process now, and not when they are only a single step away from success. He whirls toward Lucia and orders her to activate the laboratory's highest-level defense barrier immediately, and commands her to stop the intruders with everything she has. Lucia hesitates, with her face tight with concern, and warns Nepson that the defense system carries severe consequences. Nepson cuts her off without mercy. He tells her to just do it, and once the god returns to life, everyone will finally understand who was right all along. The defense mechanism rumbles to life. Built according to common military standards, the system is designed to protect the laboratory at all costs and activates the moment an unauthorized intrusion is detected. Once triggered, the barrier's automated guard will attack at full power for 30 consecutive minutes, and nothing short of direct intervention from the organization's leadership at the Defense Corps can shut it down. Nepson knows this will buy them precious time, however brutal the method. A blinding torrent of energy erupts from the corridor walls and slams into the intruders with devastating force. The white-hot beam tears through the hallway and sends bodies flying backward in a storm of sparks and shattered debris. Nepson does not waste the window. He spins back toward the tank and shouts for every remaining resource to be injected into the subject, including the last precious grams of energy crystals. Lucia steadies herself and confirms the order without hesitation. The rhythmic pounding grows louder, and each heartbeat resonates through the floor and walls. Something vast and powerful calls out across the silence. Nepson drops to his knees before the tank with his glasses fogging with tears and begs the god to wake quickly. He pleads that the world needs divine radiance to envelop the sky and earth once more. Deep within the glowing tank, a figure floats in suspension with dark hair drifting through luminous blue liquid. The heartbeats accelerate, and each pulse sends ripples across the surface of the fluid, and the body of Lu Sheng twitches with the first stirrings of consciousness. A hand punches upward through the liquid surface. Violet energy crackles along the fingers and spirals up the forearm as something ancient and immeasurably powerful claws its way back from the boundary between life and death. Within the dream world, Lu Sheng stands surrounded by torrents of azure energy that coil and snap around him. This is the legacy of the seven profound finger flow created by the seven profound martial saint Ding Qishu, a killing art forged at the martial saint level known as seven profound point stars. Lu Sheng examines his own hand as pale blue light dances between his fingers. He notes with quiet approval that a killing technique built entirely around finger strikes carries a certain elegance he finds appealing. A sudden surge of power floods through him, and his eyes widen. He has broken through the technique's final threshold and achieved something its original creator never could. The complete fusion of his martial saint skills is now unified into a single devastating art. Lu Sheng reflects that Ding Qishu devoted her entire life to this technique, yet fell just one step short of completion. He murmurs that her long-cherished wish has in a way been fulfilled through his hands. The name Seven Profound Point Stars no longer suits what the technique has become, and he decides to call it something worthy of its new form: Heaven Splitter. He rolls the name across his tongue and lets out a satisfied hum. Heaven's splitting finger carries exactly the weight he wants, and it is classy and unmistakably special. Our boy reviews his progress with cold precision. Over the past half-year, the endless stream of resources fed into his physical body in reality has fueled his training within the dream world to an extraordinary degree. Every martial saint across every stage of achievement has fallen before him, and his total count of mastered martial arts now stands at 91. Golden spheres of concentrated energy orbit around him as he confirms that 90 different top-tier fighting power techniques have all reached perfect stage completion. Lu Sheng gazes across the empty expanse of the dream world and declares with calm finality that no higher-leveled experts remain. He has cleared it completely, and there is nothing and no one left to challenge him. A familiar pulse interrupts his thoughts. Lu Sheng's expression shifts as he senses a disturbance rippling through the connection to his physical body. Someone is attempting to break into the laboratory in the real world, but the dream world's hold on him makes it impossible to return just yet. Back in reality, the defense barrier flickers and groans under sustained assault, and crimson warning symbols flash across every surface of the lab's interior. A searing column of white energy erupts from the barrier's core and tears through the corridor with enough force to crack the reinforced flooring beneath it. Nepson clutches the edge of the tank's console with his knuckles bone white and commands Lu Xiao to pour every last resource into the subject. The energy crystals dissolve into the fluid and the heartbeat monitor spikes into a relentless and deafening rhythm. In the blue-lit silence between worlds, Lu Sheng's eye snaps open, and it is a single point of blazing sapphire cutting through the darkness. The faintest trace of a smirk tugs at the corner of his lips. It carries the quiet certainty of someone who has already decided how this story ends. A lone figure stands at the heart of a swirling vortex of blue and violet energy with power radiating outward in every direction. Lu Sheng takes stock of everything he has consumed over the past year. The marrow-changing liquid and the energy crystals and every last resource funneled into his body from the outside world. His blood coagulates and shatters in an endless cycle while his eternal cells multiply and rupture and regenerate at a pace that defies reason. The count now stands at 183 eternal cells. The number hits him hard. 183. That is a 9-fold increase from a year ago, and the sheer scale of growth leaves even Lu Sheng momentarily stunned. He admits that he does not dare to imagine what his body is now capable of achieving. Crimson and violet flames coil around his feet and rise from the ground. The raw energy pouring off his frame warps the air itself and turns the space around him into a shimmering haze of concentrated power. Lu Sheng notes that his body has already reached its absolute limit at the 4th stage. If he wants to produce more eternal cells, the only path forward is advancing to the 5th level and harnessing enough natural force to shatter what he calls the stellar shackles binding his current form. He reflects on the obstacle ahead. Despite sitting at level 9, he remains unable to complete the crucial step of fusing the 3 remaining essences. All 91 martial arts he has mastered are not enough to create a 90-second stream, though the immense volume of accumulated power gives him a foundation no other martial artist possesses. He considers the contrast with Zhao Ji. The Golden God only ever merges rough lumps of power together, and that process is straightforward and demands minimal effort. Lu Sheng's situation is nothing like that. He lays out the impossibility with brutal honesty. Merging 3 streams is already an extraordinary feat. Merging all of them into one and combining millions of techniques into a single unified pressure defies every known principle. Under normal circumstances, it simply cannot succeed. Our boy's jaw tightens. He declares that what he needs is pressure, and it must be unparalleled and unprecedented. Only under crushing and world-breaking force will he be able to complete the final step, and that kind of pressure is not something any mere martial saint can provide. His blue eyes narrow to razor slits, and a cold determination settles across his features. A shift crosses his expression as he considers the situation in the real world. Nepson has already spent every last coin on the revival effort, and Lu Sheng decides it is time to emerge and engage with reality for the first time in a year. He resolves to personally fulfill the professor's dream of a god descending upon the world. The research building's main entrance looms ahead, and it is bathed in the cold glow of emergency lighting. Energy blasts scorch the walls as furious voices echo through the corridor. One of the attackers snarls that Nepson actually dares to activate the defense mechanism and vows to pluck him alive for this act of defiance. One of the subordinates turns to the others and asks what they should do now that the barrier holds firm. An older man with a blue-gray mustache steps forward and announces that he will contact Lord Harold directly. He explains that only Lord Harold possesses the research building's master key, and once they have it, the door will be as good as open. Relief washes over the group. One of them cheers that the plan is brilliant, another growls that Nepson must pay the price for his treachery, and a third spits that the cunning bastard deserves everything coming his way. 10 minutes earlier, at the edge of Golden Ring Island, waves crash against a rocky shoreline framed by steep cliffs and tropical forest. A figure greets the arriving martial artists and reports that Lord Harold has already departed the island. All passengers scheduled to leave have boarded and gone, and only Tier 2 combatants remain behind. 2 towering martial artists survey the carnage below. One of them is a broad-shouldered man with wild silver hair, and he remarks that Candace has performed excellently this time around. His companion is an orange-haired fighter with a feral grin, and he receives praise in return. The silver-haired warrior declares that Lei's plan works flawlessly. He notes that this marks the first time the Dark Star and the Black Demon Society have ever joined forces. Once the world discovers what has transpired here, the entire island will already be nothing more than a wasteland. During the operation to eliminate Lu Sheng, the Black Demon Society suffers devastating losses. Rather than sitting idle and waiting for the King Seal organization to crush them at leisure, they choose to strike first and seize the initiative in the fight over energy crystals. The strategy is ruthless and efficient. By attacking King Seal's stronghold first and splitting the spoils on a 20-80 basis, the Alliance not only secures a foothold but also gains leverage. The intelligence about the new energy crystal quarry is purposely leaked as bait, and that is another calculated piece in their grand design. The silver-haired fighter raises his fist and rallies his forces and roars for everyone to march on King Seal's base and tear it apart without mercy. The orange-haired fighter leans back with a wide grin and confesses that he cannot wait to witness Lord Harold's face. The look of shock and fury when the man returns to find his empire in ruins will be priceless. Inside the laboratory, the surveillance system flickers with live feeds of the chaos unfolding outside. Lucia stares at the monitors and her face is drained of color. She turns to Nepson and reports that the intruders have left to find Lord Harold and retrieve the master key. Her voice cracks as she asks what they should do now, and she repeats the question twice as panic tightens its grip around her. Nepson slams his palm against the console and snaps that there is nothing else he can do. He has poured every last resource and every ounce of his being into this project. He orders Lucia to listen closely to the heartbeat emanating from the tank and insists that it is growing stronger with every passing second. Inside the luminous blue fluid, Lu Sheng's body floats in suspension and his chest rises and falls in a slow and powerful rhythm. Nepson presses his forehead against the glass and begs the god to wake quickly and calls out to his dear god with every fiber of desperate faith he possesses. Nepson throws his arms wide and screams for the god to reveal the truths that have been hidden by time and deliver them unto the world. His voice cracks and echoes off the sterile walls as he cries out one final time for his dear god to answer. On the nearby monitor, the defense system countdown ticks relentlessly downward. The remaining time reads 0 minutes and 15 seconds. Lucia's voice trembles as she informs Nepson that the shield is about to self-deactivate with only 15 seconds remaining on the clock. Nepson's shoulders sag. For the first time, the fanatical fire in his eyes flickers with doubt. He whispers the question that has been clawing at the back of his mind, and wonders aloud whether this is truly where they meet their end. A deafening crack splits the air. The glass wall of the tank fractures in a spiderweb pattern, and Nepson whips around with wide eyes. The word escapes him in a strangled gasp as he stares at the impossible sight before him. Lu Sheng explodes out of the tank in a torrent of azure energy. Water and glass shards hang suspended in mid-air as blinding blue light erupts from his body and cascades outward in waves that send every piece of equipment rattling against the floor. His bare torso gleams with an otherworldly luminescence, and his muscles are carved from years of relentless training. The shockwave ripples outward, and violet and gold energy crackles along the ceiling and walls as the entire laboratory shudders under the weight of his awakening. The young man lands on the floor with casual grace. Within an instant, threads of pure chi weave themselves into fabric around his frame and materialize a full set of clothes from nothing but energy and will. One of the nearby onlookers staggers backward and gasps that the god has truly been revived. The disbelief in his voice is thick enough to cut. Nepson drops to his knees with tears streaming down his weathered face. He cries out in welcome and declares that the great god has finally awoken and descended upon the world, and his radiance illuminates all of existence at long last. Lu Sheng looks down at the kneeling professor and speaks with quiet authority. He tells Nepson that he has done a great job, and that he is fully aware of everything the old man has accomplished on his behalf. Nepson's entire body shakes with euphoria. He wails that he has gained the recognition of a god, and that his entire life has been worth every sacrifice and every moment of ridicule and isolation. Lu Sheng holds up a small crystalline shard that pulses with inner light and asks Nepson to confirm whether this is the object known as an energy crystal. Nepson nods furiously and explains that energy crystals are treasures capable of driving even level 9 martial artists to madness. When held by an organization, even that tiny fragment in Lu Sheng's hand carries power equivalent to a small nuclear reactor. The guy turns the crystal between his fingers and examines the light dancing within its facets. He murmurs that now he understands what it truly is. The ninefold increase in eternal cells suddenly makes perfect sense. The energy crystal is far more potent than anything he has encountered before, and the discovery piques his curiosity. He decides to keep one as a sample for further study. Lu Sheng offers Nepson a measured nod of gratitude and thanks him for pulling him out of his long slumber. Nepson bows so low his forehead nearly touches the floor and replies that it is the greatest honor of his life. Then he asks with reverent hesitation whether the god would be willing to share his name. Lu Sheng spots a phone lying on a nearby counter and picks it up with a casual flick of the wrist and mutters that he should send a quick message. He glances back at Nepson and answers plainly that his name is Lu Sheng. Lucia leans toward the professor and whispers that something feels off. She confesses that this so-called god strikes her as somewhat strange, and her brow furrows with quiet confusion. Nepson sputters in disbelief. He hisses that the god does not feel ancient in the slightest and is currently using a phone to take a selfie. He demands to know what kind of recently revived deity already understands how to operate a camera. Lu Sheng's expression shifts. He tilts his head slightly and remarks that something seems off outside the laboratory. Our boy turns toward the entrance and asks what exactly is happening beyond these walls. A battered guard stumbles through the doorway with blood streaking his uniform. He reports in a ragged voice that the Second King's seal has betrayed the organization and opened the gates for the enemy alliance. The attackers have breached the perimeter, and several defenders have already fallen in combat. He urges the professor and everyone inside to flee immediately and warns that King Seal's island is on the verge of total collapse. Lucia grabs Nepson's arm and insists that they evacuate now. She argues that the years of accumulated research data cannot be allowed to fall into enemy hands under any circumstances. Lu Sheng raises an eyebrow and asks with genuine curiosity rather than concern why exactly they need to run. Nepson falls to his knees once more and clasps his hands together in desperate prayer. He begs the great god to consider saving the island and pleads that the divine flame spare King Seal's domain from destruction. Lu Sheng gazes down at the trembling old professor, and a faint and almost imperceptible smile crosses his lips. He asks whether this counts as Nepson's first wish. His blue eye blazes with cold and brilliant light as the smirk deepens into something far more dangerous. Lu Sheng declares that he shall do as Nepson desires. Golden Ring Island's main hall stands proud against the horizon, with its grand architecture draped in crimson banners and gilded pillars. It is a monument to the King Seal organization's power and prestige. That prestige shatters in an instant. A vortex of azure energy spirals downward and tears through the courtyard and rips stone from the earth and sends debris flying in every direction. One of Lord Harold's subordinates staggers through the dust and roars in outrage. He curses the Black Demon Society for colluding with the Dark Star and spits that the two factions have been working together all along. A blade of dark energy slashes across his chest before he can finish. A cold voice cuts through the chaos and orders him to shut up. The battlefield stretches out in ruin. Craters pockmark the ground where techniques have collided, and the distant silhouette of a lone figure strides through the smoke and ash with chilling composure. Two fighters from the enemy side spot the newcomer and exchange a glance. One of them chuckles and announces that Harold is back, and his tone drips with mockery. Lord Harold erupts onto the field. Golden flames engulf his body as he charges headlong into the enemy ranks, and the ground cracks beneath each thunderous step. He unleashes a roar that shakes the very air. Lord Harold screams that the Black Demon Society and the Dark Star are nothing but damned bastards. He vows to kill every last one of them 1,000 times over, and even that will not be enough. A low and mocking laugh drifts across the destruction. Someone hidden in the flames lets out a sinister chuckle and is entirely unfazed by Harold's fury. A colossal pillar of blue energy crashes down from above, and a towering altar of ice materializes behind the attacker. Ghost Seal's opponent taunts him mid-strike and dares him to come closer and try repeating those words. Two titanic altars collide in the sky above the island. One blazes with golden fire, and the other radiates freezing blue energy, and where they meet, the air itself splits open with a deafening crack that echoes across the ocean. The shock wave from the clash tears outward in concentric rings and flattens trees and rips tiles from every rooftop within 100 meters. Neither altar gives ground as the two forces grind against each other in a stalemate of raw and world-shaking power. A purple-haired fighter adjusts his dark glasses and watches the carnage from a rocky outcrop. He mutters to himself that he should probably join the fight as well, or else that guy Lei will accuse him of freeloading. He adds that Lei will claim he merely leached off the benefits without contributing once the battle is over. Behind him, a massive golden tiger-shaped altar roars to life with its fiery mane blazing against the twilight sky. The purple-haired fighter raises his weapon high as his altar surges forward, and golden flames spiral around the staff. His attack crashes into the opposing blue energy with devastating force. A pillar of white-hot light erupts from the collision point and illuminates the entire island in a blinding flash. One of Lord Harold's men crumples to the ground and coughs blood into the dirt. He gasps that the martial saints on the King Seal's side are being overwhelmed, and wonders aloud whether this is truly the end. Another subordinate beside him pales and mutters that the situation is dire. A third man grabs his companion by the collar and shouts at Lord Harold in desperation. He curses and admits that they cannot do a thing in a battle between level 9 martial saints and demands to know what they are supposed to do. Lord Harold glances at them over his shoulder and tells them that since they are already here, they might as well stay and hold their ground. A blade of azure energy rips through the group before anyone can react, and a scream tears from one of the subordinates as the force sends him skidding across the rubble. The blast carves a trench through the earth, and the aftershock sends broken stone and debris raining down across the battlefield. Two injured subordinates huddle behind a crumbling wall. One of them gasps that Lord Harold is being pressured by two martial saints simultaneously and has no capacity to protect anyone else. The other's voice cracks as he admits that martial saints are personally stepping forward to wipe them out and that there is absolutely no hope left. The soldier's fury burns hotter than his wounds. He turns on the enemy and screams that they collude together and attack his base and demands whether they feel even a shred of shame. One of the enemy fighters responds with a smug grin. He points out that Lord Harold understands better than anyone how the advantage belongs to whoever strikes first. He adds that even if they fail to capture Harold today, once every high-level martial artist on the island is eliminated, the result remains the same. He finishes with cold finality and declares that Lord Harold will never be able to compete for energy crystals again after this day. Then his expression freezes, his eyes widen, and a single syllable escapes his lips in disbelief. The enemy fighter squints at a distant figure approaching from the east. He asks why someone from the eastern continent is on the King Seal's side, and notes that the stranger moves with impossible leisure as though the raging battle around him does not exist. His companion barks out a laugh and observes that the newcomer is not even wearing shoes. He finds the sight amusing and calls it interesting, though a flicker of unease crosses his expression. Lu Sheng walks barefoot through the inferno and flames part around him. His hands rest casually at his sides, and his posture carries the effortless calm of someone strolling through a garden rather than a war zone. A faint smile tugs at the corner of his mouth. He murmurs a single word back at them and asks whether they find the sight interesting. Our boy's blue eyes blaze with cold light as his gaze locks onto the golden martial saint. The enemy fighter's confidence evaporates in an instant, and the word rips from his throat before he can stop it. He screams and asks whether Lu Sheng is trying to scare him. Lu Sheng vanishes. The word teleport barely has time to register before he materializes directly in front of the golden martial saint and close enough to count the beads of sweat rolling down the man's face. A single strike. Lu Sheng's fist connects with a detonation of golden and azure light that swallows the entire battlefield in a sphere of blinding radiance. The shockwave flattens everything within range, and the ground beneath them craters inward. The golden martial saint spins through the air with his golden altar dissolving behind him. He chokes out the question of how this is even possible as a ring of scorching energy collapses around his shattered body. He slams into the cliff face with enough force to crack the stone from surface to core. Rock cascades down around his limp form as the impact crater spreads outward in every direction. The survivor gasps and demands to know who Lu Sheng is. His voice cracks with raw terror as he stammers that a single strike should not be capable of producing such destruction. The young man stands in the settling dust with one hand still extended from the blow. He answers with two words that carry the weight of 10,000 years behind them. He is a god. One of Lord Harold's subordinates stares at the aftermath with trembling lips. He whispers the question aloud and asks whether Lu Sheng is truly a god and whether Professor Nepson's laughable obsession actually turns out to be real. Another man nearby shakes his head in disbelief and mutters that the stranger just defeated a martial saint with a single blow. He wonders just how monstrous that level of power truly is. Nepson collapses to his knees with tears pouring freely down his weathered cheeks. He cries out that this is a true god, and under this radiance even martial saints are reduced to nothing. He sobs that it is exactly the same vision that visited him in his dreams, and identical in every way. The old professor presses his forehead to the earth and whispers that this is real and not an illusion, and that his god has truly descended upon the world. Lu Sheng turns his gaze toward the two remaining enemy martial saints. His voice drops to a low and measured tone as he tells them that between the two of them, only one will walk away alive. The silver-haired fighter and the orange-haired fighter stand side by side, and for the first time since the battle began, neither of them is smiling. Lu Sheng's declaration echoes across the scorched earth with the finality of a verdict already carried out. The silver-haired fighter's composure cracks, his eyes go wide, and a strangled cry of shock escapes his throat. The orange-haired fighter snarls and demands to know what kind of joke this is. His bravado fails to mask the tremor running through his clenched fists. He roars that Lu Sheng is the one who will die and launches himself forward in a storm of golden fury. Azure and gold energy collide in a catastrophic explosion that carves a canyon through the earth below. The guy raises one hand. Two words leave his lips with surgical calm. Heaven Splitter. A pillar of blue energy the width of a building descends from the sky and crashes down upon the golden martial saint. The golden fighter throws everything he has into a desperate defense. Swirling rings of golden energy spiral around his body, and each one crumbles the instant the blue light touches it. His voice breaks apart along with his defenses. He stammers in disbelief and asks how any of this is possible as the light consumes him inch by inch. The azure torrent swallows him whole. Every trace of golden energy disintegrates, and the pillar of light pierces straight through the ground and leaves behind a glowing crater where a martial saint breathes his last. The orange-haired fighter drops to his knees before Lu Sheng with his arrogance stripped clean. He cries out and addresses Lu Sheng as his venerable lord and stammers that one of them has already been killed. Our boy looks down at the trembling man and replies that level 9 martial saints are still human and that fear is only natural. He explains that he has consumed the King Seal organization's resources for a long time, and it would be shameful to stand idle while their leader faces destruction. He pauses and admits that he finally understands why the military personnel fell to their knees when the Supreme Second Martial Saint descended in the past. The sheer weight of that kind of presence leaves no room for pride. Lu Sheng's eyes burn with cold blue fire as he delivers his final declaration. He explains that when the heavens suddenly descend right in front of you, no amount of will can keep you standing, and crawling becomes the only option. And right now, he is the heavens. Inside the O-Base meeting room, Lu Sheng grips his phone with both hands and can barely contain her excitement. He gushes that he cannot wait to share the news and announces that she will officially enter the military academy next semester. She is already confirmed, and her advancement to level 4 is right around the corner. Lu Sheng chuckles softly on the other end. He tells her that he already knows and that she is amazing. Then his tone shifts and he asks her to pass the phone to their parents and explains that he needs to speak with them. His sister reluctantly agrees and hands the device over. Lu Sheng's father takes the phone and tells his son that it is wonderful to know he is safe. His voice carries the quiet weight of a man who has spent too many nights worrying, and he urges Lu Sheng to come home as soon as he finishes settling things. Lu Sheng promises that he will return as soon as possible. He tells his father to take good care of himself and the rest of the family, and his voice carries genuine warmth beneath the calm. Silence fills the room after Lu Sheng ends the call. Lord Harold stands nearby with hands clasped behind his back, and his expression is unreadable. A single thought gnaws at Harold's composure. Lu Sheng's parents are not even 50 years old, and his sister is not yet of legal age. The implication sends a chill down his spine as he wonders just how young this so-called god truly is. Harold's mind races through the impossible facts. He still cannot believe that this man single-handedly defeats level 9 martial saints in the blink of an eye. Only hours ago, Lu Sheng seizes control over the leaders of the top 2 international secret organizations in the world. He arrives at the only conclusion that makes sense. If this information ever leaks, the entire balance of power shifts overnight. The Dragon Country's mysterious new martial saint is none other than Lu Sheng himself. With 3 martial saints now under his command, no level 9 fighter in the world can match him. He is for all practical purposes fully invincible. Lu Sheng stands in the center of the room with the faintest shimmer of residual energy still clinging to his frame. Even at rest, the air around him feels heavier than it should. He pockets his phone and announces that he needs to get going, and notes that there are still people waiting to discuss matters with him here. Lord Harold straightens his posture and extends a trembling hand. His greeting comes out in a stammer as he manages a shaky hello and admits it is nice to meet Lu Sheng properly for the first time. Our boy takes Harold's hand in a firm grip, and the gesture is casual, yet carries the unmistakable weight of authority. He thanks Harold for cooperating. Harold bows his head and responds that the honor is entirely his, and addresses Lu Sheng as his lord. Lu Sheng produces a small crystalline shard from his pocket and holds it up between 2 fingers. He asks Harold to confirm what it is, and adds that they should discuss their business now. Harold's eyes lock onto the crystal and his throat tightens. He identifies it immediately as an energy crystal, and his voice is barely above a whisper. Harold swallows hard and asks how much Lu Sheng wants and braces himself for the answer. Lu Sheng's reply is as simple as it is devastating. He tells Harold to produce however much he can. The color drains from Harold's face. He stammers out the figure in disbelief and chokes on the words as he manages to say 1 kilogram. The young man pockets the crystal and reflects to himself with mild amusement. He only asks out of casual curiosity and never expects Harold to interpret it as an extortion attempt. More importantly, the man's panic actually produces a generous result. His thoughts shift to practical matters. Just a few grams of energy crystals send his eternal cell count soaring. He estimates that a full kilogram will be more than enough to push him toward the true limit of level 8 within the stellar body. A flicker of self-awareness crosses his expression. He wonders aloud whether he really looks so intimidating that people treat him as a villain. Lu Sheng turns back to Harold and observes that the King's Seal organization seems to possess quite a stockpile of energy crystals. Harold shakes his head and explains that the reality is far less impressive. He only manages to accumulate a few hundred grams over a span of 100 years. However, now that the leaders of the Dark Star and the Black Demon Society are eliminated, he should be able to collect a full kilogram by absorbing their remaining resources. Lu Sheng tilts his head and asks whether energy crystals are truly that scarce on this planet. Harold clarifies that while they are scarce, the issue is not simple scarcity. He explains that approximately 37% of the time energy crystals are indeed produced in sufficient quantities. Harold lowers his voice and reveals the real problem. 90% of every crystal harvest must be surrendered to an entity known as the Guide. Only the remaining 10% is distributed among all the martial saints in the world. Lu Sheng's eyes flash with sudden intensity. He repeats the name aloud with sharp recognition. The Guide. His mind immediately connects the term to something he encounters during a clash with another martial saint. Harold notices the reaction and observes that Lu Sheng appears unfamiliar with the organization and adds that the Guides have probably never had the opportunity to meet his lord. Harold nods and explains that the Guide is a martial arts organization populated by experts whose strength far exceeds level 9. Some of their members reach level 10 or above. They appear at the dawn of the martial arts era and have maintained dominance over the planet ever since, and act as the supreme authority over the king of martial arts. He continues with grim detail. Whenever a level 9 martial saint attempts to establish a new order or defy existing rules, the Guide's secret agents stationed on the planet launch immediate retaliatory strikes. Energy crystals serve as both currency and compensation in their system of enforcement, and the Guide ensures that no martial saint dares to step out of line. Lu Sheng absorbs the information and poses a deceptively simple question. He asks whether 3 martial saints are considered a significant number. Harold shakes his head. He admits that personally he does not think so. The last time the Guide intervenes is during the Great War between the Dragon and Lion countries, and that conflict alone produces over 10 martial saint casualties. He adds that in practice the Guide maintains a surprisingly lax grip over their world. The organization only concerns itself with 3 specific matters. Harold raises his first point. The production of energy crystals must meet a minimum threshold each cycle. If output falls too low, the Guide grows furious. If the shortfall becomes truly unforgivable, the martial saints themselves must pay out of their own reserves to compensate for the deficit. The second concern involves monster outbreaks. The martial saints are expected to suppress monster populations to a manageable level at all times. If an outbreak exceeds projected severity, every martial saint on the planet must mobilize to contain the threat. Harold arrives at the final and most critical rule. Without the Guide's explicit permission, no martial arts expert above level 9 may exist on the Azure planet. This restriction exists solely for the Guide's convenience, and in their records this world is designated as planet number 83,890. It is a level 1 resource planet. Lu Sheng nods slowly. He remarks that the information aligns almost exactly with what he already discovers inside the dream world. Among the 92 level 10 martial artists he studies in the dream world, the pattern is consistent. The planet's extraordinarily sparse power structure and pressure hierarchy exist by design and are engineered from the top down to ensure control over the flow of experts. The guy presses further and asks what happens if an expert above level 9 genuinely appears on this planet. Harold's composure fractures for the first time since the conversation starts. He admits with visible discomfort that he truly does not know the answer to that question. Harold explains that the path of advancement beyond level 9 has been severed entirely. without any direction or framework. Breaking through to the next stage is functionally impossible. Lu Sheng falls silent and his expression is unreadable. He rests his chin on one hand and asks when the guide is expected to arrive next. Harold estimates that the guide should appear within a few months, though he confesses that even he does not know the exact timing. He explains that each time the guide descends, the World Martial Master Assembly convenes to formally welcome them. The assembly itself exists primarily to manage the allocation of energy crystal shares among the martial saints and ensure that the distribution process is complete before the guide's inspection. Harold continues the explanation. As long as a person possesses the power of a martial saint, they are eligible to participate in the assembly. He reveals that the Dark Star and Black Demon Society's entire motivation for colluding against the King's Seal stems from a desire for larger shares. Fewer martial saints at the table means a bigger slice for everyone who remains. Lu Sheng connects the dots immediately. He observes that by that logic, a large number of martial saints will be gathering in one place. Harold confirms with a grave nod. He states that every martial saint capable of attending will attend without exception. A single word escapes Lu Sheng's lips. Great. He then asks Harold whether he would mind if Lu Sheng tags along when the assembly convenes. Harold's face lights up and he practically trips over himself agreeing. He declares that the King Seal organization would be deeply honored to have Lu Sheng accompany them. Harold's thoughts race with excitement at the prospect of having such a powerful ally present during the allocation negotiations. Our boy waves off the enthusiasm and tells Harold that he has no interest in territory or political influence. He only wants the Black Demon Society's share of energy crystals added to his portion. He also instructs Harold to take good care of Professor Nepson and warns him not to damage the old man's beautiful research facility. He still owes Nepson 2 more wishes. Harold bows and agrees without hesitation and promises that everything will be handled exactly as requested. Harold bows and agrees without hesitation and promises that everything will be handled exactly as requested. Lu Sheng turns toward the exit and announces that he will take his leave. Harold calls after him one last time. He asks with the cautious reverence of a man who knows the answer might terrify him just how much strength Lu Sheng currently possesses. Lu Sheng pauses mid-step and answers casually that his strength sits at level 8. Harold's lips curl into a knowing smile. He nods to himself and murmurs that it is exactly as he expects and begins to say the word 10 as though the answer is already obvious. The actual number hits him hard. His confident expression collapses into pure and unfiltered horror as he sputters out the words, Level 8. His jaw hangs open and his eyes bulge from their sockets, and every assumption he has ever made about the man who just dismantled 2 martial saints with casual ease shatters into 1,000 irreparable pieces. Lu Sheng stands in a sunlit room overlooking the ocean with a potted plant and polished furniture framing the space in quiet luxury. He activates his psychic power and directs it toward a container of shimmering liquid, and purple energy ripples from his fingers as the substance responds to his command. He murmurs that he should give it a try. The purple aura intensifies around the liquid and draws its essence upward in delicate threads that coil toward his open palm. The spirit water flows into his body in a smooth and unbroken stream. Lu Sheng lets out a satisfied hum and admits that the clear spirit water is genuinely impressive and its quality exceeds his initial expectations. He gazes upon a pristine waterfall cascading down the northern King Country mountain range. This is one of the clearest spirit waters in the entire world, and it is extracted from the deepest surface layers. A single harvest costs a fortune, but for a faction of their caliber, the investment is worth every coin. Lu Sheng reflects that he spends an entire year soaking in blister marrow changing liquid without consuming any food whatsoever. The experience feels almost like practicing some form of immortality and sustaining his body through pure energy alone. His expression shifts abruptly. He snaps his fingers with theatrical flair and announces a single word. Although a massive roasted turkey sits at the center of a lavishly prepared table. Our boy declares with absolute conviction that eating meat is still the best, and his eyes gleam with the enthusiasm of a man who has been denied something precious for far too long. The table overflows with burgers and ribs and steaks and every variety of grilled indulgence imaginable. Lu Sheng sits at the head of the feast and surveys everything before him. He tears into a rack of ribs with the passion of someone reuniting with a long-lost friend. He groans between bites that he has been craving this the entire time and that the taste is beyond incredible. A female attendant in a dark blue dress approaches the table carrying an ornate wooden box, and her blonde hair catches the light as she bows respectfully. She informs Lu Sheng that the organization has entrusted her to deliver this package to him. The young man glances up from his meal with mild curiosity. She opens the lid to reveal a glowing energy crystal pulsing with inner light. The total count reaches 436 grams, and it is a generous offering from Lord Harold's freshly consolidated reserves. Lu Sheng nods approvingly and remarks that Harold is quite thoughtful. He accepts the delivery without ceremony, and his tone suggests the gesture earns a measure of genuine respect. He rises from the table and instructs the attendant to inform him the moment Harold is ready to depart for the tournament. The woman lowers her head and offers a parting blessing and wishes fortune and wisdom upon the venerable martial saint. Her reverence carries the weight of someone addressing a figure she considers far beyond mortal standing. Dragon Country Central Military District Conference Building. The grand structure stands tall against a clear sky, and its glass facades reflect the midday sun. Inside a secure briefing room, one of the officers reports that according to the most recent reliable intelligence, Lu Sheng has now fully revived and returned to the world. The Supreme Commander sits at the head of the conference table with his long beard resting against his broad chest as he reviews a stack of classified documents. A silver-haired commander occupies the seat beside him. The Supreme Commander looks up and asks whether they are able to contact Lu Sheng at this moment. The silver-haired commander shakes his head. He explains that they can only receive contact initiated by Lu Sheng himself. By tracking his signal, they determine that he is currently located somewhere near the southern Dark Ocean. The Supreme Commander sets the documents aside and moves to the next agenda item. He asks whether the Dragon Country military intends to participate in the upcoming World Martial Master Grand Tournament. The silver-haired commander reviews the history. In past tournaments, headquarters always suffers heavy losses trying to meet the entry requirements for a martial saint representative. However, with Lu Sheng on the verge of becoming a martial saint, the strategic calculus shifts entirely. He asks what deployment approach would best capitalize on this new reality. A bald man at the far end of the table slams his fist down with conviction. He declares that of course they must participate, and not merely participate, but fight with everything they have. He reminds the room that the World Martial Master Conference doubles as a stage for martial saints and a direct means of acquiring energy crystals. Ignoring that opportunity would be nothing short of foolish. Lefoyers, he continues with rising intensity. In the past, the military always fights for the Dragon Country's pride alone, but this time the stakes are personal. They have every reason to pursue victory with everything they possess. His voice swells with pride as he adds that their future god, Lu Sheng, is on his way back to bring glory to the military. Whatever preparations are needed, they should arrange a welcoming ceremony worthy of his return. The Supreme Commander leans back in his chair and lets out a deep and rumbling laugh. He announces that it is time for a few old veterans to stretch their muscles properly for once, and that a grand victory will serve as the perfect welcome for their precious god's homecoming. Far from the conference hall atop the Martial Saint Tower, a very different kind of preparation unfolds. A figure cloaked in dark robes kneels at the edge of a windswept platform and reports to a silhouette draped in pale and flowing garments. The messenger informs his lord that the World Martial Master Conference takes place in half a month and asks whether preparations should commence. The pale figure responds with a single word: "Indeed." The messenger produces a sealed document and presents it with both hands. He explains that this contains the most recent intelligence on the individual his lord requests information about. The pale figure accepts the document without turning around and dismisses the messenger and tells him to stand down. The cloaked figure leaps from the tower's edge and vanishes into the golden light of the setting sun. His departure is swift and silent. The pale figure unfolds the document and reads its contents in silence. This is Tan Zhongyu, and the name on the page is Lu Sheng. He murmurs that the boy is indeed still alive and returning stronger than before after being shattered and rebuilt. He wonders whether Lu Sheng is already halfway toward achieving the rank of martial saint. His long gray beard flows past his chest and his traditional robes billow in the mountain wind. Every line of his weathered face carries the severity of a man who views the world as a whetstone for his own blade. He concedes that Lu Sheng seriously wounds Zhao Ji while still at level 8, and that is a feat worthy of being called prodigious. He admits that he misjudges the young man's potential. He asks himself whether he feels any regret. The answer comes instantly. He scoffs and declares that there is nothing to regret. Zhaoji is merely an old relic. He Tanzheng Yu achieves the rank of martial master at 42 and martial saint at just 80. When his shadow first forms, it already stretches over 1,000 meters long. Tanzheng Yu's aura erupts around him in a storm of violet and gold. He proclaims that he surpasses Zhaoji 100 times over. If they ever face each other in a battle to the death, Zhaoji will fall to his blade within 5 moves and not a single one more. A blast of wind tears across the mountain peak as Tanzheng Yu draws his weapon, and the sheer pressure of his killing intent bends the air into visible distortions. His will takes shape as a golden blade that cleaves through everything in its path and reduces rock and air alike to fragments. He declares that no matter how dense Lu Sheng's energy is, and no matter how insane the depth of his comprehension, none of it matters against the edge of absolute mastery. Tanzheng Yu plants his feet on the precipice and announces his ambition with iron certainty. He is Tanzheng Yu, and he will be the first martial saint to leave the Azure planet behind. A torrent of blue energy spirals upward from his blade and carves a luminous arc across the darkening sky. He raises his weapon overhead and calls the name of his ultimate technique, Universal Slash. The blade descends in a sweeping arc that launches a crescent of pure azure force toward the earth below. The energy wave screams through the air and expands as it falls, and its light swallows the entire mountainside in a blinding curtain of blue and white. The slash crashes into the valley below and sends a wall of water erupting from a hidden hot spring nestled among the rocks. Steam and spray explode outward in every direction. When the mist settles, 2 figures occupy the steaming pool. Zhaoji sits submerged to his chest with his body still bearing the scars of his defeat. Beside the water's edge, Lin Zhengyu stands in a dark hooded cloak and asks whether Zhaoji plans to attend the world tournament. Zhaoji does not even open his eyes. He asks flatly whether Lin Zhengyu honestly thinks he can attend in his current broken state. Lin Zhengyu replies with cool detachment. She says it is merely a routine question and notes that it is a shame since Zhaoji will forfeit his share of energy crystals for years to come. Zhaoji clicks his tongue in irritation. He tells Lin Zhengyu not to forget her promise to trade with the right people on his behalf if the opportunity arises. Healing a shattered martial mind requires an enormous amount of energy, and he vows to pay double the going rate. Lin Zhengyu assures him without hesitation. She promises that even if Zhaoji himself forgets such arrangements, she will not. She adds that once Lu Sheng secures her family's backing after 3 rounds, she will be free to pursue her true objective. From there, she can accumulate what she needs as a candidate. The mention of Lu Sheng's name strikes Zhaoji hard. His composure cracks, and he curses through gritted teeth, and the fury in his voice is raw and unfiltered. Zhaoji's thoughts spiral into panic. Lu Sheng has survived, and with that man's temperament, a confrontation is inevitable. He scrambles for a countermeasure and resolves that even if he must sacrifice everything, he will position both Lin Zhengyu and Tanzheng Yu as shields between himself and Lu Sheng's wrath. A flicker of doubt creeps through the defiance. He tells himself that no matter how powerful Lu Sheng grows, the boy cannot possibly kill him with 2 level 9 martial saints standing guard. The question lingers in the air and refuses to go away. His voice drops to a whisper. He insists that Lu Sheng would never dare to attempt it. Then he repeats the assurance a second time, and it is weaker now, as though trying to convince something inside himself that no longer believes a word of it. The World Martial Master Tournament, an event that unfolds once every 10 years, is about to commence. Across the Azure planet, tyrannical forces from every continent set into motion. The handful of beings who stand at the absolute peak of humankind begin their journeys toward the deciding ground and converge on a single location from every corner of the globe. This is a grand occasion that encompasses the entire world of martial arts, and it is something more. A procession of men in tailored suits marches toward the shore of a tropical island, and their silhouettes are sharp against the bright sky. This gathering is not merely a tournament, it is the meeting of the gods among men. The surface of the ocean churns and boils without warning. Fish leap from the water in panic, and a crab tumbles across the spray and gets flung aside by a force rising from the depths below. A golden foot breaks through the swirling vortex and plants itself on the surface of the water as though the sea itself has been commanded to hold still. A man on the nearby shore freezes mid-step and his eyes widen as he catches sight of the impossible figure emerging from the maelstrom. He stumbles backward and cries out in disbelief and stammers that someone is actually ascending out of that whirlpool as though it were nothing more than a staircase. A wall of men in tailored suits stands in perfect formation along the waterfront. They bow in unison and announce their greeting in a single voice and welcome the god saint. Harold watches Lu Sheng step ashore and his mind races. Lu Sheng has grown even stronger and far beyond what level 8 should allow. The sheer density of his energy defies every known threshold. Harold's thoughts deepen into something closer to awe than analysis. This is an existence on the level of the guide itself, and even if the gap remains, it is not large. Lu Sheng shakes the last droplets of seawater from his sleeve and asks whether the preparations are complete. Harold confirms that nearly all of the King Seal's former enemies have been eliminated or scattered. No new martial saint has risen to fill the vacuum, and the spoils from the Black Demon Society and Dark Star organizations now rest firmly in their hands. Harold declares that every preparation is finalized and they can depart at any time. Lu Sheng nods once and tells him to move out. On the plane, the hum of engines fills the cabin as clouds stream past the windows in white ribbons. Lu Sheng settles into his seat and reflects on his progress. He has finished absorbing the energy crystals and his eternal cell count now stands at 287. He marvels at the potency of the crystals. Energy crystals truly live up to their reputation as a resource coveted by celestial-grade civilizations. Harold sits beside him and feels as though he is perched next to a boulder baking under the desert sun. The heat radiating from Lu Sheng's body is thick enough to taste. Every breath Lu Sheng takes fills the air around him with an inferno of compressed power. Harold swallows hard and keeps his eyes fixed straight ahead. The young man turns to Harold with casual curiosity and asks whether the man thinks a single punch from him could. Harold does not let him finish. He jolts upright in a panic and blurts out that a portion of the energy crystals they collect from the Dark Star and Black Demon Society is still in his possession. He vows to hand them over immediately. Lu Sheng blinks. A faint look of genuine confusion crosses his face. He asks Harold whether the man would believe him if he says that extortion is not his intention. Our boy lets out a resigned sigh and accepts the offering. He notes that including the previous shipment, the total now reaches a full kilogram. He admits that the King Seal organization is impressively wealthy. An old proverb from the Dragon Country surfaces in his mind. Accompanying a king is just the same as accompanying a tiger. He never truly grasps the meaning until this very moment, and sitting beside someone who radiates enough heat to melt stone makes it perfectly clear. For someone in Harold's position, every second spent near a being who can decide life and death at a whim must feel exactly that terrifying. The terror is constant and invisible and absolute. Lu Sheng's expression grows serious as a deeper concern takes shape. His strength has increased so dramatically that controlling it in ordinary situations is becoming a genuine problem. He resolves to seek out high-intensity combat as quickly as possible to master this power before it becomes a liability. The consequences of failure are not abstract. He fears that without control, he will not even be able to carry out normal daily activities. He imagines kissing his wife and accidentally burning her lips with the sheer heat pouring from his body. Or sitting close to his parents for a moment too long and scorching them while they weep tears of joy in their son's embrace. The thought hardens his resolve. He needs pressure, and he needs it now. He recalls that the guide's last count places 24 level 9 martial saints on the Azure planet. 3 have fallen since, and with Harold's addition, roughly 20 remain. He wonders whether that number is enough to push him to his limits. 2 martial saints fail to pressure him at all. He asks himself whether 20 or 30 would do the job, and concludes that the numbers should be sufficient. But if even that proves inadequate, he may have no choice but to pin every remaining hope on the mysterious organization known as the Guide. The private jet cuts through a cloudless sky, and its silver body gleams against the endless blue. Half an hour later, a lush tropical island materializes on the horizon. Harold informs Lu Sheng that this is their destination and an island known as Thousand Saint Island, so named by the World Martial Association. Lu Sheng raises an eyebrow at the title. He remarks that the martial saints of the Azure planet certainly do not lack ambition when it comes to naming things. He asks what comes next. Harold explains that a dinner banquet serves as the opening event, and it is designed to allow the martial saints to mingle and establish connections and negotiate trades. A formal exchange fair follows shortly after. Harold produces a printed catalog and presents it to Lu Sheng and asks him to review the available items. The first listing catches Lu Sheng's eye. 3 stages of life physique cultivation liquid guaranteed to refine and strengthen a martial physique and priced at 2 kilograms of energy crystals per bottle. He scans the catalog further. Every item listed carries a price tag measured in kilograms of energy crystals, and each one represents resources most martial saints spend decades accumulating. Harold explains that every product available at the fair is marketed exclusively by martial saints. Even the cheapest item on the list costs a full kilogram. The guy glances at Harold and observes that for a level 9 martial saint with over a century of experience, the man's savings seem remarkably thin, not even a single kilogram to spare. Harold shifts uncomfortably and offers a sheepish explanation. He admits that he trades for several items in the past, and that most of his remaining wealth now sits in the form of debts owed to him by other martial saints. He adds that the energy crystals from those arrangements will eventually find their way to Lu Sheng's hands. Lu Sheng lets out a quiet laugh. Harold even keeps his true financial resources hidden behind layers of favors and IOUs. The man truly is a cunning old fox. One particular entry in the catalog stops Lu Sheng cold. A star-to-all Martian talisman containing pure celestial-grade material and capable of crafting specific enhancements. The price reads 30 kilograms of energy crystals per gram. Lu Sheng connects the dots instantly. 30 kilograms per gram. So this is where Zhao Ji obtains his power source. After reigning as a dominant figure in the Dragon Country for over a century, an organization of that scale can easily afford the cost. Every martial saint on the planet funnels resources through these channels. He understands the full picture now. The Azure planet's civilizations produce raw resources that the guide harvests. 90% flows upward, and the martial saints scramble over the remaining 10%. Lu Sheng leans back and acknowledges the elegance of the system. It is a brilliantly constructed trap, but the conclusion is clear. Only by leaving this planet and stepping into the broader universe will he discover just how vast and limitless existence truly is. Only then will he stand alongside the true masters as an equal. The banquet hall doors swing open and music drifts through the air, and it is warm and inviting. Lu Sheng steps into the hall wearing a completely different face. His disguise transforms his features entirely with dark blue hair styled neatly above a sharp jawline, and he is wrapped in an immaculate formal suit. Even his own parents would fail to recognize him in this state. Harold nearly trips over himself with praise. He gushes that Lu Sheng's appearance is flawless, and that even in disguise the man radiates the same impossible perfection. Lu Sheng cuts the flattery short. He warns Harold that no amount of compliments will reduce the half-dozen energy crystals the man still owes him. Lu Sheng surveys the crowd and notes that every person here is at minimum a martial warrior of extraordinary caliber. This is the gathering of the Azure planet's absolute elite, and yet none of them come close to the man he just escorted through the door. A familiar pair catches his attention. Dong Shengyi walks through the crowd alongside Lin Wanwan, and Harold notices immediately that Lu Sheng's brother-in-law sports a fresh buzz cut. His martial aura has also grown noticeably sharper. Lu Sheng smirks and wonders whether the new hairstyle is Dong Shengyi's way of declaring a fresh start on his martial path. He scans the room for other recognizable faces, and curiosity pulls him deeper into the crowd. Something catches his eye, and his brow furrows. Lu Sheng spots the Dragon Country's military officials mingling among the guests, and they are accompanied by Lin Jingyu. He finds it puzzling that they attend despite clearly lacking a martial saint of their own. He notes that they even bring their most seasoned veterans and fighters who are old but possess strength rivaling level 9. He decides not to underestimate them. A wave of excited whispers sweeps through the banquet hall. Guests turn their heads in unison as someone announces that Miss Fiona has arrived and calls her the beauty of their union. The room erupts in a chorus of her name. Lu Sheng watches from the edge of the crowd, and his disguised features betray nothing. He remarks quietly that the princesses in fairy tales can only aspire to look this good. His assessment, however, goes far beyond aesthetics. He observes that Fiona's genetic composition is exceptional on every measurable level, and it is extraordinarily outstanding and strikingly perfect and eminently rare. Miss Fiona glides into the hall in a crimson gown that catches every source of light in the room. Her auburn hair cascades past her shoulders, and every eye in the banquet follows her movement as though gravity itself bends around her presence. The crowd presses forward with her name echoing from every direction, and the world's most powerful fighters transform into starstruck admirers in the span of a single heartbeat. A grand banquet hall overflows with guests dressed in their finest attire. The crowd presses together, and every head cranes toward the same direction, and every whisper carries the same breathless admiration. The source of all that reverence stands in the center of the hall. Fiona, draped in an elegant gown, commands every gaze in the room without lifting a finger. Voices ripple through the crowd and murmur that she is so beautiful it feels as though she steps straight out of a storybook. Lu Sheng's brother-in-law glances at Lin Wanwan beside him. He remarks that if she carries herself with more confidence and projects a stronger aura, she might not lose to Fiona in beauty at all. Lin Wanwan puffs her cheeks and pouts. She fires back that he is making fun of her again, and insists that compared to the daughter of the World Martial Association, whether in social status or physical appearance, she could never measure up. Lin Wanwan's expression shifts into something sly. She nudges Dong Qingxiu's brother and asks whether he plans to try his luck. After all, he is a young and handsome man from the Eastern Dragon Kingdom, and he might just catch Fiona's eye. Lu Sheng's brother-in-law waves the idea away with a weary hand. He insists that plenty of people here far outshine him, and that he is nothing special, and that he only recently stepped out of his own small world. The last thing he wants is another blow to his pride. He adds that a fellow brother from their association has already tried and is now completely traumatized by the rejection. He asks Lin Wanwan why anyone would willingly walk into the same wall and make things worse for themselves when confidence is already so fragile. Lin Wanwan falls silent with her lips pressed thin and no retort to offer. Lu Sheng's brother-in-law lets out a low and quiet laugh and is amused at how quickly she ran out of words. Nearby, a pair of well-dressed men lean close and speak in hushed tones. One of them notes that the two disciples from the Dong family both secure marriages in influential positions, and that their clan outdoes itself. He muses that if there is anyone capable of standing alongside those two, it would probably only be one person. On the other side of the banquet hall, the atmosphere shifts from delicate whispers to boisterous laughter. A broad-shouldered man with slicked back hair raises his glass high and bellows for everyone to join him in a toast. Between gulps of wine, a silver-templed officer brings up that the daughter of the World Martial Association leader Kaplan possesses status and beauty and bloodline all in one package. He wonders aloud whether they should send someone over to express their army's interest in a potential match. A thick-armed man with cropped dark hair squeezes his fist with excitement. He declares that they can absolutely make something happen, and adds that there are never too many benefits from such an arrangement. A lean officer with long purple-tinged hair shakes his head in firm disagreement. He argues that the Dragon Kingdom has hundreds of millions of people, and finding a woman who perfectly aligns with their army's standards and values is no simple task. Another man at the table slams his palm down and snaps that they should stop insulting foreigners, and his voice drips with unyielding pride in their own people. The silver-templed officer nods and adds that they cannot simply let outsiders lay their hands on their people so easily. He reminds the table that they already identified a candidate within the military and a promising young woman from the Dong family. The broad-shouldered man waves his hand and declares that there is no further need to discuss politics tonight. He urges everyone to set aside strategy and simply enjoy their drinks. Glasses clink together as laughter and chatter swallow the table whole. Fiona sinks into her seat with an exhausted sigh, and the fatigue is plain on her face. She murmurs to herself that coming to a banquet like this was a mistake. A shadowed companion beside her speaks up and notes that Fiona is an extremely popular woman, but that popularity is a double-edged sword. She warns that wherever Fiona goes, people will follow, and not always for the right reasons. Fiona's expression dims as she admits that they only wish to have her because of her status and her mother's name, and not because of who she truly is. Her companion presses gently and asks whether Fiona's father has spoken to her yet about the arrangements everyone knows are coming. Fiona lets out a hollow laugh. She wonders aloud what her father is thinking, and is convinced that by the time this banquet ends, he will have found someone and made the decision for her whether she likes it or not. Her companion turns toward the glittering hall and reminds Fiona that a banquet of this scale happens only once every 10 years and gathers the top martial experts from across the world under one roof. Her companion's tone sharpens. She advises Fiona to listen to her father's instructions because even in this modern era, a woman's prime and beauty last only around 10 years. Fiona furrows her brow and is visibly troubled. She murmurs that if she truly must find someone, then at the very least it should be on her own terms. Her eyes lock onto a figure across the hall, and without hesitation she lifts her finger and declares that it would have to be someone like him. The man she points at stands at the banquet table and is bathed in warm light that seems to bend around him. Lu Sheng, impeccably dressed in a tailored suit, radiates a quiet magnetism that even the chandeliers above cannot rival. Lu Sheng's eyes narrow. A sharp flicker of awareness pulses through him as he senses someone watching, and he thinks to himself that somebody is observing him. His gaze sweeps the room and locks onto the source of the attention with precision. Fiona's friend leans in with wide eyes and a fluttering heart. She tells Fiona that the man's physical appearance is almost on par with hers, and that if Fiona does not want him, she would gladly take him for herself. Fiona shoots her friend a look and protests that she has not even said anything yet. In the very next breath, Fiona rises to her feet and stamps the ground with quiet determination. She demands to know whoever claims she does not want him. Lu Sheng, watching from across the room, offers nothing but stunned silence. Lu Sheng's composure cracks for just a moment. He wonders why she suddenly decides to approach and whether his cover is somehow blown. He steadies himself and pieces together the conversation the army officers were having earlier. The realization settles in that this woman might be the daughter of the World Martial Association's leader Kaplan. The name Kaplan carries weight in every corner of the martial world. As one of the Azure planet's most prominent martial masters, his influence stretches across billions of miles, and his association stands as a pillar of global power. Our boy reflects that he originally dismisses the old men in the new army as outdated relics, and he never imagined someone this young is involved. He decides firmly that he has no desire to entangle himself in any relationship with the daughter of the Alliance. He sets his glass down with deliberate calm. Sometimes things simply refuse to go the way one plans. Fiona arrives at his side and asks whether he has tasted everything at the banquet and wonders if there is anything he would recommend. Fiona tilts her head with genuine curiosity and asks whether there is something here that counts as a personal favorite of his. Without waiting for an answer, she turns to the spread of dishes and begins pointing one after another and declares that she likes this one and that one too. Her enthusiasm is completely unguarded. Lu Sheng watches her fingers dart from plate to plate and lets out a soft murmur and asks if that is really so. Fiona grabs a fork and announces that she wants a taste for herself and plucks a piece of food from one of the plates he apparently favors. She takes a bite and hums with satisfaction and declares that it is indeed quite good. Lu Sheng stares at her in quiet disbelief, and the silence sits somewhere between bafflement and reluctant amusement. Across the hall, a pair of sharp eyes track Lu Sheng with calculated interest. A man stands beside a woman in a striking red dress, and both of them watch Lu Sheng from a distance. She thinks to herself that the man is undeniably powerful and surprisingly young, and she wonders which country produces someone like him. She continues her silent observation and reflects that too many formidable figures walk this world in this era. In such a short window of time, the sheer number of rising talents is enough to make even seasoned warriors hesitate to push forward. The woman in the red dress speaks up. She adds that caution makes sense because even a 9th-level martial saint can be permanently dethroned and replaced by someone younger and more ruthless. A flicker of surprise crosses his face at her own blunt assessment. He blinks and is caught off guard by a sudden shift in conversation. The woman in the red dress adjusts her glasses and asks in a low voice whether he thinks Lu Sheng is still alive. Her companion leans back and responds by pointing out that several veteran experts from the army show up tonight. He explains that typically the youngest and most promising fighters from the military attend events to broaden their horizons and sharpen their skills against the next generation. He adds that the army uses gatherings to introduce rising talent and hopes to cultivate a new wave of elite warriors who can eventually obtain the coveted crystals. The process, he notes, is entirely different from what outsiders assume. He nods and concedes that it is a shame Lu Sheng did not attend this time. He admits that if Liu Sheng had come, the Eastern Dragon Kingdom's delegation alone would have drawn far more attention and respect than it already does. The woman pushes her glasses up and asks him directly when he believes Liu Sheng will finally reach the level of a martial saint. Her companion raises a finger and states with conviction that no one alive can predict what Liu Sheng is truly capable of achieving. He lowers his voice and reminds her that Liu Sheng already demonstrates the ability to resist a supreme martial saint from another clan. He asks her to imagine just how terrifying Liu Sheng would become once he actually claims the title of martial saint for himself. The man with glasses straightens his posture with a flare of defiance in his eyes. He warns her not to underestimate the existing martial saint experts, but in the same breath declares that for the next 100 years, Liu Sheng will sit unchallenged at the peak of the Dragon Kingdom. He says it twice as if the words themselves carry the weight of prophecy. Liu Sheng can only be their lord. Blazing energy erupts around the man's clenched fist. He declares that no supreme old martial art, and no ancient weapon, and no hidden technique could ever catch Liu Sheng off guard. The heat of his conviction warms the air around him. Liu Sheng slips away from the banquet long before the final toast is poured. During his brief time inside, Fiona engages him in lengthy conversation, and more than a few pairs of jealous eyes follow his every move across the glittering hall. The young man strides through the grand courtyard outside the banquet building with the night air cool against his face. Behind him, the golden light of the hall spills through tall windows, but he does not look back. Whatever tangled web of alliances and ambitions churns inside those walls, he already decides it is none of his concern. Inside a high-level VIP room, the air carries the heavy scent of expensive liquor and polished wood. Liu Sheng sits alone on a lavish sofa and swirls a glass in his hand with the unhurried ease of a man who owns the building and everything in it. Harold steps through the doorway and dips his head with practiced respect. He remarks that he hears Liu Sheng is so charismatic that even the gem of the entire banquet is completely taken by him. Liu Sheng raises an eyebrow and asks whether Harold hears about it as well. Harold winces and admits with a pained smile that he is afraid everyone on Thousand Saint Island already knows. Harold shifts his tone and asks with a dry laugh whether he causes any issues for Liu Sheng by playing the role of his nephew. Liu Sheng offers no reply. He lifts his glass and drains the remaining liquor in a single gulp. Harold grows serious. He explains that both the World Martial Association and the Western Martial Alliance house a number of 9th-level martial saints, and all of whom seek a connection with Kaplan. He warns Liu Sheng that attracting this much attention only paints a larger target on his back, and that sooner or later someone will come for him. Harold confesses that several martial saints already corner and harass him during the banquet. Liu Sheng sets his glass down and tells Harold to rest easy and promises to settle the score on his behalf tomorrow. Their footsteps echo together through the empty corridor as they leave the VIP room side by side. Liu Sheng glances at Harold and assures him that he will get his face back for him and every last bit of it. The next day arrives with a sky swept clean of clouds and a tension that clings to every surface. Our boy stares ahead at the towering structures of the central arena, and his gaze is sharp enough to cut glass. The central grounds of Thousand Saint Island stretch wide and are dominated by 20 distinct towers, with each one representing a single martial saint. A total of 22 martial saints gather for this assembly, and that is 2 more than the usual count, and that surplus alone promises a far more volatile affair. Harold turns to Liu Sheng and announces that he will head up to his tower first. Liu Sheng nods once and tells him to go ahead. Harold crouches and launches himself skyward in a burst of golden light and clears the rooftops in a single leap. Liu Sheng narrows his eyes but does not flinch. The very moment Harold leaves his side, these people flood him with murderous pressure. Beauties truly attract nothing but trouble, and if he were genuinely just Harold's harmless nephew, that killing intent alone would crush him on the spot. Elsewhere, Fiona stands before a mountain of a man who regards her with stern golden eyes. He asks whether this is truly the boy she chooses. Fiona lifts her chin and replies that her father tells her to find a potential partner at this banquet, and the young man fits her standards of a perfect match in both appearance and presence. This is Kaplan, the World Martial Association's chairman. He folds his massive arms and states flatly that she cannot choose a partner based on looks alone. Kaplan explains that the young man is King Seal Harold's nephew, and that the King Seal organization carries a poor reputation. He adds that the boy does not appear particularly strong, and orders Fiona to change her mind and select someone more suitable. Fiona's composure shatters. She cries out for her father to listen, but Kaplan cuts her off with a single word of silence that drops the temperature in the room by several degrees. Kaplan turns his back and states that the assembly is about to begin. If the boy survives what lies ahead, he will consider giving it some thought. Lu Sheng listens with half an ear. He already knows every detail from Harold's briefing before the event. These rules are the very reason he comes to this assembly in the first place. The first segment revolves around collecting energy crystals scattered across the island. The format mirrors military field exercises, with participants allowed to form teams or work alone. Once the segment concludes, all crystals collected will be tallied and points distributed accordingly. The second segment pits participants against one another in direct combat. Fighters wager the points they earned from the first round, and the final ranking combines both segments into a single cumulative score. Lu Sheng does not care about points or rankings. What he craves is something far more dangerous. He wants all 22 martial saints to descend on him at once, so he can temper his willpower and martial body under the crushing weight of their combined pressure. A spark of inspiration ignites behind his eyes, and a slow grin spreads across his face. He has it. The plan takes shape in his mind with cold precision. He will monopolize every energy crystal during the first segment and make it look like a simple point grab. The martial saints perched in their towers will have no choice but to come down and stop him themselves. The young man pictures himself dismantling each one of them in sequence, and the mere thought sends a thrill racing through his veins. He hopes none of them back down or try to avoid confrontation. The only thing worse than fighting 22 martial saints is fighting fewer than 22. The crowd files out toward the designated grounds as the assembly officially commences. The energy crystal collection area sprawls across a vast stretch of terrain and is dotted with jagged rock formations and dense foliage hiding the precious crystals within. Several participants catch sight of Lu Sheng walking alone, and their eyes linger on him in heavy silence. A gruff voice from one team mutters that the kid representing King Seal acts far too bold for his own good and struts around as though everyone else is beneath him. He wonders whether the brat is behind some of their missing supplies. His companion tells him to drop it and focus on their own harvest. He warns that straying too far from the group is dangerous because anyone carrying crystals becomes an instant target. The Transcendent Martial Academy's team gathers in a loose formation. A senior member turns to Lu Sheng's brother-in-law and tells him to take his group and move separately and report back if anything goes wrong. Dong Xingxiu's brother nods and responds that he understands. One of them suggests finding a prime location and harvesting all the crystals before anyone else arrives. Another argues that whoever discovers crystals first holds every right to claim them without sharing. A warning rings out to keep watch for those who plan to collect crystals and then steal from others afterward. One of the senior members agrees and declares they will do exactly that. A younger team member watches the exchange and reflects with mixed feelings that these so-called academy elites behave no differently from common bandits. Lu Sheng scans his surroundings and pinpoints the nearest cluster of energy crystals beneath the terrain. He calculates the fastest route, but a persistent presence trailing behind him snags his attention. He senses someone following and decides against wasting time on them. He resolves to collect the crystals first and deal with the stalker afterward. The guy blurs forward in a burst of raw speed and leaves nothing but disturbed air in his wake. His pursuer stumbles and curses and snarls that the target is far too perceptive and vanishes before anyone can close the gap. The bandaged man seethes with fury. He swears that Lu Sheng can run for now but cannot run forever, and that no one who dares court Fiona under their watch deserves to keep breathing. At the same time, high inside one of Thousand Saint Island's observation towers, a group of figures watches the collection unfold far below. A deep voice asks why Dark Star and Lei fail to show up. Another replies that they are likely occupied elsewhere and that their absence actually benefits King Seal since Harold faces less competition for crystals. A muscular figure sneers and suggests that Harold is probably trying to hoard more than he can carry. He asks pointedly whether that sounds about right. Silence hangs in the air and no one volunteers an answer. Someone chuckles and remarks that they all become pawns in the end, and Harold's turn is coming soon enough. Nearby, Lin Wanwan tugs at her mother's sleeve and asks why so many people seem eager to attack that particular martial saint. Lin Zhengyu glances down at her daughter and explains that every man at this assembly dreams of becoming Kaplan's son-in-law. However, desire alone means nothing without the strength to back it up. Lin Wanwan asks whether being a martial saint is not enough. Lin Zhengyu shakes her head. She points out that Kaplan is not an ordinary chairman. He ranks among the top 5 in both ability and raw strength across the entire world, and his standards for a potential son-in-law mirror his own terrifying level. Lin Wanwan sighs and remarks that it is a real shame because the boy is quite handsome and honestly looks like a perfect match for Fiona. Lin Wanwan then confesses that she already tells Lu Shang's brother-in-law to try pursuing Fiona. Lin Zhengyu's expression hardens instantly and she orders her daughter never to suggest or even think of such things again. Lin Wanwan shrinks under her mother's glare and her eyes water as she squeaks out a defeated acceptance. 80 kilometers beneath the ocean surface, the water presses dark and heavy from every direction. Lu Sheng descends through the crushing depths and confirms that if his pursuers track him this far, the energy crystals must be close. He observes the fire reef formations lining the ocean floor. The energy crystals seep outward from these reefs and get pushed to the surface through cracks and fissures over millennia. Once harvested for the first time, the output drops dramatically, and that explains why the assembly only convenes once every decade. Lu Sheng steels his resolve. He is not collecting these crystals to enrich himself. The more he takes, the more desperate those 22 martial saints will become, and only with that desperation will they finally find the motivation to come at him with everything they possess. Only with that motivation will they deliver the pressure he requires in a real fight. A wicked grin splits Lu Sheng's face as violet energy crackles around his clenched fist. He declares that he hopes those martial saints will not disappoint him. Deep beneath the ocean surface, columns of water surge and roar as Lu Sheng tears through the seabed with devastating force. Torrents of azure energy ripple outward from his body and carve through coral and stone as crystals rip free from the earth below. The sheer pressure of his movement sends shockwaves rolling through the water and turns the deep-sea floor into a churning storm of debris and light. Lu Sheng rises from the depths with water streaming off his shoulders. He muses that he manages to obtain over 100 kilograms of crystals and marvels at how many mysterious resources this planet hides within itself. He straightens his cuffs and decides it is time to proceed with his next move. Lu Sheng raises his hand toward the sky. A grid of shimmering psychic energy expands outward from his palm and scans the terrain in every direction with surgical precision. The energy crystals amplify his abilities far beyond their previous limits. His technique level surges past anyone in the surrounding area, and his psychic energy grows denser and more potent than ever before. He reflects that he is uncertain whether his psychic energy reaches level 9, but it is undeniably far beyond where level 8 once sits. The increase is extraordinary, and not only in raw quality but in sheer volume as well. His scan picks up a cluster of people nearby. Our boy's lips curve into a thin smile as he remarks that this is quite the coincidence and that he will start with them. In the blink of an eye, he vanishes from the spot without a trace. On a sunlit tropical shore, a group of fighters relaxes among the palm trees. One of them asks how many crystals the others manage to collect. The replies trickle in. One admits to gathering only around 100 grams, while another confesses to falling short of even that mark. A third member announces proudly that he holds 300 grams. The group leader tallies everything and declares they now sit between 3 and 4 kilograms total, and that earns a wave of satisfied nods. He adds that their haul already surpasses the 2 to 3 kilograms they collect during the previous assembly. With time still remaining, he suggests that if they manage to steal crystals from rival teams, they might push their total to 5 kilograms. A nervous member cuts in and warns them not to tempt fate and asks what happens if another team raids them instead. His companion waves the concern away. He asks how anyone can target a group this large, especially with senior brother King Yulong leading them. No one in their right mind would dare. Silence falls for a heartbeat. Someone glances around and asks who speaks just now because the voice does not belong to any of them. The answer arrives cold and sudden. A member spots the intruder and shouts that it is the guy from King Seal. Disbelief ripples through the group. One of them snarls that this lone outsider dares to confront their entire squad despite being hopelessly outnumbered. The group fans out with weapons drawn. Their leader steps forward and remarks with mocking amusement that the intruder seems to carry an impressive amount of confidence in his abilities and strength. Lu Sheng stands perfectly still. Behind him, a tidal wave of violet psychic energy erupts skyward, and its tendrils lash the air. The pressure alone bends the grass flat and sends loose debris scattering. He tilts his head slightly and echoes a single word back at them. Confidence, he asks, as though the concept itself amuses him. A lazy smile touches his face. He tells them that of course he is confident and adds that it is the most natural thing in the world. Even if only by a small margin, the gap between them is more than enough. The leader's eye catches a flicker of movement too fast to register. His pupils shrink to pinpoints as a strangled cry of disbelief escapes his throat. A thunderous impact tears through the clearing. Senior brother King Yuelong flies backward with his clothes shredded and his body tumbling through the air before slamming into the earth with a deafening crash. His teammates freeze in horror. One stammers that the King Seal Fighter attacks their senior brother and that he simply collapses without any warning. Another whispers in disbelief that none of them is able to see a single one of his strikes. The realization hits hard. The gap between their stage and his is not a difference. It is an abyss. From a distance, a woman from the previous banquet watches the carnage unfold. Her face drains of color and she gasps that it is him and demands to know how he can possibly be here. Nothing about this makes sense to her. 10 minutes later, a massive geyser of water erupts from the coastline as another confrontation ends in Lu Sheng's overwhelming favor. A cluster of soaked and battered fighters stands in the downpour with their weapons hanging limp at their sides. Every ounce of defiance is gone from their faces. A trembling voice among the defeated mentions the energy crystals as if hoping the subject alone might earn mercy. The young man turns toward them and asks in a flat and unbothered tone whether they intend to hand the crystals over willingly. The response is immediate and deafening as they scream in panic. One of the beaten fighters drops to his knees and shoves a sack of crystals forward and begs Lu Sheng to take everything they possess. Lu Sheng weighs the haul in one hand and notes that it comes to about 1 kilogram. He nods and tells the man he may leave. The fighter bows his head and thanks him with desperate gratitude. The man sprints away without looking back. He mutters through ragged breaths that Lu Sheng is terrifying beyond measure, and that the place he just comes from houses an entire squad from a major sect, and all of them fall the same way. He adds that nothing remains but a massive crater where an entire group once stands. The memory alone makes his hands tremble, and he resolves to withdraw from the competition entirely. Lu Sheng clicks his tongue in mild irritation. This method of collecting crystals one group at a time is far too slow. Tracking them individually drains effort he does not care to spend. Then a spark of inspiration strikes and a grin tugs at his mouth. He announces to no one in particular that instead of hunting for crystals, he will simply let them come to him. Violet energy coils around his hand as clusters of raw crystals float upward and are suspended by his psychic force. The crystals rise higher and higher into the open sky and are drawn together by invisible threads of purple energy until they form a towering formation visible for kilometers in every direction. The guy watches his creation take shape and remarks with quiet amusement that it reminds him of how drone light shows are assembled, and one glowing point at a time. More crystals spiral upward into the structure, and each one pulses with violet radiance. The beacon hums with a deep and resonant frequency that vibrates through the air itself. A colossal crystal pillar now hangs suspended in the sky above Lu Sheng, and its facets reflect sunlight in every direction. The whole thing burns with pure psychic energy. Lu Sheng studies his work and decides it still lacks impact. He mutters that he will need to add some special effects to make it truly impossible to ignore. He channels another surge of energy upward. Lightning arcs between the floating crystals and the pillar erupts with crackling violet bolts that illuminate the clouds above. The signal is unmistakable. Every team on the island now knows exactly where to find him. Lu Sheng leans back and whistles a lazy tune and calls out for them to come quickly. The anticipation buzzes through him. He admits that the wait itself thrills him almost as much as the fight to come. Inside the observation room on Thousand Saint Island, Fiona leans toward the bank of screens and demands to know why none of the channels show the man she is looking for. She orders the operators to switch channels immediately. The channels cycle rapidly as staff scramble to comply with her increasingly impatient commands. Fiona spots a familiar figure on one of the feeds and orders everyone to stop. She declares that this is the one, and tells them to keep this channel playing. On screen, Lu Sheng stands beneath his towering crystal beacon, and the violet lightning casts sharp shadows across his face. Even through a monitor, his presence fills the room. A man standing behind Fiona chuckles and remarks that it certainly appears the precious gem of the world takes quite a liking to the boy from King Seal. He adds with a knowing laugh that gaining Kaplan's approval will prove far more difficult than collecting crystals, no matter how talented the young man may be. Kaplan himself stands before a holographic radar display with his attention fixed elsewhere. He murmurs with a furrowed brow and wonders why every signal on the map suddenly gravitates toward a single point. The radar pulses with converging dots, and all of them flow inward. The pattern is unlike anything Kaplan witnesses during any previous assembly. Kaplan's composure shatters in an instant. His eyes blow wide, and he roars in shock and demands to know what in the world he is looking at. Moments earlier, a crowd of fighters gathers on the open plains to discuss the competition's most dangerous contenders. One voice rises above the rest and explains that the warrior serving under Tan Zhongyu stands among the top favorites to win it all. Another adds that he meets King Yu Zheng a decade ago and that the man's strength is already monstrous even then. His intuition and natural talent far exceed anything at this level, and the current roster may not contain a single person capable of matching him. A stunned silence settles over the group. Someone brings up Tang Ge and notes that the veteran is the oldest disciple in their ranks and has lived over a century. Despite his experience and the recognition of a fifth-level powerhouse, even Tang Ge cannot stand against the likes of King Yu Zheng with any real certainty. Another fighter shakes his head in disbelief and questions whether any of their earlier assessments hold any weight at all. The gap between King Yu Zheng and everyone else feels less like a difference and more like an entirely separate league. A younger member of the group asks plainly whether King Yu Zheng is truly that overpowering. The answer arrives without hesitation. King Yu Zheng is the disciple that Tan Zhongyu treasures and utilizes above all others, and a weapon forged personally by a martial saint. One of the senior fighters states that if King Yu Zheng ever manages to break through to level 9, no one in their right mind would find it surprising. The foundations for that leap already exist within him. As for the kid representing King Seal, the speaker admits he is completely unfamiliar with him. He concedes the boy might be strong, but estimates that at best he sits on par with King Yu Zheng in raw ability and nothing more. Lin Zhengyu watches the battlefield from a vantage point above with her hooded cloak rippling in the wind. She observes that the King Seal fighter walks straight into a confrontation with Ming Yu Hall's team and concludes that his run is over. Blue energy erupts across the field below as the clash unfolds in a blinding flash. Lin Wanwan tugs at her mother's cloak and calls out to her softly. Lin Zhengyu glances down at her daughter and hums in acknowledgement with her attention still fixed on the battle. Both of them freeze. Lin Wanwan's eyes go wide and a sharp gasp escapes her lips. The opponent, who is supposed to overwhelm the King Seal fighter, is already on his knees, and the fight barely lasts a handful of seconds. The defeated fighter kneels in the dirt with his expression hollow and blank. He offers no words and only the vacant stare of a man whose confidence evaporates in a single exchange. Lin Zhengyu pulls her hood lower and admits she is wrong. The kid from King Seal is strong, and not just strong but devastatingly and unreasonably powerful. Nearby spectators erupt in disbelief and stammer that they cannot believe what their eyes just witnessed. Lu Sheng rolls his shoulders and remarks with open contempt that they are all so weak they cannot even withstand a single blow from him. He asks how any of them managed to enter a competition of this caliber with so little to show for it. Lu Sheng thrusts his hand skyward and commands the crystals to rise. Clusters of shimmering pink and violet stones rip free from the earth and soar upward into the open sky. The crystals spread across the heavens in a sprawling constellation, and each one pulses with radiant energy visible for kilometers in every direction. Onlookers across the island snap their heads upward. One of them roars in bewilderment and demands to know what the kid is trying to do. Inside the observation tower, Kaplan stands motionless beside Fiona. His arms remain folded, and his expression betrays nothing, though the tension in his jaw tells a different story. A voice nearby spits out that the fool from King Seal must be trying to attract every single participant to his location. The speaker cannot fathom why anyone would willingly paint a target that large on themselves. Another observer stares at the beacon and murmurs in disbelief that the boy intends to crown himself the sole king of this entire competition. Fiona turns to Kaplan with fire in her eyes. She announces that she makes her decision and declares without a shred of hesitation that this man is the perfect prince of her dreams. Down on the ground, Lu Sheng surveys the horizon with a calm and satisfied smile. The masses converge from every direction and are drawn by the beacon. Fighters pour in from every corner of the island. Small teams and large sects and lone wolves all stream toward the pillar of light, with greed or fury etched across their faces. Our boy watches the flood of bodies draw closer and announces to himself that everyone finally arrives. The first wave reaches the clearing. A muscular fighter with wild hair spots Lu Sheng and shouts that this is the brat who catches Fiona's eye. Another demands to know where he obtains so many crystals. Someone puts it together and snarls that the kid stacks the crystals as bait to lure them all here on purpose. A broad-chested fighter throws his head back and laughs. He declares it arrogant beyond belief but admits with a wide grin that he likes it. Lu Sheng sits on a raised stone platform overlooking the growing crowd. He notes the presence of the Transcendent Martial Academy and fighters from the Dark Organizations and several other major factions, all converging at once. He crosses one leg over the other and confirms that every great sect from across the world is now gathered in one place. The trap is set and the bait dangles right above their heads. A blue-haired fighter with crackling energy around his body steps forward and snarls at Lu Sheng to hand over his crystals. He promises to spare him on behalf of Miss Fiona as a gesture of goodwill. Another fighter flanks him and adds that he has no idea where the kid manages to gather this many energy crystals. He warns that dumping all of them here as provocation proves the boy has never seen what it means to cross the Black Hand. A more cautious voice among the crowd mutters that something feels off. He points out that if any of them stands in the kid's position, not a single one dares to face this many opponents alone. His companion narrows his eyes and wonders what tricks the kid keeps hidden up his sleeves. He raises one finger and a single bolt of blue lightning crackles at its tip. The young man lifts his arm toward the sky. A pillar of blinding white light erupts from his palm and connects to the crystal beacon above. Violet lightning arcs outward in every direction as his psychic energy floods the atmosphere. His voice cuts through the chaos with surgical precision. He tells them all that if they dare to challenge him and defeat him and kill him, only then will the crystals floating above belong to them. A grin splits his face and it is sharp and dangerous. He holds a glowing crystal in his palm and repeats the offer, and the violet light dances across his features. The crowd needs no further invitation. A deafening roar of bloodlust erupts as dozens of fighters charge forward at once, with weapons blazing and war cries shaking the air. A squad of warriors announces themselves as soldiers serving the Eagle Kingdom's martial saint and the Twin Kingdom. They rush Lu Sheng with coordinated formation and blades drawn. His response is instant. A single pulse of psychic energy rips through the air, and the 5 leading attackers launch backward before their weapons come within arm's reach. The remaining fighters stagger in horror. One of them shouts that the top 5 charge straight at him and fly away without landing a single touch. Another body sails overhead and gets sent tumbling a second time. Panic flashes across a bald fighter's face as he screams at his allies to dodge immediately with the weight of a death sentence. A battered fighter calls out for Tangay and begs him to retreat. He insists they cannot win and need to escape while they still draw breath. Before Tangay can respond, Lu Sheng appears behind the fleeing group. He asks in a low and amused tone whether they really think about leaving so soon. Psychic energy crackles at his fingertips. The guy utters a single word: arise. Behind him, the ocean heaves upward as a towering wall of water surges into the sky and blots out the horizon. A fighter drops to his knees and screams that the wall is a tsunami and one controlled entirely by psychic energy. Another voice cracks with disbelief and demands to know that Lu Sheng is also a psychic master on top of everything else. A seasoned warrior stares at the scale of the tidal wave and admits that controlling psychic energy at that magnitude sits far beyond his own ability. He cannot even fathom the reserves required for something this monstrous. Lu Sheng addresses the crowd with casual indifference. He suggests that since they all gather here so conveniently, they should hand over every item they carry before departing. A panicked voice calls out for Tangay as the silver-haired veteran materializes at the front of the group with his stance wide and his jaw set with iron resolve. Tangay roars at his allies to stay back. He declares that he will hold Lu Sheng off and orders Lu Sheng's brother-in-law to run immediately. His voice leaves no room for argument. Lu Sheng pauses mid-step. He repeats Tangay's words back to him with quiet incredulity and asks whether the old man truly just says he intends to delay him. Lu Sheng's shirt hangs open and reveals the sculpted physique of a body tempered by forces beyond mortal comprehension. Violet energy pulses through his veins as he asks Tangay a single question. He demands to know who gives him the confidence to make such a bold claim and whether it is Lin Zhengyu herself. The battlefield falls silent. Fighters clutch their wounds and stare at the ground, and their bravado is replaced by the hollow look of men who understand they never stand a chance. One by one, they reach into their packs and extend their energy crystals forward with trembling hands. The first voice cracks as it announces the surrender of every crystal in his possession. The surrenders cascade through the crowd. A second group offers theirs up voluntarily, and a third follows suit immediately after. The words spill from their mouths in defeated monotone, and each one gives up willingly. Lu Sheng extends his palm. Threads of violet psychic energy ripple outward from his fingers and weave through the air and lift every surrendered crystal off the ground at once. The stones float toward him in a spiraling current of purple light. He watches the stream of crystals converge in his hands and nods with calm approval. He remarks that this is exactly the way things should be. A massive formation of violet crystal hovers beside him now, and its facets throw light across the clearing. Lu Sheng flexes his fingers and admits he is merely warming up. The psychic energy radiating from his body intensifies. The air itself vibrates under the weight of his presence, and even the surrendered fighters instinctively take another step back. Our boy rolls his shoulders and turns his attention to the horizon. The warm-up is over and the real work is about to begin. Behind him, the surviving fighters huddle together and exchange shaken whispers. One of them mutters that a single junior-level combatant just forces an army of experienced fighters from major sects to hand over everything without a real fight. The fear in the man's voice is thick enough to taste. Another fighter shakes his head in disbelief. He cannot wrap his mind around the fact that Lu Sheng simply lets them walk away after taking their crystals rather than finishing them off entirely. A third voice trembles as it declares the whole encounter terrifying beyond anything imaginable. A monster like that should not exist at this level, and yet he dismantles fighters from every major sect and faction as though swatting flies. A more analytical fighter studies the residual energy left in the air. He notes that the depth and density of the aura is staggering and far beyond what any 8th-level fighter should be able to produce. The power feels bottomless, as if what they witness is only a fraction of the real thing. His voice drops to barely a whisper. He murmurs that the sensation is almost as if he is standing before someone far more dangerous than anyone at this competition. A bald elder finishes the thought for him. He asks with wide eyes whether the young man from King's Seal reminds anyone else of Lu Sheng. The name lands hard among the group, and the irony of the comparison hangs in the air without anyone realizing just how precise it truly is. The elder reflects that he underestimates this generation entirely. To think someone of this caliber exists outside the known rankings is enough to make a seasoned fighter question everything he believes about the current balance of power. Lu Sheng rises into the air with the crystal hall trailing behind him and soars away from the battlefield. A bitter voice calls after him and laments that Lu Sheng himself does not attend this assembly. If the real Lu Sheng is here, the speaker insists no one allows a stranger to take this much from them so effortlessly. The remaining fighters watch the shrinking figure in the sky. One of them sputters in shock that the kid simply leaves just like that and takes every crystal with him and vanishes without so much as a backward glance. A group leader turns to his team and confirms the grim reality. The King Seal fighter collects every last energy crystal in the area and carries the entire haul off alone. Another voice cuts in and warns that the stolen crystals represent an enormous amount. Losing them does not just set their team back, but effectively eliminates them from competition entirely. One of the defeated fighters clenches his fists and argues that they should prepare for retaliation, but even he cannot keep the doubt out of his own voice. A calmer voice reminds the group that the sheer volume of energy crystals the kid accumulates is beyond anything a normal participant should possess. The implications of that kind of stockpile are staggering. Inside the Thousand Saint Islands Saint Tower, the atmosphere crackles with tension of an entirely different kind. A martial saint storms toward Harold and demands to know whether the boy on the battlefield is truly his nephew. The door rattles as another martial saint bangs on the doorway with barely restrained impatience. He rounds on Harold and asks point-blank what exactly is going on with his so-called nephew. A third martial saint jabs a finger in Harold's direction and accuses him of hiding the truth. He states bluntly that the boy is clearly no ordinary person, and that fighting at this level requires talent bordering on genius, and that Harold deliberately misleads everyone about the kid's real capabilities. One of the martial saints leans back and admits with grudging respect that it is nearly impossible to imagine anyone achieving what the King Seal fighter just accomplishes. A mocking grin tugs at his lips as he savors Harold's discomfort. Another presses Harold further and asks why he still sits there in silence while his nephew turns the entire competition upside down. He demands to know how Harold keeps an extraordinary talent like that hidden for so long. Capelin stands apart from the group with arms folded. He delivers his assessment in a measured tone and notes that both his personal judgment and his strategic instinct point to the same conclusion. The King Seal fighter will win, and he will win decisively. Fiona clasps her hands together beside Capelin and beams. She exclaims that this is wonderful news and that her father finally sees what she recognizes from the very beginning. In a quieter corner of the observation area, Lin Zhengyu lowers her hood slightly and exchanges a glance with Lin Wanwan. She comments that the worst of the competition is already over because that single fighter monopolizes everything to the point where no real contest remains. Lin Zhengyu analyzes deeper. She notes that his psychic techniques appear incomplete on the surface, as though he never receives formal training. Yet the raw output and control he demonstrates place him among the strongest at this stage. Lin Wanwan tugs at her mother's cloak and asks whether she is talking about the overwhelming display of energy from earlier. She adds quietly that the fighter reminds her a great deal of her senior brother's style, though she cannot put her finger on why. Lin Zhenyu considers her daughter's observation and murmurs that the circumstance is simple enough. The boy possesses something rare, and whoever trains him clearly allows him to develop his strengths to their absolute ceiling. Across the room, a stern, bald martial saint watches the feeds in absolute silence. His glowing blue eyes do not blink once. The competition's first segment draws to a close. Lu Sheng dominates so completely that every remaining participant accepts the inevitable. He does not even reveal his full power, and those watching closely suspect he operates at no higher than level 8. The true ceiling of his ability remains a terrifying unknown. Deep beneath the ocean surface, energy stirs. Something immense begins to gather. Once Lu Sheng finishes pulling every energy crystal from the ocean floor, the remaining participants realize with dawning horror that the underwater deposits are completely exhausted. Nothing remains for anyone else to mine. Every martial saint inside the observation tower turns toward the sea. The water churns with unnatural force, and the pressure in the room shifts as 22 pairs of eyes lock onto the same disturbance. The gathered martial saints exchange uneasy glances. Each one knows that no ordinary gold-tier investment generates this volume of crystal. The amount the King Seal fighter pulls from the depths defies every calculation and projection they make coming into this assembly. A voice rises above the murmur and calls Harold's name with increasing urgency. Harold barely reacts, and his gaze stays fixed on the ocean. Beside him, Fiona whispers that her beloved is doing something extraordinary. A sharp reaction ripples through the room as the disturbance in the water grows more violent. The young man breaks the surface and announces with quiet finality that he finishes. The first task of his mission is complete. Every head on the shoreline snaps toward the water. A low voice confirms what they all sense. He is here. The ocean erupts. A colossal pillar of crystal rises from the depths and towers above the island. Lu Sheng stands atop the formation with his silhouette framed by the blinding refraction of light through 10,000 facets. He pulls the entire crystal deposit out of the seabed in a single and impossible act. On the shore, a fighter drops to his knees. His voice cracks as he stammers that the object rising from the ocean is a single massive energy crystal of a size nobody in this generation ever sees before. Another screams that Lu Sheng rips the entire deposit free from the earth and that the structural collapse beneath the ocean floor will be immediate and catastrophic. The stern, bald martial saint breaks his silence for the first time. A wild grin splits his weathered face as he bellows that the display is nothing short of amazing. The giant crystal settles on the shore. An older martial saint steps forward and gazes up at Lu Sheng standing beside the towering stone and offers two simple words of praise. "Well done, young man." The crowd of martial saints and fighters presses forward to witness the impossible sight, and their rivalries and grudges are temporarily forgotten in the face of something none of them ever expects to see. Kaplan moves to the front of the gathered martial saints. His expression is unreadable, but the weight of his attention on Lu Sheng tells everyone present that the chairman of the World Martial Association takes this very seriously. Kaplan addresses the situation with deliberate authority. He notes that the young man demonstrates a willingness to reach beyond what anyone expects. By gathering crystals to this extent, the boy sets a standard that reshapes expectations for every participant present. Fiona breaks formation and points at Lu Sheng with uncontainable excitement. She declares at full volume that this is him and the man of her dreams, and leaves no doubt in anyone's mind where her heart sits. Murmurs ripple through the crowd. One observer notes that only someone with that level of ambition would collect the entire crystal reserve as a statement. Another admits that the kid from King Seal is on the verge of becoming one of the most important figures at this assembly. A cautious voice near Kaplan's ear warns the chairman not to make hasty decisions and to consider the situation carefully before committing to anything. Lu Sheng steps forward with the massive crystal pillar at his back, casting a long shadow across the sand. He addresses the gathered martial saints directly and states that he hopes everyone present will be willing to hear his question and provide an answer. Kaplan's eyebrow lifts slightly at the audacity of the request. His expression hardens into something sharp and impenetrable. He fixes Lu Sheng with a steady gaze and tells him to ask his question. The guy dips into a formal bow and thanks Kaplan for his generosity with measured respect. He straightens and looks out at the assembled martial saints with the crystal tower gleaming behind him. He begins calmly and announces that his question is as follows. The words leave his mouth with cold precision. He asks them plainly whether all of them are such utter trash at their level, and if so, then why do they even bother showing up? The silence lasts exactly one heartbeat before it shatters. Every martial saint in earshot snaps rigid with shock and fury. The word trash echoes off the crystal pillar and rolls across the beach, and not a single person present can believe what they just hear. The word trash still hangs in the air when the nearest martial saint erupts with fury. His face contorts into a mask of pure rage as he roars back and demands to know what Lu Sheng just says. Lu Sheng tilts his head and lets a quiet laugh slip through his teeth. It is a low and deliberate sound that carries no humor at all. Golden energy detonates from his body. His hair shifts from black to blazing platinum. The sheer pressure of his transformation cracks the ground beneath his feet. The disguise falls away completely. A strangled gasp cuts through the crowd. Someone stumbles backward and chokes out that this presence and this aura belongs to a man they all know too well. It is him. Lu Sheng rolls his shoulders as flames of golden light ripple across his bare skin. He announces calmly that the first step is to shatter that tower. He launches forward in a streak of blinding gold. The impact against the martial saint's tower tears through stone and steel and sends a shockwave that rattles every structure within a kilometer. The tower groans and buckles and collapses inward. A martial saint inside barely escapes the avalanche of debris and screams for everyone to get clear. Chunks of stone rain from above as the tower disintegrates. A voice shrieks that it is dangerous and orders everyone to get down immediately. Bodies scatter across the open ground. Fighters and spectators alike throw themselves flat as rubble hammers the earth around them, and each impact kicks up clouds of dust and gravel. The dust clears just enough to reveal the full extent of the destruction. An entire martial saint tower reduces to a pile of smoking ruins in the span of a single heartbeat. A broad-shouldered Western martial saint rises from the wreckage with blood trickling down his temple. He locks eyes on Lu Sheng and snarls and demands to know who this Easterner really is. Our boy answers with his fist. The blow connects flush against the martial saint's guard and sends a shockwave rippling outward that warps the air itself. The impact echoes across the island. A second explosion of golden energy engulfs the battlefield. The sheer force tears a trench into the earth and hurls the Western martial saint backward. Lu Sheng stands in the center of the devastation with his shirt hanging in tatters around his waist. He tells them plainly that he will reveal who he is, but only if any of them can defeat him first. A white-haired martial saint with a long staff charges from the flank. He screams a curse and drives his weapon forward and unleashes a torrent of violet energy that crashes against Lu Sheng in a tidal wave of killing intent. One of the martial saints finds himself suspended in midair with his limbs locked in place by an invisible grip. Confusion flashes across his face. His composure shatters completely. He screams at the other martial saints and begs them to stop standing around and help him before it is too late. Lu Sheng ignores the plea and tears through the next wave of attackers. Golden fire trails behind every strike, and each movement carries enough force to buckle steel. An observer near the edge of the battlefield watches in stunned disbelief. He recounts aloud that Kaplan, the president of the World Martial Association and one of the planet's top-ranked martial saints, fails to handle a single level 8 youngster. The great chairman is now begging his peers for help. A Western martial saint bellows that this is unacceptable. He commands every martial saint present to attack together and beat the Easterner into the ground. Another warns Lu Sheng to brace for the combined fury of every Western martial saint on the island. Multiple martial saints converge on Lu Sheng simultaneously. In the chaos, one of them spots the massive energy crystal still standing on the shore and yells out in alarm. A group of opportunists breaks away from the fight and sprints toward the unguarded crystal. One of them shouts that this is their chance to grab the prize while the martial saints keep Lu Sheng occupied. The young man appears beside the crystal in a flash. He reminds the thieves that the spoils of war belong only to the final victor, and he asks why they take it upon themselves to break the rules. His palm flashes with golden light, and the impact sends the crystal thieves cartwheeling through the air. A second wave of attackers meets the same fate before they close within arm's reach. The battlefield clears around Lu Sheng as body after body drops. He does not even bother turning to face the last few stragglers. The aftermath stretches across the beach. Craters dot the sand, and fallen fighters litter the ground in every direction. A defeated martial saint clutches his ribs and forces a strangled groan through clenched teeth. Lu Sheng surveys the damage with mild disappointment. He remarks that every Western martial saint here appears to advance through medicine rather than real training, and that they are all disappointingly fragile. He glances around the perimeter and wonders aloud whether any other rule breakers remain for him to deal with. A fighter on the ground gasps in disbelief. He stammers that this level of power defies every known limit and demands to know who in the world this person truly is. Another voice trails off mid-sentence as recognition slowly creeps across his face. His mouth opens, but the name catches in his throat. This battle writes itself into the history books in real time. In the year 317 of the martial calendar, 21 level 9 experts on the Azure planet find themselves facing a single opponent. On Thousand Saint Island, deep within the Shisha Ocean, the impossible becomes reality. Lu Sheng stands at the center of the carnage with his body wreathed in golden flames that lick the sky. 21 of the most powerful fighters on the planet lie utterly defeated at his feet. A panicked voice screams from the edge of the battlefield and asks whether the monster is trying to annihilate the entire island. A surviving martial saint refuses to accept the outcome. He staggers upright and roars that everyone must attack together at once. Golden energy erupts from his body as he releases his dharma and pushes his power to its absolute limit. Several martial saints follow suit. Dharma energy from multiple sources collides with Lu Sheng's aura in a cataclysmic explosion of light, but the golden flames around him do not waver for even a fraction of a second. When the dust settles, Lu Sheng stands unchanged. His golden form towers over the battlefield with every muscle etched in firelight, and his presence is as immovable as a mountain. A small figure watches from behind the crystal. Fiona's voice cracks with quiet recognition. She whispers that it is him, and that it is truly him, and her breath barely holds together. Lu Sheng's brother-in-law stares at the golden figure, and the truth hits him hard. He curses under his breath, and admits that his emotions keep getting toyed with over and over. The man demolishing every martial saint on this island is none other than his own brother-in-law, Lu Sheng. A blonde fighter nearby throws his head back and howls with reckless joy. He declares that they are witnessing the future god of their military in action. The realization spreads fast through the remaining spectators. One of them exclaims that he knows it all along and that no era produces this many prodigies at once. Another turns to where Harold sits and remarks that allying with someone at this level carries incalculable value. A battered fighter mutters in awe that one man just takes on over 20 martial saints alone. Fiona stares at Lu Sheng's transformed figure with a tangled knot of confusion and fascination. She asks no one in particular why the man she falls for suddenly changes his appearance and beats her father and challenges every martial saint on the island. The word fascinating escapes her lips alongside the warning that he is incredibly dangerous. A calm and measured voice cuts through the noise. A figure steps forward and the greeting is simple. It is a while since they last meet. Lu Sheng turns to face the newcomer and addresses him directly. He tells Marshal St. Tan that he still conceals his dharma and asks whether the man truly intends to hold back until he takes damage. The guy continues without breaking eye contact. He recalls destroying Tan Zhongyu's will projection countless times inside the 7th Marshal St. Tower. Now he declares he finally gets the chance to face the real body. Tan Zhongyu responds with a single and contemptuous exhale. In one fluid motion, Tan Zhongyu draws his sword. The blade catches the light and hums with a frequency that vibrates through every bone within earshot. His stance shifts into something razor-sharp and absolute. The first slash rips through the air faster than sight can follow and trails a ribbon of blinding silver-blue energy in its wake. The technique's name rolls across the battlefield, Drifting Cloud. Tan Zhongyu brings the blade down in a second devastating arc. The energy cascading from the edge expands into a wall of radiance that swallows everything in its path. Shining blade. The full force of the technique erupts outward. A pillar of silver-blue light tears across the battlefield and splits the earth and sky in a single clean line. The explosion that follows dwarfs everything that comes before it. Light consumes the horizon and the shockwave flattens every standing structure within range. Lin Zhenju watches from beneath her hood with her violet eyes gleaming with sharp recognition. She announces that Tan Zhenju finally steps into the fight for real, and that the vanishing slash he unleashes is his most devastating ultimate technique. A torrent of azure energy tears through the air. Tan Zhongyu stands at the center of the maelstrom, with his entire body wrapped in crackling blue light as he unleashes the full force of his strike. One of the watching martial artists blurts out that Tan Zhongyu is finally taking action but demands to know why he cannot see anything at all. Another onlooker narrows his eyes and murmurs that there is no doubt about it and that Tan Zhongyu has already gone all out with everything he has. A third martial artist gasps and wonders aloud whether Tan Zhongyu has already reached such a terrifying level. The name of the technique ripples through the battlefield, Heaven Splitter. Azure energy cascades downward in a blinding pillar, and the sheer pressure distorts the air around it. The ground beneath fractures and splits under the weight of the invisible blade. Lu Sheng stands motionless, with his expression calm despite the suffocating force bearing down on him. He remarks to himself that he can feel something approaching and something he cannot see. His fingers twitch, and in one fluid motion, Lu Sheng raises his hand. Blue energy crackles between his fingertips as the invisible slash collides with his palm, and the impact sends shockwaves rippling outward. Our boy holds his ground without a single step backward, and his body is wreathed in a thin veil of azure light. The air around him hums with residual energy as the last traces of Heaven Splitter dissolve into nothing. A colossal pillar of blue energy erupts skyward from the point of impact, and its brilliance swallows the horizon and forces every spectator to shield their eyes. One of the watching martial artists stumbles backward and cries out in disbelief and demands to know what in the world just happened. Another onlooker stammers that Lu Sheng actually blocked an invisible slash, and his voice cracks with shock at the sheer impossibility of what he just witnessed. Lu Sheng tilts his chin upward and responds with a lazy half-grin that there is indeed something there, but it is not much at all. He adds that it feels almost as if it is nothing worth mentioning. The last remnants of azure energy scatter into the wind and dissolve. Lu Sheng moves before anyone can blink. His fist connects with devastating precision, and the impact cracks through the air with a sound that rattles the bones of every martial artist within earshot. The force of the blow snaps Tan Zhonyu's head sideways, and his eyes widen as the pain registers a fraction of a second too late. The young man locks his gaze on Tan Zhonyu with one eye gleaming with electric blue light. He asks with a voice dripping in cold amusement whether Tan Zhongyu is more awake now. Blue energy spirals around his raised fist. A wave of sapphire force tears forward from Lu Sheng's position and rips through the ground and splits the earth in a jagged line that stretches across the entire arena. Tan Zhongyu lets out a guttural cry of pain as the impact catches him full in the chest. His body folds under the pressure and skids backward through a cloud of dust and shattered stone. Tan Zhongyu roars and slams both feet into the ground, and his killing intent erupts outward in a burst of deep crimson energy. He snarls that Lu Sheng has not yet witnessed his true prowess. The crimson aura expands in every direction and swallows the battlefield in a haze of red light so thick it paints even the distant sky in shades of blood and fire. One of the muscular spectators goes pale and blurts out that Tan Zhongyu has actually influenced such a colossal power of nature. His voice trembles at the enormity of the energy bearing down on everyone present. Tan Zhongyu throws both arms forward and declares the name of his technique. Raging Storm. Azure energy merges with the crimson aura and spirals into a devastating cyclone aimed directly at Lu Sheng. The combined force detonates in a pillar of blue and crimson light that tears upward through the clouds and shakes the very foundation of the earth beneath their feet. Lightning crackles within the vortex as the energy threatens to consume everything in its path. The sheer magnitude of the attack leaves every onlooker frozen in place. One martial artist can only manage a single stunned whisper and trails off without finishing his thought. Two bare-chested martial artists watch with their jaws clenched tight. One of them declares that this is the Eastern Martial Saint's fourth thunder and an overwhelmingly absolute display of power. He admits that even he would be left in the dust in the face of such devastating force. Another fighter among the spectators questions why the Dragon Country's leading martial masters forgot about Tan Zhongyu in the first place. He wonders whether someone deliberately issued him an advancement to level 9 without anyone else knowing. A third onlooker nods slowly and admits that Tan Zhongyu once declared he would surpass every martial saint in the country. He concedes that it no longer sounds like an empty boast. A veteran martial master standing at the edge of the group shakes his head in disbelief. He confesses that he and Tan Zhongyu have both served as martial masters in the Dragon Country for decades, and yet he never realized Tan Zhongyu had reached such a staggering level. Lu Sheng stands untouched at the center of the fading storm, with his silhouette calm against the swirling remnants of energy. He warns Tan Zhongyu that if he continues refusing to unleash the full power of his dharma, he is afraid Tan Zhongyu will have no more chances to do so. Tan Zhongyu's expression shifts, and the arrogance melts from his face, and is replaced by something far more dangerous, and that is genuine respect. He admits through gritted teeth that he has truly underestimated Lu Sheng. A torrent of blue energy swirls around Tan Zhongyu's body as he gathers every last ounce of his strength. He growls that he will let Lu Sheng get a good look at what a level 9 martial saint is truly capable of. The aura around Tan Zhongyu intensifies to a blinding radiance and his entire form glows with concentrated power. The ground beneath his feet cracks outward in a web of fractures stretching dozens of meters in every direction. A massive blade of golden energy materializes behind Tan Zhongyu and its brilliance rivals the sun. Lu Sheng glances at it without flinching and tells Tan Zhongyu that he should know something important. He reveals that he has already witnessed a blade 10,000-fold more dazzling than anything Tan Zhongyu could ever produce. The guy's eyes flash with cold blue light as he raises his fist. He announces the name of his technique in a voice that carries across the entire battlefield. 5 Realms Fist Technique. Golden energy erupts from Lu Sheng's clenched fist in a spiraling torrent that dwarfs everything Tan Zhongyu has thrown at him combined. The technique name rings out, Star-Shattering Strike. The fist connects and the world turns white. A column of golden fire and raw destructive force swallows Tan Zhongyu whole. The shockwave flattens the terrain for hundreds of meters and hurls debris into the heavens. The explosion expands outward in concentric rings of devastation, and each wave is more violent than the last. Martial artists standing on the sidelines brace themselves as the shockwave rips toward them. One of the spectators is thrown off his feet and screams in disbelief and demands to know what kind of monstrous strength could produce such an attack. Another martial artist crumples to the ground and howls in agony as the residual force slams into his body. Pillars of burning orange energy stand across the shattered landscape, and each one is a scar carved by the star-shattering strike. The air itself feels scorched and heavy with the lingering pressure of Lu Sheng's blow. Tan Zhongyu somehow remains standing though his body trembles and blood runs from the corner of his mouth. He declares through ragged breaths that his will cuts through everything as if it were a blade sharper than any sword. Tan Zhongyu locks eyes with Lu Sheng and demands to know something. He reminds Lu Sheng that when he decided to use a level 9 martial saint as a mere grindstone to refine himself, was Tan Zhongyu not that very grindstone all along? He even adds that he should thank Lu Sheng for today because he has a feeling deep in his bones about what comes next. Tan Zhongyu's aura flares one final time, and golden and crimson light merges around his fist as he charges forward. He declares that after this battle he will inevitably break through to an even higher realm. With every last shred of his power concentrated into a single strike, he roars for Lu Sheng to die. The attack meets its end before it can land. Lu Sheng's counterattack sends Tan Zhongyu crashing into the water below, and the impact raises a massive spray against the backdrop of a burning sunset sky. Lu Sheng stands on the shoreline and repeats Tan Zhongyu's own words back to him with a smirk. He asks what Tan Zhongyu just called himself. A grindstone. Lu Sheng tilts his head forward with his eyes cold and unwavering. He asks Tan Zhongyu whether he truly believed he was good enough to serve as a grindstone for someone like him. One of the remaining martial artists stumbles backward with his face drained of all color. He stammers in utter disbelief that even Tan Zhongyu has been defeated and he is unable to process what his own eyes are telling him. Lu Sheng shifts his gaze from the fallen Tan Zhongyu toward the group of martial artists still standing on the sidelines. He addresses them with two simple words. "And you guys?" Lu Sheng's voice carries the weight of absolute authority as he asks whether they truly believed he called them all here just to watch a show. One of the martial artists steps forward with his fists raised and warns Lu Sheng not to get too arrogant. He insists that he is still a martial saint and the sentence never reaches its end. Lu Sheng closes the distance in a single heartbeat. His fist connects with the man's torso before the word leaves his lips, and golden energy explodes outward on impact and rips through whatever defense the martial artist thinks he possesses. Lu Sheng straightens his posture and tells them not to forget something important. He reminds them that he called every last one of them here for a very specific purpose. His eyes gleam with predatory intensity as the corner of his mouth curls upward. Lu Sheng finishes his sentence and declares that he called them here to take a beating. Lu Sheng launches himself at the remaining fighters without giving them a single second to react. Golden energy erupts from his body in every direction, and each blow lands with enough force to shatter steel. A massive crack splits through one opponent's defensive aura. The barrier disintegrates into 1,000 glittering fragments. One of the fallen martial artists looks up from the ground with blood streaming down his face and croaks out a desperate question and asks how Lu Sheng can possibly be this strong. He coughs violently and collapses. The remaining opponents scatter, but Lu Sheng is already among them. Each punch and each strike and each movement carries the casual precision of a man who has done this 10,000 times before and finds it no more taxing than breathing. The last martial artist crashes into the dirt with a sickening thud, and his agonized scream echoes across the now silent battlefield. Every self-proclaimed saint and master lies crumpled in the dust, and Lu Sheng stands alone at the center of the carnage without a single scratch on his body. Lu Sheng hovers in the air with his entire body crackling with azure lightning as the energy ripples outward in jagged arcs. Below him, the battlefield lies in ruin, and every martial Saint Dharma is shattered into nothing. One of the fallen martial artists screams that Lu Sheng is a monster and demands to know what kind of creature can destroy all of their martial Saint Dharmas single-handedly. Another martial artist lies crumpled on the ground with his body twitching as residual blue energy sparks across his skin. The air still hums with the aftershock of Lu Sheng's assault. A battered martial artist glares upward with bloodshot eyes, and his face is twisted between fury and terror at the figure looming above him. One of the remaining fighters barks at the others to attack all at once and insists that they have to kill Lu Sheng no matter the cost. Another martial artist chimes in and urges everyone to coordinate and fire all their attacks together as fast as they can. Lu Sheng tilts his head and remarks with a dry smirk that they have finally thought of coordinating their attacks against him. He adds that they are so ridiculously serious about this whole thing. Lu Sheng's expression hardens and golden energy ignites across his body. He announces that he will shatter everything they throw at him. A devastating wave of golden force erupts from Lu Sheng's position, and the explosion swallows the battlefield whole. One of the martial artists lets out a guttural scream of agony as the blast sends him tumbling through the air. The golden shockwave tears across the arena and rips chunks of earth from the ground and scatters them in every direction. A martial artist slams into the dirt and coughs violently, and blood sprays from his mouth as the impact crushes whatever defense he had managed to raise. Another fighter cries out in pain as golden fire scorches his body. One martial artist screams that they cannot beat Liu Sheng, no matter what they do. A second one snaps his head toward Lord Harold and demands to know who the hell this person even is. Lord Harold's face drains of all color. He stammers that he does not know and begs them not to ask him. He insists again that he has no idea and pleads with everyone to stop questioning him. He blurts out that he is nothing more than an ordinary level 9 martial saint himself. Our boy lands on the ground and locks his gaze on the battered group. He declares that they are all too weak and every single one of them nothing but trash. He demands to know whether they can even use a fraction of their strength as level 9 martial saints. Liu Sheng's voice drips with contempt as he repeats that they are pathetic. The casual cruelty in his tone cuts deeper than any blade, and not one of the fallen fighters dares to meet his eyes. A low growl rises from the darkness. One martial artist clenches his fists so hard that his knuckles crack and his teeth are bared in seething hatred as he curses Liu Sheng under his breath. The same martial artist surges forward with purple energy erupting around his body. He roars that he will end Liu Sheng even if it is the last thing he ever does, and his face is contorted with manic desperation. Purple energy crackles wildly around his fists as he launches himself at Liu Sheng, and the air itself splits under the force of his charge. The attack never lands. Liu Sheng's counterattack rips through the purple aura, and the martial artist howls in agony as his body crumples under a blow he never even sees coming. A massive bald martial artist, with veins bulging across his neck and temples, screams at Liu Sheng with murderous fury that he must die. Violet energy swells around his entire body as he gathers every ounce of strength for a single devastating strike. The violet blast erupts forward in a colossal beam that tears through the air with enough force to split mountains. The sheer intensity of the energy paints the sky in shades of deep purple, and the ground beneath the beam melts into scorched glass. The dust settles and Liu Sheng stands at the center of the impact without a single scratch. He murmurs to himself that this is the way, and a faint grin tugs at the corner of his mouth as if the attack was exactly what he needed. The young man tilts his chin upward and tells them to give him some pressure. His voice is calm and almost bored despite the chaos swirling around him. Blue lightning dances across Liu Sheng's body as his grin widens into something dangerous. He demands even more pressure and goads them to kill him and calls every last one of them trash for failing to push him hard enough. A muscular martial artist with crackling energy between his palms snarls that he still refuses to believe a single level 8 martial artist can defeat all of their martial saints. He declares that he does not care if he has to exhaust every drop of his vitality and vows to gather all the energy crystals together for one final assault. The bald martial artist roars that Liu Sheng dares look down on them and screams for him to go to hell. He charges with both arms wreathed in blinding violet energy. A barrage of purple energy blasts converges on Liu Sheng from multiple directions. The combined force of every remaining martial saint erupts in a storm of violet light that swallows his silhouette entirely. The detonation shakes the earth itself, and a pillar of violet energy punches through the clouds and carves a crater into the ground where Liu Sheng stands. For one breath, the battlefield falls silent. A low chuckle rises from the smoke. Liu Sheng emerges without a mark on his body, and his eyes gleam with satisfaction rather than pain. Golden fire ignites across Liu Sheng's entire body and spirals outward in torrents so intense that the air warps and shimmers around him. His aura expands with a pressure that forces every nearby fighter to their knees. The guy stands motionless at the epicenter of his own blazing aura, and the golden light is so brilliant it swallows the horizon. He whispers to himself that this is it and repeats the words as if tasting something he has craved for a lifetime. His eyes snap open and burn with pure golden light. He declares that this is the pressure he has wanted all this time, and the raw joy in his voice sounds almost inhuman. The golden aura detonates outward in every direction at once. The shockwave flattens trees and shatters rocks and sends every martial artist within range spiraling through the air. Golden fire rains from the sky in massive columns, and each one strikes the ground with enough force to carve trenches into solid bedrock. One of the martial artists scrambles to his feet and sprints away and screams in panic and demands to know what is happening around him. Pillars of golden lightning crash down across the battlefield in rapid succession, and each bolt is brighter and more devastating than the last. Lu Sheng stands at the center of the storm with his body wrapped in a cocoon of golden energy so dense it looks almost solid. The pressure radiating from him bends the air around him. The golden aura surges outward one final time and expands across the entire battlefield in a wave of blinding light that swallows everything in its path. Lu Sheng's voice cuts through the fading light with quiet certainty. He announces that he has finally broken through, and the weight of those words settles over the battlefield. Lu Sheng stands tall with golden energy cascading around his shoulders. He declares that in the human world he is now completely invincible. The surviving martial artists stagger backward in horror. One of them gasps and wonders whether Lu Sheng has actually broken through to level 9. Another stammers that Lu Sheng was already fighting them evenly before this, and now with a breakthrough the odds are beyond hopeless. A third martial artist screams for everyone to run and warns that if they do not flee immediately, it will be too late. The Supreme Commander watches from the ridge with wide eyes and a trembling jaw. He gasps that Lu Sheng is the true god amongst humans. He repeats in awe that this is the pinnacle and the absolute pinnacle of humanity. He proclaims that Lu Sheng embodies the pinnacle of light and the pinnacle of heat and the pinnacle of raw strength, and declares Lu Sheng to be their mightiest god. A figure with long, dark purple hair and a flowing cloak stands at the edge of the battlefield with sword resting at their side. They observe the surge of power radiating from Lu Sheng and note that its brilliance defies description. Yet the sheer weight of it fills them with a primal terror that roots their feet in place. The purple-haired figure reflects silently that deep inside they always carried a feeling that they were never a match for Lu Sheng at all. They continue that it feels as though they are witnessing history unfold before their very eyes, and an epic legend being carved into reality one moment at a time. Many things have already changed across this world, and the arrival of a brand new era is now undeniable. The ruler of this era is him, and his name is Lu Sheng. Lu Sheng gazes out across the ruined battlefield with his eyes burning with steady golden light. Not a single trace of exhaustion marks his face. Level 9 martial artists in the year 3060 of the martial era are still too weak. Even with 20 of them using energy crystals to strengthen themselves, they fail to push him toward any real transformation. There are far too many imposters among them to provide any genuine pressure worth mentioning. He even has to hold back a portion of his own power during this fight, purely to avoid killing them all in a single strike. Lu Sheng considers that he remains very far from the ultimate form, and finds it nearly impossible to feel any sense of danger. He knows with absolute clarity that even if every martial saint here attacked him at once, none of them could kill him. When he possessed only 2 eternal cells, he could already slay a level 9. Now with nearly 300 eternal cells, he occupies a zone that no number of level 9 martial saints can ever reach. Right now, it still feels as though he is only a semi-level 9 who has not fully crossed the threshold. His martial physique and psychic power have yet to completely fuse together. Lu Sheng stands alone against a vast cosmic sky streaked with golden lightning and distant stars. He concludes that he can only pin his hopes on the arrival of the guide who is supposed to appear soon. Azure lightning crackles across an open sky as Lu Sheng descends from above with his silhouette wreathed in pulsing blue energy that sends jagged arcs rippling outward into the wind. A group of martial artists in dark blue uniforms stands along the shoreline, and their gazes still carry the weight of everything they just witnessed. Lu Sheng approaches them and asks casually whether he can return to Dragon Country with them later. One of the martial artists blinks in surprise, and his composure cracks for a brief moment. He stammers out a flustered response and trips over his own words before blurting out that of course Lu Sheng can come with them. An older martial artist with graying hair watches Lu Sheng with a mixture of awe and disbelief. He mutters that it is no wonder Lu Sheng demands 200 energy crystals because someone of his caliber deserves every single one. He marvels that the former pinnacle of the martial alliance pales in comparison to the monster standing before them now. A deep voice cuts through the air from behind and calls out to Lu Sheng as the Easterner. 2 figures approach across the rocky terrain. The voice belongs to Kaplan, who strides forward with his golden hair catching the wind and his thick beard framing a face carved from stone. Kaplan stops and locks eyes with Lu Sheng. He admits that Lu Sheng is strong, but warns that all the energy crystals he seized will end up costing him his life. He adds that it could even result in the annihilation of the entire world. Kaplan's voice drops to a low growl as he tells Lu Sheng to think about this thoroughly before it is too late to turn back. Our boy does not flinch. He responds calmly that the guide should come and find him whenever it arrives. He assures Kaplan not to worry because when the time comes he will not implicate any of them. Kaplan's eyes widen and the word catches in his throat as a stunned sound escapes his lips. One of the nearby martial artists goes pale and his face twists with disbelief. He stammers to himself and wonders what Lu Sheng is even planning. He reminds himself that this is the guide they are talking about and the one force no human can defy. He asks whether Lu Sheng truly intends to challenge it. Every martial saint expert on the Thousand Saint Island watches in silence as Lu Sheng walks away, and their eyes follow him as though they are witnessing a living god pass before them. Lu Sheng's level at this very moment is something no one in the history of mankind has ever reached. In the years to come, there may never be another soul who climbs to the same height. A few hours pass, and the coastline gives way to the distant silhouette of a harbor town glowing under the fading afternoon sun. A voice rings out from behind and calls for Lu Sheng to wait. Fiona stands at the edge of the dock with her auburn hair streaming in the sea breeze. Fiona hurries forward with her cheeks flushed and her eyes searching. She tells Lu Sheng that the mysterious Easterner has yet to reveal his real name to her, and she needs to know before he disappears. Lu Sheng keeps his back turned. He replies quietly that his name is not important, and he asks Fiona to please forget him. He adds in a voice that carries no hesitation that he already has a fiancée waiting for him at home. Fiona stops in her tracks. The sound of Lu Sheng's footsteps fading into the distance is the only thing that fills the silence between them. The sun sinks toward the ocean and paints the sky in shades of gold and amber. Seabirds scatter across the horizon as Lu Sheng's silhouette shrinks into the distance. The wind catches Fiona's hair and lifts it across her face. Her expression holds steady, but the brightness in her eyes dims just enough to betray the ache underneath. Kaplan appears beside his daughter. He tells her plainly to forget Lu Sheng just as the man himself says. He states that the two of them are simply not fated for each other. Fiona lowers her gaze and responds in a quiet but steady voice that she knows what she must do. Kaplan calls Fiona's name one more time, but she has already turned away. A man with glasses approaches Kaplan and reports that all of the energy crystals were taken by Lu Sheng during this conference. He asks what they should do now. Kaplan lets out a sharp scoff and demands to know what else he can possibly do about it at this point. He declares that he can only wait for the arrival of the venerable guide, who will show this so-called pinnacle of humanity exactly what the price of breaking the rules truly is. Crimson energy crackles behind him as his killing intent bleeds through his composure. One of Kaplan's subordinates nods frantically and agrees that the venerable guide will help them teach that fool a lesson he will never forget. Another chimes in with trembling enthusiasm that this is absolutely certain. A subordinate with an exaggerated grin throws his head back and proclaims that the almighty venerable guide will restore justice for all of them without question. Kaplan stands alone against the darkening sky, and his silhouette is imposing. He declares that the day the guide arrives will be the Easterner's last day alive because no one can escape the judgment of the venerable guide. The Eastern Military District's senior officer mansion rises against the evening skyline and its grand architecture glows warm under lantern light. Inside, a dining table overflows with freshly prepared dishes. The clatter of chopsticks and the hum of conversation fill the room with a warmth that no battlefield could ever provide. Dong Qingxie steps into the room carrying a tray of steaming tea, and her expression is soft and welcoming. She tells everyone that they have all worked hard and deserve a break. Faces around the table light up at her arrival. Lu Sheng's sister greets her with a cheerful call, and another voice thanks her warmly. Someone at the table points out that Dong Qingxie could simply ask the chef to prepare the dumplings instead. He wonders why she insists on doing everything by hand, especially when the chef's version tastes just as good. A firm voice fires back that no chef in the world can match the flavor of food prepared by family. The warmth in a mother or a wife's cooking is something no professional kitchen can replicate, and the speaker insists that Dong Qingxie's skills are unparalleled. Dong Qingxie lets out a modest hum and replies that it is not nearly as impressive as they make it sound. She admits that she has not cooked in such a long time and wants to practice before her skills become too rusty. A teasing voice responds that he was only expressing the honest truth. Lu Sheng's sister leans back in her chair with a dreamy grin and sighs that Big Brother is always the most important topic in this house. She trails off with a playful by the way before her expression shifts. Lu Sheng's sister turns to Dong Qingxie and asks when her brother will finally be able to come home. She points out that over a year has already passed since his departure. Dong Qingxie's eyes soften and the faintest shadow crosses her face. She murmurs that it has indeed been so long already, and wonders quietly to herself when he will return. Lu Sheng's father sets his chopsticks down. His voice carries a weight he cannot quite hide, as he begins to say that he is also waiting, but the sentence trails off before he can finish. A sudden pulse of energy ripples through the air, and it is faint but unmistakable. Every person at the table freezes in place. Dong Qingxiu's eyes fly wide open, and a sharp gasp escapes her lips as her entire body goes rigid with recognition. Lu Sheng's sister bolts from her chair and sprints toward Dong Qingxiu and calls her name with a voice that teeters between confusion and hope. Someone at the table calls out and asks what the matter is and wonders why she suddenly rushed away from her seat. Dong Qingxiu stands at the entrance of the mansion with her blue eyes shimmering as tears gather at the edges. The trembling in her hands gives away what her composure tries so hard to contain. Lu Sheng stands in the doorway with his dark hair tousled and his clothes worn from travel. He speaks two words that carry the weight of an entire year apart and tells them that he is back. Dong Qingxiu crashes into his arms without a word, and her body presses against his as though she is afraid he will vanish the moment she lets go. She whispers against his chest that she has been waiting for him for so long, and her voice cracks on the final word. Lu Sheng wraps his arms around her and thanks her quietly for taking care of his family this whole time. The young man lifts his gaze past Dong Qingxiu to the faces gathered behind her. Cherry blossoms drift through the evening air as he addresses his mother and his father and his sister by name. He tells them simply that he is home. His parents rush forward and the embrace swallows all four of them at once. Lu Sheng's mother clutches his sleeve and repeats through shaking breaths that as long as he is back, nothing else matters. Lu Sheng's father grumbles and calls him a brat, though the redness around his eyes betrays every ounce of relief he refuses to say aloud. Lu Sheng's sister punches his arm and demands to know why he takes so impossibly long to come home. She immediately follows up by asking where her gift is, and her grin stretches wide enough to swallow the tears she is trying to hide. Night falls over the mansion and moonlight spills across the rooftop in silver ribbons. The peace settling over this household is real, but for now it can only last so long. The family gathers around the table once more with dishes piled high and laughter spilling over. Every voice overlaps the next in a chorus of comfort that only blood and time can build. As Lu Sheng listens to the chatter swirling around him, a quiet look of realization settles across his face. This warmth is unparalleled anywhere on the planet, and this family is truly the scabbard that sheathes his blade. Later that evening, Lu Sheng and Dong Qingxiu walk side by side through the mansion's garden. Moonlight filters through the cherry blossoms above and casts silver patterns across the stone path beneath their feet. Lu Sheng mentions that he remembers it was around this time of the year when they first met. A faint warmth slips into his voice that has nothing to do with martial power. Dong Qingxiu nods softly and agrees. Lu Sheng tells her to bring his parents back to shore in 2 days. He promises to return home to her once he finishes handling a few remaining matters. Lu Sheng pulls Dong Qingxiu closer and says that they should set their own future in stone as well. The weight of the promise settles between them and neither of them is willing to let go of it. Dong Qingxiu whispers a quiet agreement, and for a single breath the world narrows to just the two of them standing beneath a canopy of blossoms and starlight. Inside the military meeting room, officers line the walls with wide eyes and restless energy. The air buzzes with excitement as voices overlap in disbelief and call the news amazing and declare it a tremendous relief. A senior officer stands at the front and announces that today will be remembered by all of mankind forever. He proclaims that their 3-year-long aspiration has finally come true, and the military now possesses a god whose power surpasses every other martial saint on the Azure planet. The gray-haired Supreme Commander steps forward with his expression grave with the weight of what he is about to share. He announces that beyond this great honor, military god Lu Sheng has entrusted him with one additional task. Lu Sheng wishes to implement a new training technique across the entire military, and he wants every officer present to examine it. A younger officer in the crowd jolts upright with his eyes wide with shock. He blurts out a stunned question and asks what kind of ultimate technique a military god would want to teach the rest of them. A figure moves through a series of fluid martial arts forms inside a brightly lit training hall. Each motion trails a shimmer of translucent white energy, and the movements are deceptively simple, yet carry an elegance that borders on otherworldly. The figure shifts into a second form, and the energy ripples outward in a sharp burst that cracks through the air. The precision of each strike and pivot reveals a technique refined beyond anything conventional training can produce. One of the watching officers draws a sharp breath and gasps that this is something extraordinary, and his voice trails off as the realization hits him mid-sentence. The gray-haired Supreme Commander leans forward with wide eyes and declares that at a glance the movements appear to be nothing more than simple exercises. He explains that by watching with the naked eye and simulating each motion in his mind, it feels as though he is absorbing countless marvelous inspirations all at once. Another officer rises from his seat and exclaims that the effect goes even further. He reveals that he is receiving inspiration about his own personal martial art, as if someone has opened the door to a world he never even realizes exists. The room erupts in a wave of excitement, and officers exchange stunned glances and murmur among themselves as the weight of what they are witnessing sinks in. The gray-haired Supreme Commander nods and tells them that it looks like they are finally starting to see it for themselves. He confirms that this set of training techniques may appear simple on the surface, but in truth they are incomparably profound. He continues that according to their initial testing, the technique is at least 100 times more effective than the methods the military currently uses. He adds that it also unlocks latent potential that their existing programs have never been able to reach. He spreads his arms and declares with conviction that this is the key that will ignite an entirely new era of martial arts. One of the officers in the crowd lets out a breathless laugh and calls it a priceless martial arts treasure. Confetti and streamers burst across the meeting hall. An officer at the podium proclaims that the heavens have truly blessed the Dragon Country. He declares that only someone standing at the absolute peak of martial arts could create such an extraordinary technique. Lu Sheng moves through another series of forms, and golden energy flickers across his skin with each transition. The raw power coiled inside every motion is restrained with a control that makes it look effortless. One of the officers holds up his hand and calls for everyone to wait. He asks whether they are truly going to distribute such a precious training technique to the entire military. He lowers his voice and warns that the moment the technique is implemented across the ranks, it will not take long before it leaks to the outside world. He adds that when that happens, the consequences could be severe. The room falls into a tense silence as the weight of the concern settles over everyone present. The gray-haired Supreme Commander raises his chin and fires back that this is precisely why a true martial art will never perish. He reminds them that Lu Sheng himself has already declared this technique to be a gift meant to benefit the entire planet. The room goes still, and every officer absorbs the gravity of those words in silence. The gray-haired Supreme Commander's voice softens as he reflects aloud that he has apparently lived over 100 years without grasping what truly matters. He admits that Lu Sheng is someone who genuinely devotes himself to the advancement of martial arts and surpasses him not only in raw power but in vision and foresight as well. He straightens his posture and addresses the room once more. He tells everyone that they should feel fortunate because they are about to witness something historic. His voice rises with pride as he announces that they stand at the dawn of a new era, and one founded by the god of military of the Dragon Country. A roar of celebration erupts from inside the building, and the sound spills out through the walls and echoes across the surrounding compound. A military camp in the Eastern Military District sprawls across the landscape with its barracks and training grounds stretching under an open sky. Lu Qiming presses himself against the concrete with sweat pouring down his face as he grinds through another push-up. He counts 3,548 through clenched teeth. His arms tremble as he pushes up again. He gasps out 3,549, and his muscles scream with the effort of a man who refuses to stop. A fellow soldier sprints across the training ground calling Lu Qiming's name over and over, and his voice cracks with urgency. Lu Qiming snaps his head up mid-push-up and barks out a response and demands to know what is going on. The soldier skids to a halt and announces breathlessly that he brings good news and wonderful news. He grins and says there are two pieces of good news and asks which one Liu Qiming wants to hear first. Liu Qiming wipes the sweat from his brow and replies flatly that he does not care and that either one is fine. The soldier puffs out his chest and announces that a military god has been born and a martial saint-level expert who now stands as the 4th level 9 martial saint of the Dragon Country. Liu Qiming's eyes sharpen instantly and he demands to know who this military god is. The soldier admits the identity has not been officially announced but speculates that it is very likely Lu Sheng since no one has heard from him in over a year. Liu Qiming pauses and concedes that the reasoning makes sense. He then asks what the second piece of news is. The soldier explains that the entire military has just implemented a brand new training technique. According to the rumors, it belongs to the military god himself, and in less than 1/100th of the time, it can surpass their current training methods entirely. He adds that many soldiers who were previously stuck at their bottleneck have already broken through after practicing the technique under experimental conditions. He insists that the results speak entirely in their favor. The soldier punches the air and shouts that they should stop wasting time and head over to check it out immediately. Liu Qiming breaks into a rare grin and agrees to go, and the two of them take off at a run toward the training grounds. A senior officer in a crisp blue uniform watches them leave and remarks that Liu Qiming has been working exceptionally hard lately. He notes that the young man has nearly reached level 2, and that puts him among the most outstanding performers in his age group. He confirms that as instructed, they have not assigned Liu Qiming any highly dangerous missions. He quietly adds that they should continue supporting him with resources, but ensure he never realizes the preferential treatment. Lu Sheng walks through the military compound in silence, and his thoughts turn inward. Strengthening the nation's military power is undeniably a good thing, and every extra ounce of strength gives humanity one more chance of survival against the threats that lurk beyond the horizon. Some time passes. A group of soldiers jogs by and one of them calls out in awe that the military god's training technique is every bit as amazing as the rumors promise. He declares the military god to be the greatest. Another soldier chimes in that with a military god personally guaranteeing their martial arts, no martial saint alive can look down on them anymore. Our boy walks among them, and as their praise washes over him, he senses something stir deep inside his body and something hauntingly familiar. The wave of enthusiastic worship flowing toward Lu Sheng carries a power he recognizes. It grants him a supernatural force that resembles the divine authority of gods from ancient fairy tales. This is equivalent to receiving the devotion of countless believers and gaining eternal recognition, and it is identical to the concept of faith he once reads about in his previous world. Lu Sheng reflects that the concept of gods originates from the faith of believers. Something resembling divinity has quietly seeped into his being without him even trying. He wonders aloud whether he has gained another physical rebirth divine gift, and his brow furrows as he tries to identify the nature of this new power. He shakes his head and corrects himself. He has not become a god, but rather a living symbol. Martial arts is him, and he is martial arts. If that is truly the case, then the conclusion is inescapable. Lu Sheng's eyes burn with quiet certainty as he concludes that every martial art practitioner in this universe will naturally become his believers. Far from the bustle of the military camp, a lone tower rises against the horizon. The martial saint tower stands in silence with its ancient stone walls cutting a solitary figure against the sky. Inside, a figure sits motionless in the dark. Tan Zhongyu lets out a guttural groan of pain with his long silver hair falling across his face as his body hunches forward on the meditation platform. He mutters to himself that he and Lu Sheng walk entirely different paths. He reflects bitterly that they should never have parted ways back then, and admits that he never expected the innocent young man from those days to grow into something so far beyond comprehension. A tremor runs through his body, and violet energy flickers erratically across his robes. The energy struggles to hold steady. Tan Zhongyu lifts his glowing blue sword and stares at its trembling blade. He confesses that his heart of Tao is riddled with cracks, and that the news he received earlier has dealt a blow too devastating for even his spirit to absorb. A bitter sound escapes his lips, and it is something between a scoff and a broken chuckle. He lets out a quiet and hollow laugh. Tan Zhongyu steadies himself and insists that even if Lu Sheng is stronger than him, that does not automatically prove Lu Sheng's path is the correct one. He points out that Lu Sheng has reached the pinnacle of the human realm, but he refuses to believe such an ascent arrives without extraordinary luck. He recalls a conversation from the past and repeats Lu Sheng's own words back into the empty room. He asks whether Lu Sheng truly means what he once promises, and that when he becomes a martial saint he will immediately shatter all barriers of inheritance and spread his knowledge across the entire world. Tan Zhongyu throws his head back and laughs with a sharp mocking sound that echoes off the stone walls. He calls it laughable and demands to know whether Lu Sheng genuinely believes he can simply give away everything he has ever learned and still come out on top. The laughter fades and a cold resolve settles across Tan Zhongyu's face. He reasons to himself that Lu Sheng is stronger right now, and so Lu Sheng's way appears correct. But the moment Tan Zhongyu surpasses him, his own path will become the only truth that matters. Tan Zhongyu clenches his fist so hard that golden sparks crackle between his fingers and the pressure cracks the air around his knuckles. He declares with absolute certainty that in just a few more months a massive calamity will befall Lu Sheng. He reminds himself that Lu Sheng audaciously seized every last energy crystal, and the moment the guide arrives, Lu Sheng will meet his end without question. A subordinate drops to one knee at the entrance and reports that there has been a new development regarding Lu Sheng. Tan Zhongyu's eyes snap open, and he barks a single command for the subordinate to speak. The subordinate announces that Lu Sheng has implemented a new training technique across the entire military, and its effects are nothing short of shocking. Tan Zhongyu's composure shatters as he roars out a stunned demand to repeat those words. The subordinate continues that Lu Sheng has made his personal martial arts completely public. He explains that from this moment forward, anyone who wishes to learn can freely follow and practice the technique without restriction. Tan Zhongyu falls silent and the words hang in the air. After a long pause, he whispers that Lu Sheng truly bears to share the knowledge he has spent his entire life cultivating. His voice cracks as he trails off and he is unable to finish. Violet energy erupts across Tan Zhongyu's body in wild and uncontrolled pulses. He murmurs that Lu Sheng's heart cannot simply be described as surprising anymore, and the word itself is too small to contain what he is witnessing. A catastrophic wave of violet energy detonates outward from Tan Zhongyu's core and shatters the meditation platform beneath him and cracks the walls of the tower. His heart of Tao splinters apart and the fractures consume him from the inside out. Tan Zhongyu lies on the cold stone floor with his silver hair splayed across the ground and his eyes staring at nothing. He whispers that he has lost and after a long breath admits that he is nowhere near Lu Sheng and never has been. Zhaoji's private garden stretches out beneath the quiet sky with its traditional architecture nestled among carefully tended paths and ancient trees. A location text marks this as the resting place of the former martial saint. Two figures approach the entrance and their footsteps crunch softly against the stone walkway. Azure energy flickers briefly from the taller silhouette before dissolving into the cool air. Zhaoji sits inside with his long dark hair falling loose around a face stripped of the golden radiance it once carries. He glances toward his visitors and asks Lin Zhengyu why she is back so soon, and wonders aloud whether the guide has really arrived this early. Lin Zhengyu steps forward into the dim light with her hooded cloak obscuring most of her features. The tension in her posture suggests that today's visit carries a weight far heavier than any supply delivery. Lin Zhengyu replies that the venerable guide has not arrived yet, and her tone is measured and careful. Zhaoji narrows his eyes and presses her on why she is here at all. He points out that the spirit-nourishing liquid cannot be replenished yet and demands to know whether she has brought something else. Lin Zhengyue shakes her head and explains that this visit has nothing to do with supplies. She reveals that she is here mainly because someone wants to meet him. Zhaoji's brow furrows and he immediately guesses that the visitor must be Tan Zhongyu. Lin Zhengyue elaborates that Tan Zhongyu has already come to an agreement to protect Zhaoji and there is nothing new on that front. She assures him that the situation with Tan Zhongyu remains exactly as it has been. Lin Zhenyu corrects him and says it is not Tan Zhongyu at all. It is someone else entirely, and someone Zhaoji is very familiar with. Zhaoji leans forward with his curiosity piqued. He repeats her words and asks who this person could possibly be. Lin Zhengyu lowers her gaze and announces that it is the pinnacle of humanity, Lord Lu Sheng, who wishes to meet him. Lu Sheng steps out from behind Lin Zhengyu with a casual wave and a grin that borders on theatrical. He greets Zhaoji with a cheerful hello and declares this a surprise. Zhaoji's blood drains from his face in an instant and his eyes stretch wide as his entire body locks up with a jolt of pure terror. Zhaoji staggers backward and lets out a shriek and screams Lu Sheng's name as if the syllables themselves burn his tongue. He snaps his head toward Lin Zhengyu and demands to know what she just called that man, and his voice cracks with panic. Lin Zhengyu drops to one knee and confirms without hesitation that Lord Lu Sheng is the pinnacle of humanity. She adds that she will return everything Zhaoji entrusted to her as soon as possible because she cannot even protect herself in the presence of Lord Lu, and protecting Zhaoji is completely out of the question. Zhaoji's mind races as the weight of those words crashes into him. He stammers in disbelief that a 9th-level martial saint is voluntarily calling another person her lord, and the sheer impossibility of it nearly buckles his knees. Lu Sheng tilts his head and asks how many people exist on the entire Azure planet who can make a martial saint lower herself enough to address someone as lord. Our boy answers his own question with a cold smile. He declares that there are none and not a single one with the sole exception of a guide. He specifies a level 10 guide, and the revelation hits Zhaoji hard. Zhaoji's voice cracks as he stammers out the question and asks whether Lu Sheng has truly already reached level 10. Zhaoji clutches his head and cries out that he has only spent a single year in isolated recovery and demands to know what on earth happened in the outside world during that time. Lu Sheng's expression hardens as he gives Zhaoji two options with no room for negotiation. He tells him plainly that he has two paths: live or die. Zhaoji's lips tremble violently, and he can only manage a stuttering string of sounds that never form a complete word. His pupils contract to pinpoints, and sweat rolls down his temples as the terror of the choice paralyzes every muscle in his body. Lu Sheng watches the silence stretch for exactly as long as his patience allows. He informs Zhaoji that since he cannot provide an answer, Lu Sheng will choose for him. Azure energy spirals from Lu Sheng's fingertips directly into Zhaoji's skull, and the force tears through his mind. Zhaoji screams as his consciousness shatters and reforms under Lu Sheng's absolute control. Lin Zhengyu bows her head and thanks Lord Lu Sheng for sparing Zhaoji's life, and genuine gratitude and a trace of relief color her voice. Zhaoji slumps forward and groans weakly as his body twitches on the stone floor. His eyes roll beneath half-closed lids and he is lost in a fog between waking and oblivion. Lu Sheng waves off the thanks and remarks casually that it is nothing worth mentioning. He notes that Zhaoji's current state is not terribly different from being dead anyway. Another groan escapes Zhaoji's lips and his fingers claw weakly at the ground as fragments of his former self dissolve into nothing. Lu Sheng explains that he has erased the majority of Zhaoji's memories and replaced them with a handful of new ones. He adds that this is equivalent to permanently deleting an entire section of Zhaoji's martial arts knowledge. The man who once reigns as a martial sage no longer exists inside that body. Rather than killing him outright, Lu Sheng finds it far more useful to repurpose him for something that actually benefits mankind. The young man muses to himself that he is gradually gaining the accumulated power and intent of martial ancestors and sages. He finds the entire setup rather impressive, and a quiet satisfaction settles into his expression. He tells Lin Zhengyu that they should leave since Zhaoji will wake up shortly and they should not be present when he does. Lin Zhengyu nods and responds with a quiet affirmation and addresses him as her lord. 5 minutes pass. Zhaoji lies motionless on the floor, and a low groan drifts from his lips as consciousness begins to creep back into his body. Zhaoji bolts upright with a gasp, and his arms wrap around himself as he screams that he is still alive and has not perished after all. A wild grin splits across his face and he throws his fist into the air. He declares that the heavens have spared him and vows to be reborn as a completely new person from this day forward. He laughs with the manic energy of someone who genuinely believes he has cheated death. The laughter fades and Zhaoji's expression crumbles. A broken sob catches in his throat as a wave of grief he cannot explain crashes over him. Tears pour down his face as he cries out for his parents and wails that they perished so tragically. The anguish in his voice belongs to a person mourning a loss that never happened and yet feels devastatingly real inside his rewritten mind. His grief hardens into fury in the span of a single heartbeat. He snarls that he must return and avenge his family, and swears that the ones responsible for their deaths will pay with their blood. He pauses and then wonders aloud how he is supposed to return to his original world. A glowing interface materializes before his eyes, and its text scrolls across a holographic display. Zhao Ji gasps as he realizes he possesses a system, and a martial saint system, that promises him a path forward through completing missions. Zhao Ji's jaw drops as he reads the mission parameters. He exclaims in disbelief that the system involves rescuing the legacy of martial ancestors and their inheritance and knowledge. He wonders whether the people of this world are truly worth saving, and then decides that none of that matters if completing the missions brings him home. Completing the system's tasks will not only allow him to return to his original world, but may even grant him the power to revive his parents. Hope floods his chest for the first time since he woke up on that cold floor. Zhao Ji clenches both fists and declares that in order to fulfill the conditions he must venture into dangerous territory and slay every monster he encounters. He vows to accomplish whatever the system demands, no matter the cost. He leaps to his feet and announces that he will charge headfirst into the battlefield and dedicate himself to protecting this world so that he can earn his way back to the people he loves. Zhao Ji sprints out of the garden at full speed with his tattered robes flapping behind him. Lin Junyu watches him vanish and turns to Lu Sheng with a stunned expression and asks how he managed to pull something like this off. The guy shrugs and replies that it is nothing special and calls it simple trash recycling. Lu Sheng elaborates that all he does is perform a brief will simulation and cycle through 10,000 different memory templates in a fraction of a second. He picks a suitable one and tweaks a few details and installs it directly into Zhao Ji's brain. Just like that, a brand new version of Zhao Ji walks out the door and is completely different from the original. Lu Sheng adds with a hint of amusement that the system and missions Zhao Ji discovered are nothing more than products of his own creativity and invented on the spot and implanted alongside the false memories. From this day forward, the former martial sage Zhao Ji will dedicate every remaining breath to the noble cause of exterminating monsters for humanity. The irony of a man who once threatened the world now serving as its unwitting protector is almost poetic. Lu Sheng and Lin Zhenyue walk side by side along a sunlit garden path with the cherry blossoms drifting around them. Lin Zhenyue remarks quietly that this outcome is truly the best possible result for Zhao Ji. A figure with long pink hair peeks out from behind a stone pillar, with her eyes fixed on Lu Sheng with undisguised curiosity. The sound of rustling fabric gives her away. Lin Zhengyu whips around and snaps at Lin Wanwan and demands to know what her daughter is staring at. She calls the behavior unacceptable and orders Lin Wanwan to leave immediately. Lu Sheng glances at the retreating pink-haired girl and mentions casually that Dong Xingshu has spoken about Lin Wanwan before. Lin Zhengyu's demeanor shifts in an instant. She asks whether Lord Lu has any interest in her daughter and offers to approve a match on Lin Wanwan's behalf without hesitation. Lu Sheng lets out a short laugh and tells her the suggestion is amusing but unnecessary. He reminds her that he already has a fiancé. Lin Zhengyue presses further and insists that multiple partners were perfectly common before the martial arts era began. She argues that someone of Lu Sheng's singular talent deserves companions who can match his stature. Lu Sheng cuts her off and declines firmly, and adds that he is not interested in young girls. Lin Zhengyue's eyes narrow with a glint of mischief as she repeats his words back to him. She leans forward and asks what about her instead. Lu Sheng freezes mid-step, and his composure cracks for the first time in the entire chapter as shock registers across his face. Lin Zhengyue explains without a shred of embarrassment that her husband passed away young and she has been alone for a very long time. She suggests that serving Lord Lu is not entirely out of the question for someone in her position. Lu Sheng recoils and sputters in disbelief and demands to know what kind of romance subplot this is supposed to be. He collects himself and tells the transcendent martial saint to please maintain some dignity and insists that he is absolutely not that kind of person. Lin Zhengyue lets out a sly laugh and drops the act entirely. She asks whether Lord Lu is truly not planning on returning the energy crystals, and the shift in her tone reveals that the seduction was nothing more than a negotiation tactic all along. Lu Sheng's expression hardens and his blue eye gleams beneath a strand of dark hair. He responds with a single question and asks why he cannot simply keep them. Lin Wanwan's mother warns Lu Sheng that if he does not return it, he may run into a massive problem. She explains that the guide originates from the universe and hails from a higher martial arts civilization. The guide sits at level 10, and even if the martial artists on their Azure planet reach the same level, they are nowhere near the same class as those from the guide's world. Lin Wanwan's mother urges Lord Lu Sheng to properly consider the situation and insists that no matter how dauntless he is, this matter demands caution. Lu Sheng responds with curiosity and asks her to tell him more, and notes that she seems to understand the guide and the martial arts civilization they come from remarkably well. Lin Wanwan's mother lets out a light chuckle and remarks that it is nothing special and she has simply lived for a very long time. She adds that because of her long life, she has naturally heard a great deal about the guide and the civilizations beyond their planet. A holographic projection of swirling galaxies flickers to life between them. Lin Wanwan's mother reveals that their Azure planet is classified as a level 1 resource planet within the Serpentitis galaxy. The projection shifts to reveal a colossal planet blazing with energy across the void of space. She continues and explains that the guide comes from a great and immensely powerful battlefront planet. A brilliant burst of light erupts across the starscape and illuminates the vast distance between the two worlds. The gulf is measured not just in space but in raw civilization strength. Lu Sheng presses further and asks how a level 1 resource planet and a battlefront planet differ, and whether this is truly how the higher civilization categorizes worlds. Lin Wanwan's mother confirms that this is correct and explains that each planet is differentiated according to its unique attributes. She uses their own world as an example and points out that the Azure planet contains energy crystals and spiritual plants and minerals, but only in limited quantities. Because of this, it has been designated as a level 1 resource planet. As for battlefront planets, she speculates that those worlds sit at the forefront of fighting monsters, and that means their combat situation is far more intense. She draws a parallel and notes that it mirrors how they guard the battlefront at the rifts on their own planet. Lin Wanwan's mother goes on to describe additional classifications. Apart from battlefront planets, there are barren planets that contain barely enough air and water to sustain life, but hold almost no resources and support only a lower civilization. She mentions that some worlds are entirely uninhabitable and not appropriate for people to live on at all. She also notes that terra planets exist and serve specialized functions almost as disposal grounds. Each planet carries its own level and purpose, she observes, and it is much like the social hierarchy people already believe in. Lu Sheng remarks that this sounds identical to the sociology taught on the Azure planet. He muses that even though the universe is far larger, the way civilizations classify everything does not change much at all. Lin Wanwan's mother reveals another unsettling detail from the guide's records. According to what the guide's records reveal, every planet in the universe holds the possibility of transforming into a battlefront planet. The moment monsters invade and the planet's necessity as a resource grows, it transforms into a battleground entirely. She lowers her voice and states plainly that their own Azure planet is actually preparing to potentially become a battlefront planet. Lu Sheng's eyes narrow with surprise. He asks what she means by that. Violet energy pulses softly around Lin Wanwan's mother as she explains that the guide visits once every 10 years. Apart from collecting resources, the other main reason they come is to observe and inspect the planet's invasion situation. Lu Sheng connects the dots and asks whether this also means the entire universe faces the threat of being invaded by monsters. Lin Wanwan's mother nods and confirms that it is something along those lines, and adds that each civilization is trying its best to rise above and eliminate this threat. After they have both shared all their information, the weight of the conversation settles over them. Lu Sheng exhales, and for the first time in a long while, the tension across his shoulders loosens. He admits that after experiencing all this pressure, he now feels much lighter. They are shielded from the monster crisis by other and far stronger beings out in the universe. He declares with quiet relief that he finally does not have to be the so-called savior. Our boy reflects that with great power comes great responsibility, but at his current level, properly managing the Azure planet is more than enough. Continuously strengthening the lower and middle-tier strength of their world is already doing a great service to humanity. He mentions that following the guide's will, the Azure planet will eventually develop into a true battlefront planet. When that day arrives, humanity will not be able to stay on the surface at all, though who knows how many years it will take before that happens. Dong Qing stands beside him with her silver hair catching the fading light, and she murmurs that they will definitely be able to grow old together in this peaceful era. Lu Shang's eyes lock onto something unseen, and one iris burns a sharp blue, and the other is pitch dark. A flicker of unease passes through his gaze as though a thought too dangerous to voice has crossed his mind. His expression hardens, and he snaps at Lin Wanwan's mother and warns her that making random claims is a taboo for a transcendent martial saint. Lin Wanwan's mother waves the tension aside and shifts the topic. She asks whether Lu Sheng has ever considered leaving the Azure planet entirely. Lu Sheng shakes his head without hesitation. He confesses that he does not want to leave. The only thing he wishes for in this lifetime is to have children and grandchildren, and to peacefully live out the rest of his days. The path of a martial artist is too long and too hard, and simply being a person standing at the peak is enough for him. Lin Wanwan's mother sighs softly and admits that she understands. She knows that reaching the martial saint level is already his limit. A large chunk of her own life has been spent on cultivation, and she feels she should leave some time to actually live. But there is something she truly wants to tell him. She leans in and advises that if Lu Sheng ever wishes to leave the Azure planet, he must not offend the guide. Whether it is the path to level 10 or the route off the planet entirely, both are controlled by the guide. She adds that with their current technology, there is no way to produce an aircraft capable of independent transportation beyond their world. Lu Sheng silently agrees and acknowledges that Lin Wanwan's mother is right. Leaving is far from simple. Getting stronger is one thing, but without the help of advanced technological knowledge, even that is a challenge on its own. He is not certain about level 10 martial artists, but the body of a level 9 definitely cannot handle traveling across the galaxy. Lu Sheng tells her not to worry and assures her that he knows his own limits. She nods and is satisfied and says she will not press further. Instead, she offers to share more about the guide's resources and technology, including details about their aircraft. The two of them continue conversing for a good while longer. Lin Wanwan's mother suddenly shifts her tone entirely and her eyes sparkle with mischief. She asks whether Lu Sheng is truly not going to reconsider her beautiful Nan and whether he will at least give it a bit more thought. Lu Sheng's composure cracks and he stammers awkwardly and fumbles over his words. He mutters something about what they discussed earlier and trails off mid-sentence. His face flushes as he stumbles through a half-formed answer. He says that if and only if on some off chance Dong Qingxue might agree in the future, then perhaps he would not be helplessly forced into marrying a few concubines. He wonders aloud whether the one husband and one wife law still binds him. The legendary martial saint and conqueror of rifts and monsters is reduced to a bumbling mess by the topic of marriage. Lu Sheng ends up being invited to stay for dinner. During the meal, all of his old acquaintances gather around the table. Lin Wanwan and Dong Qingxiu's brother join the lively dinner and fill the room with warmth and familiar laughter. That night, back in Lu Sheng's home, the mood shifts entirely. A single violet eye snaps open in the darkness. Lu Sheng enters the dream space. A vast crimson wasteland stretches before him, with the sky torn apart and buildings reduced to skeletal ruins. This is the twisted reflection of a future that has yet to arrive. He begins scanning through the data floating before him. He checks whether the information on Terra's galaxy has been released, and after comparing it against Lin Wanwan's mother's information, he realizes that everything he has collected so far is fake. He frowns and notes that his personal limit apparently stops at level 10. Lu Sheng concludes that he has to reach the true level 9 or formally defeat a level 10 opponent to raise his ceiling to level 11. He scrolls further and mutters that the projection of the future looks interesting after the latest update. The data shows that after reaching level 10, he did not die, but survived through trillions of cycles and endured 9 additional years. There is still a massive gap between his strength and the guide's current power, and all he can do at this point is survive. The dream space can only project a rough future and not one precise enough to act on, and the true path forward demands more. The young man stands in the crimson haze of the dream space with arms folded and his jaw tight as he processes the weight of everything he has just read. He mutters to himself that he needs to read the rest of the information. His hand reaches forward and the data cracks and splinters with a violent red flash. His eyes go wide with shock. The projection reveals a devastating future. 5 years from now, during the Azure Planet's war, mankind falls. Lu Sheng himself perishes at the age of 28. His face twists with fury and disbelief. He demands to know what the hell this is. He dies this time and the planet is destroyed, and humanity along with it. He forces himself to calm down and analyzes the situation. The information has changed again, and he deduces that this is the most likely future the dream space has predicted based on all the data collected up to this point. Something enormous must have shifted. He resolves that he needs to find bigger and more critical information to understand exactly what is coming. Lu Sheng's mind races. Whatever is capable of annihilating the entire Azure planet, even after it has already broken through to become a level 1 battlefront planet, cannot be the work of the guide alone. Even the guide would not be able to stop something of that magnitude. The only being powerful enough to do this would have to exist above level 11. He narrows his eyes and reasons that a level 11 entity must either come from somewhere deep within the galaxy itself, or from the rift. The realization hits him hard and a chill runs down his spine. He considers whether Yoyu could be responsible or whether the Annihilator is something else entirely that crawls out from the abysmal crack. The possibilities are terrifyingly few, and he cannot pin down a definitive answer. Although this world overflows with power and makes almost nothing truly impossible, certainty remains just out of reach. Lu Sheng clenches his fists and the air around him crackles with scarlet frustration. He snarls that he cannot confirm what exactly annihilated the Azure planet. His fury boils over, and he blames Lin Wanwan's mother for sparking this chain of events with her earlier claims. Without those revelations combining with the dream space data, a threat of this magnitude might never have surfaced in the projection at all. His anger sharpens into accusation. She made bold declarations about peaceful old age and eternal safety, and now a civilization-ending crisis has appeared on that very same night. He seethes that she must bear the responsibility for her actions. The guy takes a steadying breath and forces himself to think rationally. It may not be hopeless yet. There are still 8 years before he turns 28. There are countless things he can accomplish in that span to alter the future. Even if he cannot fully rewrite destiny, his current power should at least give him a fighting chance. He considers the worst case. If he truly cannot change the outcome or deal with whatever threat arrives, he will, at the very least, gather the people closest to him and flee the Azure planet entirely. But he cannot abandon his countrymen without doing everything in his power first. His conscience would never allow it. Lu Sheng stands tall against the burning horizon of the dream space, and the silhouettes of everyone he has ever cared about fill the sky behind him. They are a silent army of reasons to keep fighting. He steels his resolve. He must get stronger. Not to play God and not to become anyone's savior, but because the more power he holds, the more lives he can change. Every single one of them is worth the struggle. 1 week later, a modern house stands under a clear sky. The days of quiet rest have come to an end. Lu Sheng stands beside a car with bags in hand, and Dong Qingshou is at his side. He calls out to his parents and announces that they are leaving. Lu Sheng's father watches them from a distance and mutters that his son was only back for a few days and is already heading out again. Lu Sheng's mother explains that they are going to Dong Qingshou's home. She adds that the couple should continue settling in, and perhaps in a year or so they will come back to visit once they have properly settled into town. 2 hands intertwine and fingers lock together as the couple walks side by side. Dong Qingshou glances at Lu Sheng and asks if he is nervous. Lu Sheng chuckles and replies that the question should really be directed at her father instead. He has a feeling her father is far more nervous than either of them right now. Dong Qingshou's home rises into view, and it is a sleek modern estate surrounded by manicured greenery. Inside, Dong Qingshou's father sits at a table with a cup of coffee and his hands are trembling. He lets out a long and agonized groan. Dong Qingshou's father takes a sip and immediately spits the powder right back out. He sputters that it is nothing but dust and then realizes he forgot to add water to his instant coffee. Dong Qingshou's grandfather lowers his newspaper and asks what on earth is wrong with him. He notes that drinking coffee powder without water is a new low and presses whether the man even slept at all last night. Dong Qingshou's father freezes mid-sip, and the sheer absurdity of his own mistake crashes over him. He stammers that a full level 9 battlemaster is coming to their home, and the weight of that alone is crushing his nerves into fine powder, and not unlike the coffee he just choked on. Dong Qingxiu's mother walks in carrying a fresh cup and tells her husband to calm down. She reminds him that their son-in-law is merely visiting, though she admits his anxiety is starting to make her a little nervous too. Dong Qingxiu's father leaps to his feet and snaps at his wife and asks what a Taoist woman could possibly understand. He demands to know whether she grasps who Lu Sheng truly is, the god of the military and the toppler of saints and the pinnacle of humanity. He continues and his voice climbs with every word. He insists that every single one of those titles is an immense honor capable of making a person's heart race on its own. Having all of them concentrated in a single human being is almost too much for the mind to process. His voice drops to a near whisper, and he confesses that he has been dizzy for the past couple of days. He cannot understand how such an incredible person fell for their daughter, and the whole situation feels as if he is living inside a dream. Dong Qingxiu's grandfather nods slowly and admits he feels the same way. Before he turned 70, he had always believed that his two sons were the greatest pride and joy of his entire life. Dong Qingxiu's mother adds that she never imagined her greatest accomplishment would turn out to be having their third child and their daughter. She muses that perhaps their ancestors are truly watching over the family. Their daughter takes after her too, she notes with a warm and self-satisfied grin. A phone buzzes violently on the table. A message flashes across the screen announcing that Lu Sheng and Dong Qingxiu will arrive soon. Dong Qingxiu's grandfather reacts with alarm and says they need to head down immediately. He notes that a military escort has been arranged as a sign of respect. Separately, the Qin and Wang families have caught wind of the visit and are racing to Dalian Mountain Airport. He asks whether they should contact those families and tell them to turn back. Dong Qingxiu's father waves a hand and says it is fine. They have exchanged greetings before and everyone involved is an old friend. There is no need for excessive formality. They will simply go and welcome their daughter and son-in-law properly. He springs up with sudden energy and declares that he will go change into proper clothes so he can head out with them. For a man who was drowning in coffee powder minutes ago, the transformation is almost heroic. Dalian Mountain Airport sprawls across the landscape as a plane descends through the clouds. A row of military officers stands in rigid formation along the tarmac, with their uniforms immaculate and their expressions locked in stoic silence. The plane touches down and rolls to a smooth stop on the runway. Lu Sheng and Dong Qingxiu walk down the aisle of the plane side by side and ready to disembark. The military officers greet them with a deep bow and announce that everything is prepared. They respectfully await Lu Sheng's orders. Our boy glances at the elaborate formation and wonders aloud whether they are planning to parade him through the streets. He reflects that when he first picked up martial arts, he was nobody at all. Dong Qingxiu was the only one standing beside him back then, and all this grandeur feels deeply uncomfortable. Dong Qingxiu tells him gently that these luxuries and honors are all well-deserved. He has earned every bit of it. Still, she admits that it feels a little contradictory, and they are losing the simple joy of being an ordinary person. She suggests they head over by themselves instead. Lu Sheng grins and says she knows him well. He has never liked crowds. Dong Qingxiu nods, and with a single word she tells him to go. Lu Sheng scoops Dong Qingxiu into his arms and launches off the ground in a blur of speed, and the wind tears past them as they vanish from the airport in the blink of an eye. Inside the plane, one of the officers leans forward and squints through the window. The officer throws his arms up in shock and shouts and asks where on earth they went. Lu Sheng hails a cab 10 kilometers away from the airport as casually as any ordinary traveler. He leans into the window and asks the driver to take them to Dalian Mountain Lake Estate. The cabbie flashes a toothy grin and tells them to sit tight and he will get them there in no time. The cabbie glances at them through the rearview mirror and asks whether they happen to be a celebrity couple. He remarks that after driving for so many years, their looks and aura are unlike anything he has ever seen. He declares them a golden couple and a perfect match in every way. Dong Qingxiu shifts slightly and a faint blush crosses her cheeks. Lu Sheng laughs and tells the driver he is praising them far too much. He leans over to Dong Qingxiu and whispers that they should tip this man an extra $100. Dong Qingxiu murmurs that he is annoying, though the trace of a smile she tries to hide says otherwise. Half an hour later, the cab pulls up near the Dalian Mountain Lake Estate. The driver's jaw drops at the sight of the extravagant setup ahead. He stammers and asks whether some big shot is visiting today because the level of preparation is extraordinary. He wonders aloud whether they are even allowed to enter. Lu Sheng peers through the window at the enormous crowd gathered outside the estate, and a bead of sweat rolls down his temple. The driver points out that the entire area has been cordoned off and asks whether the estate is privately owned. Lu Sheng tells him not to worry about it and says they will just sneak in. The cabbie lets out a hearty laugh and wishes them good luck and tells them not to get caught. As the couple exits the cab, he mutters to himself that the young man behaves as though he has probably never had to sneak into anything in his life. The young man stares at the sea of people and guards surrounding the estate. He groans internally that there are way too many people. All he wants is to visit his father-in-law, and yet the crowd makes it look as though this is a state visit. The irony of the most powerful man on the planet having to sneak into his own wife's family home is not lost on him. Lu Sheng and Dong Qingshu crouch behind a row of trees and move through the greenery. They look as though they are casing a heist. Dong Qingshu spots a familiar figure lounging beneath a tree and identifies him as Qin Shaojun. She grins and suggests they go say hello. Qin Shaojun reclines against the trunk and is completely unaware of the pair closing in on him. He jolts upright with a scream and curses and shouts that it is them. His composure evaporates in an instant. Qin Shaojun recovers just enough to bark at Lu Sheng and scolds him for not saluting a superior officer and threatens him with 10 hours of standing at attention. The guy fires back without missing a beat and warns Qin Shaojun not to go overboard and reminds him exactly who helped him win Dong Xingxiu in the first place. Qin Shaojun bursts out laughing and admits he was only joking, though Lu Sheng took the bait beautifully. Lu Sheng relaxes and greets him properly and says it has been a long time, Officer Qin. Qin Shaojun grins wide and replies that it is good to see Lu Sheng again after all this time. You've been prob Lu Sheng Vorkenistangsak, and Qin Shaojun grins wide and replies that it is good to see Lu Sheng again after all this time. Qin Shaojun's expression turns curious. He asks whether the reason the two of them came back is because they have also heard the news. Lu Sheng blinks and asks what news he is talking about. Qin Shaojun gapes in disbelief that they know nothing. He explains that the god of the military has reformed the Battlemaster's martial saint and effectively surpassed the martial saint realm entirely. He adds that the military recently rolled out a groundbreaking new training technique and asks whether they are aware that this technique is revolutionizing everything. Qin Shaojun presses further and asks whether the rumors are true that this person defeated a level 9 martial saint. He turns to Lu Sheng directly and points out that since Lu Sheng has fought against powerful opponents before, he must know something the rest of them do not. Lu Sheng keeps his expression neutral, but inside his mind races. He had not expected the military to be actively keeping his identity confidential. The elaborate welcome setup in front of Dong Xingxiu's home had made him fear that her entire family already knew the truth about him. He was planning to reveal everything only at the very end. He wonders silently whether Dong Xingxie has realized that she is the last person to find out. Dong Xingxie turns to Lu Sheng and asks what actually happened after he defeated his opponent and came back with a massive injury. She mentions that whenever she tried to look into the details, the information was classified as top secret. Qin Shaojun jumps in eagerly and urges Lu Sheng to tell them more. He speculates that Lu Sheng is probably considered a martial saint level expert by now, and only slightly inferior to the very best. Dong Xingxiu crosses her arms and remarks with a sharp edge that Qin Shaojun is asking about top secret information that Lu Sheng has not even shared with her yet. Lu Sheng mutters that she never asked either. She snaps back and demands to know if he is trying to undermine her. Qin Shaojun cuts in and suggests they continue talking inside because apparently the big shot is arriving soon. He confesses that he assumed they already knew about this, and he is surprised they know even less than he does. Dong Xingxiu narrows her eyes and asks why such an important figure would be coming to their home in the first place. Qin Shaojun clears his throat and explains that allegedly the big shot is visiting to choose his bride. It is not just her family's home either. After this, he is heading over to Qin Shaojun's home as well. He goes on to say that perhaps this person is even visiting all of the great families in the capital and selecting from among them. He notes that everyone knows the bigger the family, the more precious their genes are considered. Lu Sheng's face flushes scarlet with fury. He roars and demands to know who on earth is spreading these ridiculous rumors. The god of the military and the toppler of saints and the man who sneaked into his own father-in-law's estate through the bushes now stands red-faced and sputtering over marriage gossip. Some battles, it seems, cannot be won with martial arts alone. Lu Sheng's face tightens and he demands to know where everyone heard all of this nonsense from. The group brushes his irritation aside without a care. One of them asks why he is making such a fuss and insists that it is perfectly common for martial saints to take concubines. He points out that back in the day the supreme and martial saint each had more than one. Another chimes in and argues that the military went through immense hardship before a godlike figure finally appeared. He insists that if this person does not take at least 17 or 18 wives and father 100 children, the old veterans at headquarters will never accept it. Someone else snickers and adds that he heard the military god is rather young, and young men are overflowing with energy, so even 17 or 18 might not be enough to satisfy him. One of the men holds up his fingers with absolute confidence and declares that based on his personal experience, there needs to be at least this many. He flashes his hand wide open and Lu Sheng blinks. One Lu Sheng guesses cautiously. The man throws both arms out and shouts that the correct answer is 100. The number hangs in the air and defies all common sense. Lu Sheng grits his teeth and snaps that he does not blindly believe such groundless rumors. A woman beside them scoffs and fires back and demands to know how he can call it groundless. She insists he would not understand even if she tried to explain it. She continues and tells the group that when the military god appears later, they should all behave and not do anything to embarrass themselves. She adds with deadly seriousness that she is not joking. What if the military god actually takes a liking to her, she asks, and the implication lingers. Lu Sheng lets out a long and defeated sigh. The entire group exhales along with him, and the absurdity of the conversation finally catches up to everyone. A voice rings out from behind the trees and calls for Xiaojun and declares that he is finally here. A tall figure with auburn hair strides into view. The newcomer greets the group warmly and says it has been a long time. Qin Xiaojun's stomach drops. He thinks to himself that his brother has arrived, and worse, there is an annoying companion tagging along with him. Qin Xiaojun's brother spots Dong Qingxiu and exclaims with surprise. He tells her that the last time they met she had just graduated from the Martial University, and he almost cannot recognize her now. Dong Qingxiu greets him calmly and remarks that it has been a while. Qin Xiaojun steps forward to make introductions. He presents Lu Sheng as his good buddy and a general serving in the Alwyn district and also a chairman. He then gestures to the auburn-haired man and introduces him as his elder brother. Qin Xiaojun's brother looks Lu Sheng up and down with visible surprise and murmurs that he is remarkably young for a general. He extends a hand and offers a polite greeting. A sharp voice cuts through the pleasantries. Wang Yao bursts forward with his blonde hair whipping behind him and shouts in disbelief that Lu Sheng is Dong Qingxiu's boyfriend. Wang Yao's eyes narrow as he sizes Lu Sheng up from head to toe. He mutters under his breath and questions how someone like him could be with her. Dong Qingxiu recognizes the intruder. She says his name flatly, and a single word carries the weight of exhausted patience. Wang Yao ignores her tone entirely and demands to know when she got a boyfriend. Dong Qingxiu responds with ice in her voice and asks what business that is of his. Wang Yao laughs, but there is no warmth in it. He asks what it has to do with him and then answers his own question and declares that he has pursued her for over 25 years. To suggest it has nothing to do with him is beyond ridiculous. Qin Xiaojun steps in and fires back and asks Wang Yao if he has lost his mind. He points out bluntly that Dong Qingxie has never returned his feelings and that clinging to a one-sided obsession does not earn him any right to her life. Qin Xiaojun's eyes blaze with contempt. He declares that he despises men who fabricate their own fantasies and act as though someone owes them something. He asks what the hell is wrong with Wang Yao and whether 20 years overseas rotted his brain entirely. Wang Yao's face twists with rage and he roars at Qin Xiaojun and challenges him to a fight. Qin Xiaojun does not flinch and a grin spreads across his face as he tells Wang Yao to bring it on. He wants to see exactly what this fool learned overseas. Before either man can move, Lu Sheng steps between them. His voice rings out sharp and absolute and commands both of them to stop. The sheer authority in his tone freezes the air around them. Qin Xiaojun's brother drops his head immediately and begs General Lu for forgiveness. Someone calls out to Dong Qingxie and urges her to quickly bring General Lu inside before anything else happens. A stunned silence falls over the group. The weight of what just happened sinks in and several pairs of eyes drift toward Lu Sheng with a new and uneasy respect. Wang Yao refuses to back down. He scoffs at the word general and demands to know what a mere general amounts to. He puffs out his chest and declares that he is a disciple of a martial saint. His master is the descendant of the Eagle Country's Rose Sword Saint, and he and his senior brothers all rank among the top-level 8 Grand Martial Masters in the world. Wang Yao turns on his heel and throws a final warning over his shoulder, and snarls that Lu Sheng should watch his back. Qin Shaojun clicks his tongue in disgust and mutters Wang Yao's name under his breath. Qin Shaojun turns to Lu Sheng and explains that the fool probably has no idea Lu Sheng once defeated a martial saint since Wang Yao only just returned from overseas. He adds that Wang Yao has been obsessed with Dongxing Xiu for years, and the man simply cannot accept reality. Qin Shaojun's brother approaches Lu Sheng with a deep bow and apologizes sincerely and confesses that he had no idea something like this would happen. Our boy waves it off and says it is no real issue. He admits that if he had known the visit would cause such a spectacle, he would have handled things more quietly. A realization settles over Lu Sheng and he remarks that he finally understands the reason behind all the extravagance. It was all arranged to welcome him to meet his in-laws, and the entire estate has been turned upside down for this occasion. Qin Shaojun's brother furrows his brow and asks what Lu Sheng means by extravagance. Wang Yao storms back into view before anyone can answer. He thrusts a finger toward Lu Sheng and screams that this is the one and this is the man who stole his woman. A hulking figure steps forward from behind Wang Yao and cracks his knuckles. He growls that he wants to see which blind fool dared to bully one of their own. The young man glances at the newcomer without a shred of concern. A quiet huff escapes his lips, and it is the calm before a storm that no one standing here is prepared for. The hulking man freezes mid-stride. His eyes go wide and the color drains from his face. He stammers in horror and recognizes exactly who is standing in front of him. He drops to his knees and presses his forehead against the ground, and his voice shakes as he begs for forgiveness. He cries out that he did not know it was Lu Sheng and addresses him as Almighty God. Wang Yao stares at his groveling senior in complete confusion. He demands to know what his senior is doing on the ground. Lu Sheng rolls his shoulders and loosens his stance, and the casual air falls away. He declares that it is time to show his hand. He is done pretending. Golden light erupts from Lu Sheng's body. A massive pillar of vital energy explodes upward and tears through the air with a thunderous roar that shakes the ground beneath everyone's feet. The golden energy solidifies into a colossal manifestation towering above the estate. The sheer force of the pressure sends Wang Yao flying backward. He screams in shock and is unable to comprehend what is happening. Someone from the crowd gasps and stammers that this is a manifestation created by condensing raw vital qi, and a feat that should be physically impossible for anyone below the highest echelon of martial power. The golden figure rises higher. Someone shouts that it has reached 10 meters and then 100 meters. The air itself buckles under the impossible density of energy pouring from Lu Sheng. 1,000 meters. The manifestation now dwarfs every building and every mountain in the surrounding landscape. Qin Shaojun's brother screams that it is still expanding, and his voice cracks with disbelief. From the edge of the atmosphere, the golden silhouette is visible against the curve of the planet. A pillar of light punches through the sky and announces Lu Sheng's presence to the entire world. Every face below turns upward with mouths hanging open and pupils shrunk to pinpoints. The gap between what they believed Lu Sheng to be and what he actually is stretches wider than the heavens above them. A titanic golden hand descends through the clouds with fingers spread wide enough to cradle a mountain. Someone whispers in awe and struggles to process the sight before their eyes. A suffocating silence blankets the crowd, and it is so thick that not a single person dares to breathe. One of the soldiers in the crowd finally breaks the stillness. He shouts with trembling excitement that this is him and the superior they have been waiting for. The god of the military has already arrived. Dongxing Xiu's legs nearly give out beneath her. She stares at Lu Sheng and stammers his name, and her voice is barely above a whisper. She asks if he is truly the god of the military. Lin Wanwan stands frozen beside her with her pink hair catching the golden light, and her mind struggling to catch up with her eyes. The golden glow washes over every face in the crowd and paints disbelief across them all in the same burning shade. The guy turns to Dongxing Xiu, and for the first time today, the invincible general looks nervous. He admits that he wanted to tell her long ago but could never find the right moment. He confesses that he was afraid it would be too difficult for her to accept. Dongxing Xiu's blue eyes shimmer under the fading golden light. Her lips tremble as she whispers and barely able to form the words that her boyfriend is the god of the military. A short while later, Lu Sheng stands in the courtyard of the Dong estate, and the golden afterglow of his manifestation still fades from the sky above. Three men step forward in unison and drop to one knee. Dong Qingxiao's father and Qin Hao and Wang Heitong announce themselves by name and salute the god of the military with voices that tremble between reverence and disbelief. Wang Yao's face drains of every last drop of color. He mutters in horror and asks whether Lu Sheng is truly the god of the military. The word no loops through his skull on repeat, but reality offers no escape. Lu Sheng waves a hand and tells his father-in-law that none of this formality is necessary. He suggests they go inside and talk. Dong Qingxia's father nods frantically and stammers his agreement with the enthusiasm of a man who just discovered his daughter married a living legend. The crowd erupts into a frenzy of whispers. One voice rises above the rest and marvels that Dong Qingxia's father actually landed such an outstanding son-in-law. The shock in his tone borders on envy. Another gasps and demands to know if this young man is truly the god of the military and the most powerful martial saint on the planet. He stammers that Lu Sheng looks far too young to carry that kind of title. A woman nearby narrows her eyes and recalls that the girl standing beside Lu Sheng is the daughter of the Dong family. She mutters that her own daughter is no less beautiful, and if she presents herself well, perhaps securing a position as a second or third wife is not entirely impossible. Someone shoves back at her and scolds Lady Qin and tells her she is still fighting for the same impossible prize. The crowd surges forward. One woman shoves her way toward the front and screams for the god of the military to make room. Another flails her arms and wails his title over and over and declares that she is right here. A bystander stares at her in disbelief and asks whether she is serious given her current state. The woman fires back that she will never know unless she tries. She points out that it is nearly impossible to predict the preferences of someone standing at the absolute peak of power. The surrounding men fall into stunned silence. The silence stretches on, and it is thick and heavy as the absurdity of the situation leaves everyone momentarily speechless. Kong Xiaojun breaks through the crowd and grabs Lu Sheng by the arm. His jaw hangs open as he demands to know how a mere general suddenly became the god of the military. A familiar voice sighs and remarks that Lu Sheng has always had a talent for constantly surprising people. Laughter erupts through the group, and it is wild and uncontrollable, and the kind that comes when reality bends itself into something too ridiculous to process. People turn to Qin Xiaojun with newfound admiration and exclaim that he is actually friends with the god of the military. One man throws an arm around his shoulder and promises to take care of him from now on. Another spins toward Wang Yao and offers a sarcastic apology for always looking down on him in the past, and the mockery drips from every syllable. Someone claps Wang Yao on the back and congratulates him with theatrical awe. He declares that Wang Yao dared to try to steal the god of the military's woman. That kind of suicidal bravery earns him the title of the man with the biggest guts in the entire dragon countries. Wang Yao lets out a piercing shriek and his composure shatters. He chokes on his own words and stammers fragments that collapse into nothing. He tries to deny everything, but the syllables die before they reach his lips. Wang Yao crumples to his knees in the middle of the courtyard with military officers closing in around him. He whispers to himself that he is done for, and for once in his life he is probably right. On a cruise 3 days later, the ocean stretches endlessly in every direction and glitters under the sun. Our boy lounges on the deck and poses a question to no one in particular. If a man's future father-in-law is a level 8 Grand Martial Master and his family is perfectly ordinary, what must that man do to earn the father-in-law's full approval to marry his daughter? Dong Qingxue relaxes beside him in a sun hat and swimwear, and the tension of the past week melts away under the warmth of the open sea. Lu Sheng answers his own question with a lazy grin. The answer, he declares, is to become a martial saint. Problem solved with overwhelming force as always. He waves the thought away and admits that was a completely unrelated tangent. He grows quieter and confesses that it has been a long time since he felt this relaxed. He wonders aloud when he will be able to bring his entire family together to enjoy something like this. Dong Xingxue asks whether she should send for them now. Lu Xing shakes his head and says he will do it next time. He does not have much time left before he needs to begin. He glances toward the horizon and murmurs that the spot over there is perfect. Lu Sheng rises from the deck and dives into the ocean without a single splash and cuts through the surface cleanly. Standing at the railing, he tells Dong Qingshu that he will return to this exact spot every 7 days from now on. She grips the rail and tells him to be careful and promises that she will be waiting for him to come back. The cruise carries Dong Qingshu away as the distance between them grows. Her silver hair catches the ocean breeze one last time before the horizon swallows the ship whole. Lu Sheng hums a quiet acknowledgement and plunges beneath the waves. The depth markers scroll past him in rapid succession. 5,000 meters, 10,000 meters, 20,000 meters. The sunlight vanishes above, and the crushing pressure of the deep ocean wraps around him. Lu Sheng descends into the abyss, and the water around him pulses with faint violet energy as his body adjusts to pressure that would flatten steel. Despite repeatedly ordering the military to strengthen surveillance and investigate every major anomaly they have found no trace of the world-ending threat he discovered in the dream space. Ever since learning that destruction awaits the Azure planet in the future, the knowledge has been gnawing at his heart without relief. The abyssal crack looms before him, and it is a jagged wound in the ocean floor radiating dark energy that hums with warning. The young man steels himself and acknowledges that 8 years remain before the catastrophe arrives. There are not many things he can do right now, and even if they manage to locate the source of the threat, their current strength is probably useless against it. He resolves that no matter what happens, they will find a way to fight back. All that matters is becoming strong enough. He clenches his fist in the darkness and vows that he will be able to handle whatever threat comes their way. Lu Sheng settles into a meditative position on the ocean floor, and he is surrounded by massive energy crystals that glow with pale violet and azure light. The pressure at this depth presses against every cell in his body. This is the absolute limit of the Azure planet's seabed and the deepest point where the crushing weight of the ocean reaches its maximum. Only at this depth can he receive enough natural pressure to push his martial physique and psychic power and martial will to their absolute peak. The ocean itself serves as his forge. He narrows his eyes and concludes that after all of this refinement, the only thing left is to wait for the arrival of the guide. When that moment comes, he will borrow the level 10 guide's overwhelming pressure and break through into the true level 9 martial saint realm in a single explosive leap. Days blur together beneath the ocean. Energy crystals pulse rhythmically around Lu Sheng as his body absorbs the relentless pressure of the deep. He surfaces once every 7 days to tend to his energy crystal reserves and maintain brief contact with his family and friends. Beyond those fleeting visits, every waking moment is consumed by training that pushes him further than he has ever gone before. The intensity of his cultivation mirrors the golden age of his past when he trained under the ancient god's saint within the Coffin Ring Island. Day after day, he chips away at the barrier standing between him and the true threshold of power. Amid the exponential growth of his abilities, Lu Sheng finds himself contemplating a deeper question. He wonders what his true martial arts dharma would actually look like, and what the ultimate expression of everything he has built and fought for truly is. 3 months pass in a flash. Deep within the Death God domain desert, an army of martial saints gathers in formation. They stand in the scorching heat, and all of them wait to welcome something that arrives once every decade. A group of weathered martial leaders marches forward across the sand. One of them announces grimly that the visitors have arrived. Every martial artist in the desert drops to the ground in unison and presses their foreheads into the sand as a thunderous impact shakes the earth beneath them. A column of golden light slams into the desert floor and sends shock waves rippling outward that flatten dunes for miles in every direction. The assembled martial saints cry out in a single unified voice and greet the venerable guide. A titanic golden figure stands at the center of the crater, and its presence crushes the air with a gravity that transcends anything the planet has ever produced on its own. The guide emerges in full form, and it is a towering entity clad in dark purple-black armored robes, with golden geometric sigils etched across the chest and shoulders. The figure radiates authority that makes level 9 martial saints feel small and powerless. Behind the guide, a massive vessel descends from the sky, and its alien architecture hums with technology that the Azure planet cannot begin to replicate. The guide speaks, and its voice resonates across the desert as if the air itself carries the words. It greets everyone and remarks that it has been a while since its last visit. One of the martial leaders stiffens and observes aloud that the guide's technology and raw power have advanced even further since the last visit. The gap between their civilizations grows wider with each decade. The guide addresses Man Bolan directly and informs him that all the items traded for previously have been prepared and delivered as promised. Man Bolan drops into a deep bow and his voice cracks with nerves as he thanks the venerable guide profusely. The guide cuts through the gratitude with cold precision. It states that words are meaningless and that only actions can truly demonstrate appreciation. It demands to know where the energy crystals are and orders them to be brought out immediately, and adds that it grows tired of having to ask for them every single time. Man Bolan's face pales. He swallows hard and stammers, and his mouth forms the words energy crystals before trailing off into a choked silence. Man Bolan steadies himself and forces the truth out. He confesses that as for energy crystals, they do not have any prepared this time. The desert goes deathly still. The guide's glowing eyes lock onto Man Bolan with an intensity that feels as though he is staring into the core of a dying star. A wave of crimson and violet energy erupts from the guide's body and splits the sky above the desert in half. The sheer force of its fury warps the air into visible distortions and the ground cracks beneath the pressure. The guide's voice drops to a register that vibrates through bone and marrow and asks if it heard correctly. The blast of dark energy expands outward. The guide demands confirmation, and its words are now a command that shakes the foundations of the earth itself. There are no energy crystals. The question is not a question at all, but a sentence waiting to be carried out.